यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
The final day, the last hurrah, Blotter, and all you viewers out there, welcome. You are watching the last and the grand final day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Fall Split. Today, we will have a champion amongst us. Who's that going to be? It just could be anybody out there. But again, what a run it has been, over the past couple of days and the weeks that we have spent, finding out the best in Pakistan. And today our search ends over here.
Absolutely, mate. It is going to be, of course, the grand final, the final day of the grand final itself. It's been 4 weeks in the making till this moment right here, till this day right here. And of course, we still don't know. Well, we kind of have a hint as to what those teams are going to be, but we still don't know for sure as to what the top 6 teams are that will move on to, of course, represent Pakistan in the SA Championship. Along with that, you perfectly mentioned, yep, we're going to find out the grand finals for this fall season, of course, of PMPL, all thanks to Oppo. But Pakistan, I'm sure, the kind of ups and downs that this region has showcased in this PMPL, nobody would have anticipated. But I'm definitely excited as to what's in store for us. Definitely a lot of aggression, definitely a lot of exciting games.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, there's no doubt at that because, especially when, in fact, how those final few matches occurred, yes, and all these, top tier teams just contesting for it. Everyone sort of being in that top 4, top 5 out there made the competition so much more exciting towards the very end. I mean, the difference is still there between I8 and Team BABLU, but again, if you talk about Team T20 QWERTY, I'm sorry, T20 QWERTY out there. If you talk about QWERTY, if they get a chicken dinner right from the very start, and then that's going to be amazing. I'm pretty sure with the kind of a lead that I8 have on themselves, they are going to have a run for their money because a lot of teams are going to try and take them down today.
Oh, most definitely. There's no two ways about it. For I8, I mean, they better be careful of all the angles. The 360 is what they need to be careful of as soon as they start moving and rotating out of either Los Leones or, again, when you talk about, of course, the Erangel map where they go towards the military base. But on the other front, another thing that we should actually bring up in the conversation is the final game that was showcased yesterday on Erangel from the side of Magnus itself. Now, the way Magnus played, they got the chicken dinner. 17 elimination chicken dinner is what they walked away with their fixes. So again, Magnus, it seems like finally they are also bringing up the A game that they've been showcasing since week 1 itself. The consistent play that they had been missing out, it seems to have started off yesterday. I don't know if that was a one-off. I do not want to be saying that because this is the grand final.
That was
and I want to be able to
for
see
now.
them exactly right. I want to be able to see them definitely showcase the exact same sort of a play and prowess today as well in all the games that they have remaining for themselves.
Still over here trying to be the champions is, of course, for Magnus going to be a long shot. No caps, because if they would have to do that, then they would have to have a perfect day today, like get 2 or 3 chicken dinners and ensure that I8, QWERTY or Quantum Rage do not fare off pretty well. And speaking of Quantum Rage, they also finally managed to get one of their chicken dinners and now are very solid at the 3rd spot. And still, there's a little bit of a difference, almost around 20 points plus. But this is what we've been talking about, right? This is where all the moolah gets distributed and divided, and $100,000 is on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, the first position getting $10,000 and the title to be the best team in the Pakistan region right now. And the top 6, of course, they move on to the SA Championships. That is also there as well. But the tournament MVP, we have $1,000 also on the line, and a lot of contenders are on there as well, because the way Gravity is playing, if he continues playing like that, I'm pretty sure he's gonna bag it. But you never know, you can get competition from the others as well. So many contenders for that. And league stages prize money has pretty much been divided already, $2,500 for every team that participated, including the ones that are not with us right now, the 4 teams that missed out in the league stages. But yes, this is pretty much the distribution. but how do you earn those money over there? By securing points. And it is again very standard. We have seen this for quite some while, but elimination points, 1 point for that, and that has sort of been the cherry on top of this cake.
Absolutely, but moving on ahead with the overall ranking itself, the storyboard as I call it, when it comes down to the way these teams have been playing, and of course this is something that me and Fixes just spoke about as well. I8, they are definitely leading the charge with 229 points, 4 chicken dinners in their name. Following them close up front is going to be of course T20 QWERTY on the second position with 192 points, but then look at Magnus Esports. I mean, yes, Quantum Rage is right there on the third spot. They have been trickled down based on how T20 QWERTY played, but Magnus Esports, a big jump. I mean, they were just falling down one by one based on the games that were played yesterday. But in the final game, they took charge and they, of course, got it all returned to them with fourth position. Fourth position jump is what they got, 165 points. But as Fixes so perfectly mentioned, it is going to have to be a perfect day for Magnus Esports, and at the same point in time, not that much of a good day for I8 Esports or T20 QWERTY to see Magnus up all the way on top of that totem pole. But right now, moving ahead, of course, Fixes on the second page. Now it is looking like a difficult, grim story for a few of these teams. Yes, 3x Esports on the 13th position has a chicken dinner with 109 points compared to, of course, 139 points of Team BABLU. So even to be in the top 8, yes, all of these teams in the second page have the opportunity today with the 6 games that are supposed to be played, but it's not going to be easy.
You know, honestly, I really feel that the competition is till the top 9 until and unless the ground is just pounce on with a chicken dinner of their own in the very starting of the start of the game. So that could be the case, but other than that, I really feel that the way these teams have been playing, right? Especially Team I8, the sort of consistency that they've been showing. This is what we were all talking about, right? This is what we were all anticipating. For them to stage a comeback, for them to prove their mettle of what they're made of, that is being the best team in this region. Last time they missed out, and this time they left no stones unturned in making sure that they had to be the best. They have proven it so far. But anything can happen today because it's the final day. I mean, few of those teams that do not have the chances of making it to the top 6, we can see a few more extra parachutes around that military base, or maybe on Los Leones or somewhere around that eastern side in Sanhok, around Kampong or Lakavi. So that is something that I8 really needs to watch out for. But again, this is a comparison that's been drawn between Magnus's own performances, league stages versus grand finals, and you can see the sort of a dip we have been witnessing. And this comes down to the fact that maybe it's the pressure, or maybe it's the team just the other teams just adapting to how Magnus usually plays. And we have seen on multiple occasions the rotations have been cut off so brilliantly by the others, and seems like every other team has their homework done to how to deal with Team Magnus, and they've been excelling so far. But Magnus did find some last respite yesterday, securing that 17 elimination chicken dinner.
Indeed, they definitely did, and that is perhaps a little too late of a bloom from their side. Maybe, maybe not. We're going to find out today, of course. But definitely, it is very, very clear in terms of the consistent play that was showcased from them in the league play stage itself has definitely gone down in the grand finals. Perhaps, like you perfectly mentioned, it could be the other teams understanding as to what Magnus is up to, cutting down their rotation. And this also, right, when it comes to map of Sanhok against 52 Esports, Magnus has been just pushing on again and again, and not able to get decent amount of placement points. That is where they lose out on so many of their players. But again, never mind all of that, because we want to be able to keep our fingers crossed, because we know Magnus Esports has the capability and the caliber to be able to deliver. But can they do so under pressure today?
That's the big question. Can they do it? Because they have the potential, of course, and they just have to go all out, right? Nothing left behind. Feel like there's no tomorrow if they want to contest for that top spot. Because top 6 pretty much looks stable for now. Unless up and until they just wet their beds today or something like that, or just had a bad early breakfast, maybe they might mess up. But apart from that, I do not really think that Magnus is gonna trickle things up or something. They're gonna stick to their basic strats, make sure that they play for the position points, and eventually get the chicken dinners to themselves, because 52 Esports, they've been right under their noses, right? Every single time in Sanhok, we have seen 52 Esports trying to, just get down at their drop spot, try and contest it out, and that has been such a thorn in for Magnus's side, because not only it delays their loot over there, that not only delays the rotation inside the circle, but also has a constant fear of getting casualties looming right over their head. That has sort of been a concern and hasn't really been addressed yet.
True.
And today in the final day, like we already discussed, Lakshay, there are going to be teams that won't really shy. There will be teams that will be jumping upon I8, would be wanting to try and take them down. Lots of discussions going on in every single team's boot camps right now as to how they intend to, start off. Because final day, when you have nothing to lose, you kind of tend to show your A game, right? Play without pressure, and that is where you do not really hesitate from engaging in fights. So we can at least witness those early skirmishes happening between all these teams, and all the top echelons that are right now, the top 4, top 6, they have to be so careful, because even getting a single player of their team finished off, that's going to be such a huge problem for them as they head on to the final stages of the game.
Exactly. I mean, you perfectly pointed out every single point that could be made for the side of course, Magnus, or perhaps against them as well. Because, I mean, one thing that I would rather ask or bring up one more point for Magnus or maybe against would be the fact that, what do you think when it comes down to the fight that's been going on, the rivalry that's now been brewing between these two teams, Magnus Esports and 52 Esports, especially on the map of Sanhok, where they know, I mean, both the teams know that they are going to be contesting against each other. For 52 Esports, it's a fair and square deal, right? Because they are sitting at the latter half of the leaderboard. They have all the opportunity to be able to, of course, make things difficult for Magnus Esports. But for Magnus, I mean, are they realizing that or not? But never mind, we'll come back to that question, I believe, Fixes, because right now it is the comparison for Regicide. Now, Regicide also is another team that I would love to definitely talk about, because you talk about how they did in week 3. They were sitting, or rather leading the charge in terms of the leaderboard for week 3, compared to the grand finals performance that they've got. A certain clear depth is being showcased from them. Yes, they are on the 8th position with 143 points, whereas on the 6th position is TUF with 148 points. So there is a possibility for Regicide to still be able to, push on and maybe by the end of the day find themselves in the top 6. But the performance that we saw from them, the consistency that we saw from them in week 3, it is definitely a different team that we're looking at in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think for, if you talk about Regicide, there have been few moments of brilliance from their side, the way they've been playing, especially if you talk about Regicide, Nocto and Knock really, come outstanding. But yesterday we also witnessed Baz step it up in few of those games. Today it's going to be really important for even Ashad to step up, because now, considering where Regicide really stand, there is a chance that they can make it to the top 6, right? Just have good games, because the threshold is not too much, because TUF, they're sitting at 148, tied up again with Freestyle with 148. But the next in our line does come down to Regicide, who already have 143. So Regicide, BABLU, FS, TUF, you're going to be witnessing that little middle order fight. And then again, Quraysh Esports, right? Now, this has been one of those teams that's quite unpredictable in the grand finals. There are games where they kind of tend to get the best of positions, but we have almost seen like 3 #2s from their sides. Just missing out on that chicken dinner. Have only managed to secure just 1. So today is going to be also another day where we want to see what Quraysh Esports are really made of, because can they handle pressure, because that is all the final day is about.
Absolutely. And for when, as you perfectly mentioned, for Quraysh as well as for Regicide, now for Quraysh Esports, they are doing fantabulously, but the ups and downs that are being showcased from them can very well be the downfall that they did not anticipate or predict for themselves. On the other front, for the side of Regicide, yes, there is a little bit of a spark that was showcased from them in the grand finals itself.
Yep.
But today is going to be the most critical day. The pressure levels are going to be so up above the heads as well, and that is where the teams are going to have to play it cool. They're going to have to play it safe, and in that we've seen a big change in terms of how I8 have approached those things, how calm down they've become in terms of when it comes to aggression. Yes, they're definitely there. When it comes to skill, yes, they're definitely there. The synergy is all point. At the same point of time, they understand when it comes down, when and how they should slow down the fight, how they should slow down the game. And that is where, of course, I8 have definitely come up on point. Now we need to see the same kind of performance perhaps from Regicide, same kind of change perhaps from Regicide, from Magnus Esports. On the other front, let's also bring up another conversation for the $1,000. That's going to be the MVP ranking.
Indeed. And well, Gravity is apparently leading the charts. Like I said, Voltrox not far behind, but Uzum, Ghost, they've also made sure that they're in the race as well. And if you're talking about, these are of course the stats of the grand finals only, because in the league stages, the boys had crossed a century marker. So Gravity certainly has been the find or the best player of this tournament, because coming in from last season to this season, he has improved by eons. So even Voltrox, he's sort of been one of the consistent players, right? The pillars for T20 QWERTY. Ever since he's been there, he's been delivering. But Uzum, leading the team from the front, might not show justice in terms of the statistics that we have in front of here, because he's the one who always puts his body on the line, right? He is the one who always goes out scouting the buildings. He is always the one, that it becomes the punching bag and creates those opportunities for Ghost or maybe IQ or even Blade, as a matter of fact. So Uzum being an IGL and doing so much and still getting 21 eliminations is a feat in itself. And this is what we were talking about Vaz as well. Now this is also one of those lads from Regicide that has stepped up massively during the grand finals. So has Tarzan. But for the other players out there, IQ again from I8, I think it was such a tough task to fill up Crypto's shoes, right? Because you are basically replacing the best player in Pakistan, and he somehow, I wouldn't say has surpassed Crypto, but he has exceeded expectations. Coming in from Quantum Rage, we knew how good he was during the spring split, and he has showcased that in the fall split as well. But yes, finally it's game mode on, and on the map, in fact on the schedule, it might just show we've got 6 matches for you guys. Well, it's pretty much the same old Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and the order repeats. But we have something extra for you. It's the final day. It's the grand finale, and we have 2 charity show matches, which include your favorite influences from Pakistan along with your favorite players battling it out against each other in the new map of Nusa. You've heard that right. And Lakshay, when we were just thinking that maybe Livik is too small, and this is even smaller. Exactly. It's a 1x1 map, and I can't really, speculate what these teams are gonna do, because it's so small, and it has it has a little amusement park. You've got 3 swimming pools in a mansion. I'd love to go there for a vacation, just without the weapons.
Absolutely. Indeed. I mean, that is just the perfect getaway spot in the PUBG world, PUBG Mobile world that we've got, thanks to the PUBG gods itself, thanks to, of course, well, again, the creativity that has been developed right there and showcased right there, right? But at the same point of time, now that creativity will need to be evolved a little bit, because as you were just pointing out, it is very difficult to fathom as to what exactly is going to go down. It is a guest map, it is going to be a charity map, and of course the games that will be played are going to be 2 in number, but all in all, it is going to be a very important one as well, because again, we were talking about how crucial it is to be able to support the community, and not only of course the esports community, but the humbleness of the entire the entire saga that itself is Pakistan region, and that of course will be supported by these charity games. And definitely I'm super excited, super stoked as to what exactly to anticipate. Absolutely no idea, because that is the best part about Pakistan region, that you ought to always be you're definitely going to be blown away, simply put, and no matter what your expectation and anticipation are going to be, in the end they're definitely going to be like out of the park as soon as you jump into the battleground from with these teams.
Yeah, I think it's gonna get so much more exciting, right? Between all these chaotic matches, between when things are getting very intense, just to loosen up the mood a little bit, because we know that there have been floods around in Pakistan, and people are going through rough times. But between all that, we need to stay united. We need to stick to one another. Show some love to everybody out there in the region. Try to help people as much as we can, and this is such an important day, because we get to send some message to all the viewers out there who are watching this broadcast, not just in Pakistan but throughout the world. And that's such a nice initiative by PUBG Mobile to make sure that we're all together, divided by nations but united by our love for this game, and even within our nation, just trying to unify and stand with each other when dire circumstances occur. But this brings us, well, we'll talk up more about that, but now time for business. Lakshay, predictions.
Oof.
Who do you think is gonna get that first chicken?
Well, I think I know where you're going. I think you would go in with I8.
Nope.
No?
I want some
masala. Okay. All right. Well. If that's the case, then you know what? I've got it written right here again. I mean, I go with my heart every single time. So therefore, I'm going to go with T20 Query.
No way.
No, did I read your mind right now?
You are definitely doing some mind reading these days in your free time, aren't you? Because I really thought I wanted T20 Query to win this one because it is, of course, Miramar, their strongest map so far in the Grand Finals. They've always excelled, and so have I. Nothing taken away. But
Indeed.
What is the Grand Finals if there's no contestation for that number one spot? So I think today it's going to be a unanimous test. Maybe we both are going to be going up with T20 QWERTY, and hopefully we don't curse it, and Shadow's been having a tough time.
Exactly right. So before we do that, before we curse the desk with the first game itself, let me change the status. Let me change the stature right here as to where and how we're going to be bringing up the prediction. You wanted a little bit of masala itself, right?
Okay.
I8 we know are very comfortable and confident. So is the case for T20 QWERTY. And therefore, I'm going to go with Magnus. Magnus had a really good ending yesterday on the map of Erangel. They haven't had a good Miramar game throughout the Grand Finals. In fact, if at all anything, they've been the ones getting eliminated from the down below, from the 16th or the 14th or the 13th position very so often in the Grand Finals. But perhaps the change that we saw from them yesterday, the momentum that we saw from them yesterday, could be the one that could perhaps get this game for themselves. So let's bring in a little bit more masala and let's see if at all Magnus can bring this first chicken dinner in their favor.
So I'm just gonna swoosh my magic wand out there, and trying to change it. And before I did, it already changed, and it is telepathy. It was just a gimmick, right? Like everything magic in the world. But coming back to the discussion, I kind of believe in what you just said, right? Magnus, they still were experimenting things in day number 2, because day number 2 was horrendous for them, not the way they wanted. And yesterday they got back to the basics. And in the map of Erangel, they're one of their strongest maps. They managed to secure the highest finishes chicken dinner, that is 17. So they have been doing good in Erangel, but Miramar has sort of been a little off for them. Like every single time, there's so many teams surrounding them. Sometimes they just walk into some traps being laid for them. Sometimes they kind of get engaged in different fights. They have fights going early on. Miramar early game is all about Magnus and all the other teams. But that being said, here we are on with the games for the evening. The final day, ladies and gentlemen. Fasten your seatbelts, because we are going all the way from La Cabrera towards Puerto Paraiso. And we will find out who gets the chicken dinner over here. But Blotter, where do you think the circle's gonna head out?
I would love for it to take us towards El Pozo actually this time around. Haven't seen Critterfield, El Pozo being the ones in the Grand Finals at least. Or, even better, would be going down south towards Vela del Mar, towards Prison. Where maybe if BABLU decide to go, would be the perfect opportunity for them to take the bait and, perhaps even walk away with the chicken dinner. These are the two. Basically, majorly I'm favoring the zone to be towards the western side, either north or south. But let's see. Let's see how exactly are the PUBG gods going to be treating us as well as the teams for this first game of the Grand Finals right here in the Pakistan Fall split. But with that, a big change being showcased from BABLU as well, as they're going to be dropping down towards Puerto Paraiso. And Puerto Paraiso is something that is a different drop that we've not yet seen from the side of this team. But hey, look at that. We've got the Northern Zone. 52 Esports ought to be feeling very, very glad and happy. So could be the case for H2E as well. But now it boils down to all of these other big names that are outside the zone. We've got I8, Los Leones, right? North Esports, Los Leones, Magnus with a very questionable split. Not necessarily, but definitely a divided team is what we see from the side of Magnus as we start this day off. But let's see as to how is it going to play out as the game progresses on forth.
Taking a look at this particular circle, I'm starting to speculate if BABLU are just gonna head over towards Valdemar, or maybe try and get to Montenuevo ASAP, because nobody seems to be headed over there. Montenuevo is one of those cities which is left vacant as of now, and nobody shows interest. TUF, of course, gets down at Chumacera. So Team Magnus have just made a few little tweaks still around La Bendita, but they would want some initial early loot, and they would want to get inside the circle a little bit quicker. I think that is the exact intention that they are trying to show over here. But this is one of the other zones that we have seen quite often, right, Blotter? Because we've seen the circle kind of heading towards that eastern side of El Pozo, somewhere where 3X Esports are already well stationed at. So unless and until the circle takes a massive curveball, goes maybe towards the OSS or maybe even La Cobrilla, I'm going to take that with open arms. Otherwise, the teams know exactly what they have to do, because we know there are a few teams that kind of take that high ground spot pretty early and benefit from this. Now, T20 Qwerty is in a good position. They have San Martin. All they have to do is make some quick early rotations. If they can just take down the players of 3X, then they have a very solid chance in holding the center, and as a result of which their chances of getting the chicken dinner will further increase. But talking about chances increasing, a team has certainly decreased their chances of getting a chicken dinner by just having 3 players in the lobby. I do not know what happened. Did they just give up too early or something? R3D, they're playing with 3 players.
True. I noticed that as well, and exactly the same thought that you had is exactly what I thought about as well. Have they given up, or is it just a connectivity issue that they faced in the first match itself? Well, we are definitely going to come back to that, because we want to be able to see the players of R3D try and bring in a lot of chaotic mess, if nothing else, right here in this game, because that is what is going to make things that much more interesting and that much more lucrative. And again, it is the battleground. You never know how things are going to be falling down, and it could very well be a chance that R3D might find in their favor and capitalize and walk away with a chicken dinner, which again is definitely going to be appreciated. So fingers crossed that they do have the 4th player join in the other remaining games of the day. But right now, as we do of course have just the first game, it is going to be a 3-man army from R3D. With that, only 4.5 minutes in, as we move across from one team to the next, we've got the Grounders on our screen. Grounders sitting right now at a comfortable 10th position, 123 points, and then there's a big jump that they need to be able to climb, because on above them is going to be BABLU on the 9th position with 139 points. So for the side of the Grounders, they're going to have to play it extreme to get over BABLU, and then of course the main agenda right here ought to be for all the teams to be a part of course top 6. If you're at the latter half of the leaderboard, top 6 is the main agenda that you should be working towards, because that is where you get a chance to participate in SA Championship and also represent Pakistan.
Yeah, I mean, that is also something that we're giving away, right? 6 slots for the SA Championship, and the race is on between at least 9 teams as of now, hoping that the Grounders have a really good game in this one, and also try and play it out. But
ouch.
Thankfully, to Kratos' mercy, the gods have bestowed him with another pickup truck of his own, so it's fine. I mean, he lost a Mirado, got a bigger vehicle that can provide more solid cover to him. Just not faster though, it's fine. That's something that I'm happy. Because for me, the best vehicle in Miramar, honestly, is this buggy, right? You can get to go around the terrains. You don't have any issues with everything. You can also, you're able to build cover, and yeah, it kind of provides stability once you're just driving it up. And we have seen players doing bizarre things, like a vertical climb right up. So that's going to be interesting. And yeah, this is exactly the zone where we're going to see a few teams going up top the hills. And more often than not, I think TUF love to do that. Even the players of 3X like doing that. If so can be the case with Team Star also. So I'm kind of excited in what these teams are going to be trying to put forth. But for now, the entire drama has all been about just trying to get that center spot for yourself, right? The center of the zone, and stick around, maybe wait for the next circle shift, and then think about your next course of action.
Absolutely, and that is where perhaps we can anticipate our first elimination. Perhaps with that, we've got 52 Esports on top with Mojo taking on shots against the players of 3x. Where of course it was not Mojo, no Dojo from the other angle actually has been able to take on the fiery shots against the players of 3x. As we were just talking about it, as Fixes mentioned, 3x love to get up on top of these mountains, and they've done so many times on the map of Miramar. But this time around, it seems like 52 Esports were a little bit more swift in terms of their approach in doing so, and that in turn has resulted in Kratos going down. It is going to be very difficult for a revival to be showcased right there, and that in turn is going to be perhaps the end of one of the players. That's going to be, of course, Kratos. At the same point in time, 52 Esports will be the one opening up the first blood situation right here, and that is going to be the end of that situation for 3x. Of course, 3x are now left with just a 3-man army, and now are going to have to fall back to the compound. Now, as they do fall back, this is looking very difficult for 3x because the Grounders team has pounced upon. I'm not sure if the Grounders know. Yep, they definitely know. We can see Evil Boy perfectly cooking up that nade, and that in turn, he can clearly see the head. Oh, come on. That is going to be the end of course, Miracle right there. With a perfect nade cooked and a little bit of spray coming in with the UMP is going to be another end for 3x Esports, where they are now left with, I believe, only 2 players surviving.
I mean, I think the buggy sort of gave it away, right? The moment he parked his vehicle, he found a buggy, and like, oopsie, there might be someone who is scared, and then he just goes into that other little space and finds that the head is visible. It was an easy knock and finish, and it's a nightmare for 3x. And sometimes I really feel that the vehicles they have taken have sort of dug their graves today, because Kratos, we saw his vehicle kind of just getting hammered down, pummeled with bullets, and then he had to step out in the open, got just completely shredded apart. But after that, even the other player, right, even Miracle's buggy flipped for once, and I felt for a moment maybe the vehicles are rigged. And now we could see he just had no ill intentions. All he wanted to do was just park and stay quiet and try to earn those position points. But this is exactly something that you ought to be expecting, right? When you're playing center, this is basics. You have to stick together, because a lot of teams will try to contest for the areas that you're holding, and that is something that was unplanned for the players of 3x, and now they've got to pay that price. So taking those early 2 casualties, it's going to be interesting to see how they come out through, because now again, like predicted, the zone's heading towards that crater field area, and 52 Esports have already gotten good vantage points. They have the best weapons. I think one of their players did have an SLR with an 8 times. The perfect weapon you need. Dishes out the damage. You've got that scope. You've got that vision. You won't require a lot of bullets. Just keep tapping your way through. Keep getting those bodies. But Tyrant, well, way from a little bit just beside his teammate, has spotted out the players of Freestyle. It's all information that he's just collecting and relaying to his partner.
Well, it's more than just information right now. It seems like 3x Esports' Tyrant, he does not want to stay quiet. He wants to be able to take down the player. And what a perfect shot that was from such a far away distance. And that in turn is going to be the end of FS Zarbaf, one of the biggest names for FS right now in terms of the approach that FS have been having. But indeed, with the 3-man army, they are going to be pushing on along with their luck. Of course, it was Malik. No, it was Momtu and Malik as well who were able to take on shots against the players of T20 Quoti, but T20 Quoti have also retaliated, and at the same point in time, there's a third party against the players of FS themselves as they took on shots, as the Grounders have now brought them down to their knees. So the players of FS, they're left with just a 1-man army, and they need to get that revival. They need, and Malik goes down as well. This is going to be a tough luck situation for FS in this game, as Wasi is the only sole bearer of all of this pressure.
Yeah, and this is something that they really did not anticipate, did they? Because FS, being one of those teams that are in contention for getting that top 6 spots, they are being taken down one after the other, and finally even just QWERTY chime in, get those 2 finishes, get those extra 2 points, and are now just slow, kind of closing in the gap that they've built with I8. But more than that, it's going to be very important for them to secure a chicken dinner, and also try and ensure that I8 go down early. But I8, sneaky as ever, just rotating from that southern side, finding that opening just beside North Esports, they'll have no trouble whatsoever. And I'm pretty sure today I8, they're gonna be at least a little bit careful for the first 3 games. You know, if they have like that 50 points lead, then they're just gonna go ballistic, all guns blazing. But for now, 3x, despite losing out on 2 of their players, still holding on strong to the mountains over there. And it's a smart idea because it's quite difficult, even if you land a knock, to try and push. As long as you're within your good cover, there's nothing much to worry about.
Absolutely. And with that, oh wow, the creative field zone is what we're going to be looking at. TUF with a perfect control of the zone is going to be finding themselves pretty much in the center. Along with that, for the other teams, it is a big shift that they're going to have to now work towards. I8 were already on the move from the down south, as the Arj is going to continue on forth. With that, we've got Quraysh Esports in the crosshairs of the players of T20 Qwerty, and T20 Qwerty have been able to already get 3 elimination points confirmed. So they are yet just getting warmed up, because we can clearly see that for the players of T20 Qwerty, all of them are playing very synergistically. All of them are pretty much together, bunched up as they take on shots. They're keeping a check of all the individual teams around them. With that new record being showcased from I8, 400 team elimination. First to reach 400 team elimination is going to be the players of I8.
It's getting so much more intense over here. Quantum Rage's Goku finding himself out of this game as of now. R3D have already lost out on 2 of their players, just a lonesome player, Walker. And he's got to be careful though. Wants to get as many finishes as he can at this point. Spraying down upon that minivan, looking for a knock. Did manage to dish out a substantial amount of damage, maybe on one of those players, but it's all right. I mean, nothing much, not a lot of harm being done from his side. Will eventually decide to retreat. Now, taking a look at the map feed, I mean, again, this is where TUF have such a promising position. Team BABLU, they do not want to take those early engagements. For a moment, it felt that I8 had a very clean route entry inside the circle. But now it's going to be contested. North Esports are nearby, and I8 are exactly picking up that fight. They know it's very important to take them down quick and early. Otherwise, they could be a pain later on in the final stages of the game. Can backstab them from behind.
That's exactly what I8 are, of course, keeping a check on. On the other front, North Esports, of course, they're on the run, as we just saw, making their play into the crosshairs of H2E. Very close in vicinity. They made a rotation from the players of the Grounders as well. Now, for the players of H2E, they've got a lot of information. They know an entire team of 4 players is in those compounds right in front of them, which is going to be the players of the Grounders, and far out and about is going to be the players of North Esports running away from the crosshairs of I8 themselves. Of course, for now, we saw that in the kill feed. North Esports have already lost one of their players. That's going to be Maxi. So now, for North Esports, they're going to be out in the open. They found themselves in a decent position, pretty much, when it comes to the zone, but sadly, their information has already been spotted out, and all of the players, apart from, of course, well, again, Roshan, with the smoke wall that is created and the blow up of course, the Jeep itself, of this pickup itself, is going to be clearly an indication of I8 as to where the players are. For the other 2 players, Avenger OP as well as his teammate Emmer, well, they just gave away their exact position to the Grounders as well as H2E. So a tough luck situation that is brewing for the players of North Esports. But let's see, the flank that has been created from Avenger OP, will that be able to satisfy the survival of Roshan or not?
You know, at this point, North Esports, they just want to capitalize on that little high ground. But look at this. You know, Khan in a top spot. Voltrux is trying to, get in closer to the players of TUF. They want to play with fire, but in the meanwhile, Khan 420 has been dealt with by the players of Team BABLU. Trying to take control, and this is getting worse. Slowly but surely for T20 Qwerty. Kind of in the out, and Blade just has his vehicle blown. And TUF enjoying that little high ground advantage, spotting everything out from the far off fray. And now Edgar, he's got free eyes on, another player of I8, Uzim, having taken some massive amount of damage. So all the top tier teams are taking so much casualties over here, as Uzim also falls down. But Fan having covers from that little warehouse that he is, trying to just spray down a couple of bullets. So is Zibyan. Thor having his position spotted out, but Gravity and Voltrux have kind of inched in a little close, just making sure they kind of keep Saad guessing of where their position really is. But Ghost has spotted out Gravity. The question is, when is he gonna let loose off the triggers? Because if he does, Quraysh and 3x, they're gonna both be after him.
Exactly, just a little bit of noise is what he needs to make, and that is probably going to be the demise that IA did not anticipate, and that is why we can see that he's being very careful about that trigger discipline. On the other front, BABLU, I mean, they have gotten themselves in a very, very good position from the western side of the zone itself, that they made the entry. They made an entry from the south and then moved on towards the western side, and right now they've got themselves with a 2-1-1 split, and that is working out beautifully for them because they've got information on so many teams. They are bringing down the players of so many individual teams that are in front of them, and they have all of the zone, all the western zone to them. With that, of course, in the kill feed, we can clearly see TUF are taking on shots against the players of T20 QWERTY as the grounders get busy with H2E that we were a part of a little minute ago as well, where the grounders were stuck in a small little shack, or rather a small little compound. Right above them was H2E, but H2E got a little bit of a lost mess. That was Dread falling down by, of course, being too high up on the mountain. He was just not careful enough, I guess. That in turn has resulted in H2E and the grounders battling it out against each other, taking on shots against each other, and of course bringing down their players as well. There's numbers.
Oh, Avenger was sort of in the no man's land, and it has all become, it has all come down or boiled down to who has the higher ground, who has this best spot. It's just, it's all the DMRs in action today. We're getting to see a lot of it as Sultana gets finished off. Courtesy to the players of Team Magnus, who had just knocked him outside the circle, will fall into, or rather give up over there. But now at this point, Joker knows exactly where Amir is. All he needs to do is wait for him to come out of his hiding, and the moment he does that, he's gonna get taken down. But not really the way he had projected this grenade to go. But for now, finally, I mean, TUF in such a brilliant spot, but it all comes down to that next circle shift, which is gonna favor the players of H2E at this point. And it's going to be interesting to see what H2E can pull out, considering, they've got their players split up from each other. TUF still inside the circle, still have that high ground, and they're going to be holding on to it for a couple of more minutes.
Indeed, I mean, for TUF as well, they've got a split going on. With that, we move on towards the players of Magnus, who have been able to eliminate the players of Team Star, and they also stopped the rotation of Regicide as well. That is why we see 7 elimination points in favor of Magnus Esports. That is right now making a rotation from the northern side of the zone. But talking about H2E, as Fixes mentioned, they are in the zone, but they are split up, and that split could very well be a very difficult conversion in terms of getting towards the chicken dinner. But right here on our screens, we do have I8's final player, Uzum, getting closer and closer to the players of BABLU. Right now, he's trying to, of course, make a rotation from the western side of the zone to get in, but he does not know that Team BABLU is going to be waiting. Along with that, Team TUF Saad is going to be taking on shots against the players of 3x. As 3x's Mary goes down, Tyrant taking a lot of damage from the Blues, as we do have, of course, Quraysh Esports also not looking too good because they are out in the open, and of course, Rafai thought that he's going to be covered from that angle. Not going to be the case. He's already lost out on 2 of his teammates. And from the back lines, that is probably going to be the end of Quraysh Esports, as well as maybe even 3x.
Maybe. As Tyrant, he's the lonesome survivor, has just managed to secure 3 finishes and has certainly, over-exceeded in terms of what he had to play around with, right? Starting off, they had 2 of their players getting lost out. Team Magnus, however, taking that northern area of the zone. And Uzum, he just wants to survive. He just wants to secure as much position points. Because the way they're playing right now, that's exactly what QWERTY and IRA are going to be looking forward. Cannot let the other teams close in the gap. But H2E, having spotted the players of the Grounders, Evil Boy right in front of him, just sprays down at his direction. Few more taps and he might get taken down. And there you go. JD making sure, gets that finish. And now the Grounders are left with just 3.
Absolutely. I mean, for the side of H2E, I mean, Johnny Sins, he is definitely the man to be very wary of, as right there from a shaky angle, he's taken on those perfect shots against the rotating team of the Grounders. On the other front, it seems like Magnus is also going to be chiming in along with the smoke wall that, of course, the Grounders thought is going to be able to help them out. It's just not working out. On the other front, from the backlines, it's going to be, of course, I8 final player Uzum, who seems to be able to dominate, as we do have 2 of the players of Magnus going down as well. Finisher all by his lonesome, faster in the backlines. A very tricky position that Magnus is in right now, as the revival is going to be very, very difficult on the other front as we move back again to the players of H2E. Well, they're taking on those shots. They're bringing down the players. They've got all 4 players standing from the side of H2E. And right now, it's going to be TUF from the high ground bringing down and taking on those sprays against the players of Magnus's rotating team as well. The 2-man split that, of course, we saw from the side of Magnus has been able to, for now, give that revival. But now their position has been compromised. And that, in turn, means the rotation that they are anticipating is going to be that much more difficult to get into the zone.
Yeah, and especially it all comes down to how the terrain is formed, right? TUF pretty much have the best spot in the circle right now. They've got that high ground, they've got all their teams trying to close in, and they don't even have to engage in any of these fights. Just let them all fight it out, and eventually when the time comes, just go out and get those final eliminations, get those chicken dinners. But if the circle takes another huge shift and the zone goes away from them, then it's going to be a little troubling. But for now, Faster has managed to take down Fan in the process. But Saad making sure gets that finish for himself. And at this point, you know, H2E just clinging on to those rocks over there. But Zen trying to fight his way through. Team Magnus have also been doing pretty well, especially in trying to get those 7 finishes. And they do not seem to be stopping at just that. As the grounders have also been dealt with. 6 finishes is how they get eliminated. As bodies are falling down, teams are also getting taken down. But for now, Drawlin, he's been knocked over by Tarzan from H2E, the best performer so far from this particular team.
Absolutely, as we do, of course, have on the other front, TUF also bringing down the players of H2E. Earlier, we saw Johnny Sins going down thanks to, of course, Magnus's approach. And now Magnus is faster, is going to be, of course, eliminating the possibility of Johnny Sins getting up on his feet, as we do have him taking on shots and sprays. And that, in turn, has resulted in H2E going down to a 2-man squad as of now. But up above is going to be, of course, the players of TUF as well. So H2E, in a world of trouble, in a sandwich situation, is where they find themselves. For the side of Team BABLU, they've made a really good push, but now to get up above, they're going to have to get out in the open. As soon as they get out in the open, Magnus is definitely going to be waiting. So for now, BABLU, the best decision that they can possibly make, which they are doing so, is to just stay quiet, just stay hidden and wait for the next 10 seconds, because the zone is what is going to be forcing and, of course, showcasing as to where and what these teams should be doing, and pushing or not is all going to be based on what the zone does. So right now, they're all patiently waiting another 2 seconds and 1, and that is where we will see a shift in the zone. And once again, it helps out the players of TUF, and for Magnus, it is a tough luck situation.
It certainly is. I mean, at this point, you know, Team Magnus just getting saved from those little riches that they have from that low ground, but they will have to get inside the circle, and they will have to deal with the wrath of H2E. All they need to do over here is find that perfect grenade to make their way inside the zone, because H2E, they kind of cornered to that particular space. Few good usage of the utility that they have, and that could get the job done, or maybe try to, you know, bait out Drawling in diverting their attention, and then Finisher and Zen along with Faster can get this job done. That's the only available route that they have to play around with. But for now, Team Magnus all uniting at that one front, still outside the zone. And TUF, look at them, just well split apart. Voltrux, however, he's managed to secure that top 5 position for his team. But how deeper can he dig?
Indeed, because he's all by his lonesome. The best thing for him to do right now is to be as quiet as a rock, and that's what he's doing perfectly for the side of T20 Quirty. On the other front, for BABLU, of course, they do realize the zone has moved away. 57 meters is what they're going to have to move. On the left, of course, is a big rock that they cannot climb, and that in turn is pushing them towards the position of course, H2E as well as Magnus pushes away from that edge and ridge, and thus pushes them against the players of TUF with the nade parade going on ahead. It is now the possibility for either Voltrux or the players of course, Magnus to be able to dominate, because again, in the sandwich situation, could very well be the players of TUF. But all in all, the X factor will go in favor of H2E and Team BABLU. But let's see how exactly is the approach going to be created from the side of this team of BABLU, as we do have them slowly but steadily approaching. But sadly, it's been Zebian who's been caught up in the spray, and that in turn is going to be him going and falling down. Not entirely sure if it was H2E or Magnus, who was able to bring down Zivian, but thankfully his teammates are going to be there to be able to give that revival, and it is going to be Magnus. Faster is the one who's taking care of that angle, and that in turn is of course the reason why we do see the players of BABLU slowly but steadily going around, and it is going to be H2E perhaps going to be able to steal the deal right there and steal those elimination points from Magnus's play.
Look at TUF, ever so comfortable, just waiting for all these teams to try and close in. But this is where Team Magnus, they are doing the impossible. They are trying to close in the gap, and they still have all 4 of their players alive. And this is looking like a big finishing game for them. They certainly have dug in and gotten more than they could have wanted at this point, and slowly but surely they're gaining back that form, that momentum that they had kind of slipped out on. But for now, TUF, they just want to make a push. Virus trying to get some information for his teammates over here, has created a good flank angle. But have Team Magnus snuff him out? That's the big question, because Drolin, he is going even wider. He's trying to create some sounds, trying to, keep them guessing, or maybe get some meds or some utility. Has managed to secure a few first aids, getting those ammunitions replenished. But it is a little bit silent over here, as we've got to see if they can do anything around. Edgar still having that higher ground, still on top of that roof of that building. But Drolin has that one grenade. If he can land that knock, could get that perfect opening. But in the midst of it all, look at Voltrox. He could just take down Joker. Indeed, he does that. Wants to go in for that finish. But I think he's been eliminated. And there you go. Team TUF. This is the opening that they never wanted. They have been under dire circumstances as the push comes in from Magnus's side. Drolin will eventually want to recover, wants to get himself patched up. And then Team Magnus might decide to push in, because Virus, he's been dealt with. Now it is a 3v4 situation, and Magnus, they are possibly doing it.
They definitely are, with the nade creating the opening right here. It is going to be the perfect squad that they needed, as Zen going to be able to, with the UMP, bring down a perfect spot. And from the back light, it is going to be Drolin taking on a perfect shot, as now it all boils down to a first 2v1 situation where Edgar was the final player remaining from the side of TUF. And with that, Magnus, a perfect synergistic push is what resulted in them walking away with this beautiful chicken dinner, pushing themselves to the 3rd spot based on the way this team has been playing since yesterday's final game. This is a miraculous controlled play coming in from the side of this team of Magnus, as they are able to walk away with a chicken dinner, and that too not an easy one. 16 eliminations is what they got, along with of course 15 points for the chicken dinner, 31 points in total, overall ranking pushing themselves to the 3rd spot. They started off from the 4th, now they pushed on to the 3rd. T20 Qwerty was still there, the final player. But boy oh boy, this is looking like I8, the lead that I8 had created, it is being caught upon.
It is certainly, and especially I8 getting eliminated early on. It looked like, this was TUF's game to lose, and they literally lost it. I think, Qwerty had a huge role to play, especially Voltrox. That one knock over there from the backline, that is where the entire, fortress was just shredded apart. That is exactly the sort of opening that Team Magnus needed. Once he was dealt with, and there was panic and chaos in TUF's department, and Team Magnus knew they had to capitalize, just went in with that push, and TUF were just left stranded, and they had no other options. And what an amazing start has it been, especially Team Magnus just closing in that gap in the grand finals. And if they keep on, if they get 2 more of that, we're gonna count them in for trying to battle it out for that top spot. And Team Magnus, what a way. 17 finishes chicken dinner, then get a 16 finishes chicken dinner, and now on the path of getting a hat-trick for themselves. They are definitely on a roll. But that being said, we're going to be heading for a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
It's a
Whoa. What a game. What a start, Lakshay. I'm telling you. This is getting so much more intense, especially with Magnus getting this win. But, talking about this zone, I think it was quite anticipated. It was...
True.
Likewise, it was all about trying and getting that higher ground, which TUF eventually did. And that Western Circle shift favoring them massively. And all these teams just trying to close in. But Team Magnus, imagine, rotating all the way from La Bendita. From what I can remember, they took that northern route up and they fought their way in and took every single fight against all adversities and managed to get that chicken dinner. A beautiful, well-earned one. And Joker, however, had to be the MVP, of course. 971 points of damage, 6 eliminations. Well deserved for this lad. A really good game, even for TUF as well.
Most certainly. I mean, if only they were a little more proactive about the perfect hill that they had, mountain, in fact, is what I'm saying, the mountain shed that they had in control, because Voltrix was right behind them. Had they been a little bit more proactive in that to be able to cover the area, this game definitely should have been theirs. There's nothing denying that. But nevertheless, a really good game working out for these teams. In fact, all three of them, Magnus, TUF, as well as T20 QWERTY. But moving on ahead with that, when it comes down to the player in focus, we have TUF and Magnus through and through. Starting all the way from, of course, Magnus sitting on the second position right there with Roland, Faster, 7 and 5 eliminations respectively. Moving ahead towards Team TUF, where Joker's teammates are going to be found, Virus and Edgar, with 4 and 2 eliminations of their own. So a perfect outing for them to start the day off of the final day of the Grand Finals. But moving on ahead towards the Grand Final itself, Magnus walked away with a chicken dinner. TUF found themselves on the second spot. But in all, it was H2E, based on the number of eliminations that they were able to accumulate for themselves, find them at the third spot.
Oh yeah, 31 points for Magnus. This is amazing. Even 26 for TUF. Like we said, we're liking it. H2E still trying to put up a fight. Still have a lot to offer, a lot to fight for. But QWERTY, 13 points is exactly what they needed. Now the difference has been reduced by 10 since I8 got 3. And Team BABLU still somehow managing to scrape their way with 7. So again, for BABLU, they need bigger games than this. The Grounders, 10 points, nothing too shabby. Because 6 eliminations is fine, that they can live with that. They need a few more circles to themselves. We knew there was this one occasion where the Grounders managed to get a chicken dinner in Miramar in the strongest maps. Still, nothing to scoff at. But Freestyle, I think they're going to be a little bit more alert and alarmed, because now Freestyle haven't secured anything in this particular game. And from here onwards, well, we have to see what happens next, because now just 5 more games remain, and only one more Miramar games remains. And the next matchup is going to be in Sanhok. So in Sanhok, we know what's going on. We've seen a lot of those eastern circles. Yesterday, we did get to see something happening around that southern one. So I'm really excited to see where the zone goes. And this time, actually, Lakshay, even I would want the circle to go towards that western island. I mean, if that happens, the Grounders have a good chance in getting a chicken dinner, because they kind of drop over there. And, well, that will spice things up for that top 6 spot that we're talking about.
Absolutely. But again, before we jump into that, we do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments to recap as to what all just went down right here in this game. And of course, to start things off, it was a chaotic mess where FS, sadly, I mean, they were destroyed actually. They were just thrashed all across from all the different angles. And this is where I tried to make an entry into the zone from the southern side, but there were just so many teams already just perfectly setting up with a bait. That in turn was taken on by I8, and of course the shots resulted in them leaving out with only one final player remaining.
Oh yeah, I mean, for I8, it was all about trying to get inside the circle and their players just getting caught over there, right? And they were kind of out of options. What could they possibly do? And now at this point, TUF just kind of ripping them apart. But this is where just moments before we saw Virus getting taken down, and Edgar was clearly out of options. And yeah, as a result, Magnus, beautiful comeback by these lads, well deserved. They're having that Cinderella story going on, and Finisher and Faster, if they can pull off the impossible today, I think they're going to be etched in the history of PUBG Mobile Pakistan to, just kind of get those back-to-back, championships in the PMPL. I think Finisher and Faster, 2 of those players that were in 52 Esports before this. but now they've made their way. But taking a look at the damage graph, one side we see TUF with that huge tower, 2.6k plus points of damage. They had that higher ground, but Team Magnus, well, 16 eliminations for this team, and they had to fight their way inside the circle. I surely go for the latter. I love what Magnus did and how they played.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, these two teams, they took a massive chunk of the lobby by themselves itself, right? We're talking about what, 30 players in total that these two teams were able to eliminate off of the 64, and in that, again, we need to then bring down the number of players remaining, because 4 from Magnus, 4 from TUF, so not a lot of players were left, not a lot of fodder was left for any other team to be able to participate in terms of the elimination points. The Grounders did really well in that, with of course 1479 damage. Same is the case for H2E based on the position that they were in, but sadly for the others there wasn't much left, as they were just stuck in a lot of fights, but sadly not a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, and that's a little concerning. And yeah, I think even when you talk about Quraysh Esports, like I said, they've been so random, right? There are games when they kind of over exceed expectations, and there are the games where they literally have no effect. But taking a look at how things stand right now, just the difference is getting in closer. QWERTY surely inching in, but Magnus, now they're on QWERTY's tails and having toppled over Quantum Rage. So Team Magnus definitely on the hype train. They have gotten that momentum, but the next game is going to be very crucial for them, because Sanhok has sort of always been their Achilles heel for this, for this particular team. Ever since 52 Esports, they've been causing so much trouble to them. So if they have a good Sanhok game, then I'm pretty sure, and get a chicken dinner, then maybe that the dreams of getting that #1 will for sure come true.
Well, I don't know if I should say this or not. I kind of pointed it out in the pregame segment. Magnus, they need to leave that Paradise Resort, is what I think fixes. I mean, they take it to their heart, they take it to their brain, they take it to their mind, and that in turn results in them deciding that, all right, you know what? We're going to jump onto the Paradise Resort. We're going to show them that this is ours. And that in turn results in, all right, good fights. They walk away with points, but that in turn also results in them walking away with not all 4 players surviving. So why do we want to be a part of that fight early in the early moments of the game itself? For which, of course, 52 Esports, they have no reason to back down. They have no reason to back out. So I don't know. That's what I think. But nevertheless, they definitely are on the climb. They're definitely on the rise for the side of Magnus Esports. But as we move away, we also do see Team BABLU pushing on from the 9th to the 8th position with 146 points, only 2 points shy of that 7th position. And there is definitely a chance for Team BABLU to also move into the top 6, as they are already on the first page in the top 8. But moving ahead from there, now this is where battle is going to get that much more trickier. Red side find themselves on the 9th spot, with of course 144 points. 10 points shy is going to be the Grounders positioned on the 10th.
H2E, I mean, at this point, few more good games is what is required, because even H2E, they were kind of out of options, right? H2E could have, not done much, especially when they were kind of in a bit of a precarious spot, right? They were stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally also. Magnus, TUF, both of them were on their heads. 3x Esports, despite a very rough start, Tyrant still managed to get 3 finishes and a decent position points. I mean, they got more than what they bargained for. But the others, right? That is where the concern arises. And I really want to see how far are they're gonna hold on to themselves, because North Esports, then H2E, in fact, I'm sorry, apologies there, North Esports, then 52, then R3D, they're just gonna go all out in a little while. And taking a look at the schedule, it's gonna be Sanhok next, the Rainforest that we have been talking about, and it's all gonna happen, and I'm so excited for it.
Absolutely, it is going to be a very important game for these teams, of course, as the numbers are going down. The numbers definitely are going down. We're left with only 5 games remaining, before which we find out who the grand finale champions are going to be for Pakistan PMPL. At the same point of time, who those top 6 teams are. We already see BABLU climbing up to the occasion, moving on into the first page of the leaderboard itself. But in all, now comes down to the point. That is the prediction itself, right, Fixes? We need to now talk about who do we think is going to be walking away with a chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok. Signing off from you, what are your predictions going to be? What team do you anticipate to walk to get this chicken?
I mean, you just got a prediction right, and you've also closed in the gap. Now it's just one remaining. So going to be very careful with what I'm going to be, hoping for over here. I do not know. I mean, it's going to be so tough. I think I just want to go on the hype train again today. This time it's going to be Magnus hype train. Let's go.
All right.
Let's get that hat trick home. Magnus have done this in the past, and I feel,
Indeed.
with the kind of a form that they are in, they certainly can pull it off in this game. All they have to do is, like you said, maybe take your advice, maybe just go away from Paradise Resort. It's going to be risky, but at this time, you need to take those risks to reap those
Exactly.
rewards.
Indeed, I will definitely agree with you. I mean, if they do that, then this game has to be theirs. With the momentum that the team of Magnus Esports is rolling along with, it has to be their game. But that's only if they decide to listen to the strategy rather than the mind and the heart going against each other with 52 Esports' battle and rivalry that's taken over. But on the other front, for me, I want to be going ahead with a team that, again, has not really had a good game in the Grand Finals, especially on the map of Sanhok. It's going to be Regicide.
Oh.
It's going to be Regicide for me. I want to be able to see if Regicide this time around are going to be able to get the game working for them, get the points working for them, or not on the map of Sanhok. It is going to be a very tough position and a very tough cookie and egg to crack for Regicide, but they need that chicken to be able to, of course, push on forth. And the envelope has already been, the bars have basically been raised. Now, Regicide, when the day started off, they were sitting at the 8th spot. I really want to be able to see them get closer and closer to the 6th position. But based on how game number 1 went, they're actually moving further away. So let's see if this Sanhok is going to be theirs or not.
Well, I mean, for Regicide, kind of just rule them out over here. Because Regicide haven't really had the best of the Grand Finals, right?
Exactly.
Just few games, they've been good. But the others, they could have, done better. But nevertheless, there is always chances to try your level best till the very end. Because
Exactly.
the way the point structures are given out, right? There's always a chance to get that comeback for yourself. And I guess Regicide can
Indeed.
do it. But for me, I mean, I just went with Magnus because I really feel that this is exactly the kind of a boost that they needed at this moment. And they are starting to deliver. And let's just hope for the best as to what is going to happen. So it is all getting lined up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who wins the second game of the evening.
Absolutely, and of course, Sanhok is the game that will be brought up right now, match number 2 of the day. But with that, we are going to have to go on a short little break. Stick around as we'll bring match number 2 right after this short little one.
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After this short little break, we are going to get our second game of the evening started. That's going to be Sanhok. We've made your predictions. Do let us know what yours are, right? I think, who are you going? You can go for multiple teams. You can be Shadow. You think there may be 3, might be 4. Go for them. Do you think it's going to be I8 trying to claim their lost little form that they're having? And it's all about the pressure, I believe. Because honestly, Akshay, yesterday's games had been amazing for them, but today's start has not been the way they had really anticipated or wanted. But right now, we are going to be heading on with 15 teams in the lobby, and one team is sort of missing out. And is it Quraysh?
Good for the others. Well, good for the others is what I'm going to say to that.
And especially when they were contesting for that top 6, they're not here
blessing
anymore.
in disguise, mate. Blessing in disguise.
Oh.
Which in turn means that now we are going to be looking at top 7 teams, right? In that category, basically. Because the 5th team, Quraysh basically not being there is going to be, well, a difficult proposition for other teams. And that means that they're going to be falling down. But the other teams will have, what do we have? I'm not entirely sure what the updated overall standing is. But the other teams will definitely have a big opportunity to be able to climb up the numbers. But for that, they need to get those numbers first. They need to, rack up those numbers in terms of elimination points, in terms of course, in terms of getting the elimination as well as the placement points, as well as perhaps even the chicken dinner. Because the difference in getting in the top 6 isn't much, but to be able to concrete and solidify that, you need to be able to get a perfect chicken dinner game with a high frag in game as well. With that, let's talk about not the predictions, but what we do have on our screens. Because talking about what we've got on our screens, we have a perfect start to the game where indeed this time around, Magnus have decided to let go of the Paradise Resort, thankfully, as they go back towards the Camp Bravo, right behind, of course, Paradise Resort, like east of Paradise Resort. And 52 Esports themselves are slowly perhaps going to be making their way off Paradise Resort. Does not seem likely to be the case. Interestingly enough, now on the final day, 52 Esports as well as Magnus have both decided to let go of Paradise Resort altogether.
Oh god, and this is something we kind of anticipated, right? But look at this, Wasi. He was in no man's land, and I don't know what he was doing there. Freestyle, what did they come here for? But eventually, Freestyle just losing grip again in this match, and Wasi is such an important player for their team, and having dealt with that early loss, IQ, they're definitely not gonna say no to those freebies coming their way, and it was no trouble whatsoever. But moving on, looking at this circle, there are chances, Blotter, that the circle goes western side, but the chances are very little, because usually this kind of goes to where really H2E are placed, and even for QWERTY, they're gonna feel a little happy. But the only lingering concern has always been getting out of boot camp, for which I think they have Voltrox a little down south, taking over those higher hills. That has been the problem. So now at least they will get some easy route to kind of take control over the hills once they're done with the loot. And this strategy seems really brilliant. I really hope it works out for them.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed that it does, because this is just the second game of the day, and we want to be able to see those sort of strats working out for teams that really do deserve it. And we want to be able to, well, again, every single team deserves it, every single player deserves it, but in the end, it'll be based on who are the ones craving for it, fighting for it, showcasing that zeal that they just cannot, satiate without getting those chicken dinners, without getting those elimination points. And that is where, of course, we find out the team that are going to be, of course, progressing on forth. But all in all, of course, as we move ahead right now, we do have, of course, T20 QWERTY on our screens. As T20 QWERTY in the previous game, we had Voltrix to thank. In fact, the teammates had Voltrix to thank, who was able to get the team all the way in the top 3 itself, getting eliminated on the 3rd spot they were. But this time around, will there be a change? Will there be a different play style? Or are they going to be exactly the same as they were in the previous one? Over-aggressive, working towards perfect games, getting those chicken dinners, getting those elimination points, rather, not chicken dinners. But being around the boot camp, it seems has not really favored them much. Even though they anticipated teams to be around in the vicinity to be able to, if nothing else, get really good control of where the other teams are. It's just not been the case for T20 Korea, at least as of yet. On the other front, oh, never mind my word. They have an idea, they have the spot, and they are going to spray, and it's going to be Voltrix who are going to be starting things off against the players of H2E JD, where Gravity is going to be the one who will be able to complete the initial predicament that was showcased, as that in turn is now going to result in H2E on the move. They're going to have to be that much more careful now, because first things first, they need to get that revival, and thankfully Tarzan being well, really bold right there as he jumps ahead to get his teammate revived. So Johnny Sins will have another life in this game. But now Tarzan as well as JD, how exactly are they going to be? Whoa! Again, a bold move coming in from Tarzan. Of course, he was damaged. His health has been brought down to almost 30% HP. But overall, he is going to be able to survive. And now they know exactly where they're getting sprayed on upon, which in turn means that H2E now have a clear indication of not looking on towards this angle, not peeking towards this angle, or just falling back. And that could very well be a really good position. But on the other front of T20 Korea's players, this is going to get very difficult because they get closer and closer towards R3D as Khan goes down.
Yep, and this is something that we did even witness yesterday, but in a different way. But yeah, Khan should have really left boot camp a little bit earlier, right? Because this was sort of bound to happen. Because R3D, well, what do they have to lose? They're pretty much struggling a lot still. You know, not having that fourth player in the first game. This time they have four, but now they're just going all out, spotting out Khan. They wanted to infiltrate the boot camp area. They did that, and Khan had to pay the price. And I could not understand why or what was the reason. Maybe he was just making sure if the circle shifted anywhere near boot camp, he was present over there. But even if he wanted to do that, I really felt, you know, he should have been a little bit more careful, right? Because you just can't roam around like that. Just you know, just sit at a good spot, maybe towards that northern facing side, to at least have that information if R3D decides to push. Because R3D, this was an unconventional move, right? They've never done that before. But you've got to anticipate R3D making such sort of movements. And well, they had to deal with it. And T20 Korea on the back foot in this game right now.
Absolutely. And look at Magnus from the south of the map. We can see making a water rotation to get into the zone. Not sure exactly where do they plan on... Indeed, Fixes, as you were just pointing out. Where could Magnus, of course, dock? It could be Nakam. But also the zone. Now the zone is where the trouble is going to be brewing, because the zone is going to be constructing in another minute or two. It's only 8 minutes into the game. It is BABLU who is going to be so very close to the players of Quantum Rage, making a rotation, and it is going to be none other than Zabian. Going to try and pre-fire, but in that he is going to be able to not get any damage whatsoever on the players of Quantum Rage, as they have already made a move. But alongside that, now both the teams are wary of their positions. They need to be ultra careful, both of them, of course, Quantum Rage as well as BABLU. That much more for BABLU, of course, because Quantum Rage, they at least are in the top 8, top 6. Whereas for BABLU, they are getting closer and closer. They are in the top 8 right now. They need to get into the top 6 to be able to, of course, represent Pakistan in the SA Championship, for which they are working really perfectly. But Quantum Rage, the flank that they've got created, well, not the flank, rather, would be the word would be the cover fire that they've got created in the name of Goku up on top of the mountain in the back, is what Team BABLU need to be very, very cautious of. As on the back lines, or rather in the front lines, we do see the players of Regicide also, that Team BABLU, if they make a fall out of this fight, Regicide could be the other team that they could lock paths with.
Yeah, I think, you know, I really expected Team Magnus to dock at Nakam, because that could have given them some nice backlines clearance, and also that it wouldn't have had to deal with most of the teams, right? And nobody would have been expecting that. But a Sami entry, this is where they will have to deal with the likes of Freestyle. So really want to see if they want to go in for that backstab. But for now, Shapatar, having spotted out Knock Knock in the far off fray, decides to just hold on to his triggers, because again, even if he gets the knock, the finish is not going to come in really quick. So we are all just waiting for that next circle shift, and that is going to be in front of our screens any moment right now. Second airdrop coming in, the Mark 14. I love this weapon, somewhere around Tambang. And is anyone going for that? I mean, nobody was nearby. At least maybe Regicide can go for it if they've spotted it out. But I don't think they would want to take such a discourse over here, because the moment they go down south, they're going to be losing their foothold on the bridge coverage area that they've had. And again, an even shift, an hybrid shift, we can say, because now there are possibilities. It could go towards that western side. It could come down south, or maybe towards the east.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, in the grand finals, this is what the zone is going to be doing. It is definitely the PUBG gods bringing in a lot of chaos theory right here for these teams in the Pakistan region, which we are going to be loving for sure. As slowly but surely these teams get around each other, the chaos is going to ensue. From down south, we did see Magnus make a water rotation towards Bantai, and now they're still sticking towards the backside. They're still sticking towards a very late approach into the game, which could very well benefit them, which could benefit not only them, but of course fixes you as well. Because the late rotation is going to be definitely advantageous, as all the other teams are going to be very busy taking shots against each other, as we do have BABLU moving away from the fight that they had, that we had seen them taking against the players of Quantum Rage. Now, as they fall back from there, it is going to be Regicide that's going to be in their crosshairs, or rather, it is Regicide who are going to have BABLU in their crosshairs. As Pika was spotted, Ashad going to be bringing in a perfect nade, and that in turn could maybe bring in a little bit of a damage, and yes, it does, as Pika goes down. A perfect nade converted into a knock right there from Ashad, of course, and now another nade going to be perhaps brought in to seal the deal. Sadly, only a little bit of damage converted over there, but on the backlines, of course, we do have the players of BABLU. They should be able to give a little bit of a cover fire, but they themselves are getting sprayed on upon. And on the other side of the map altogether itself, it is going to be I8 against the players of FS as they lock on towards the southeastern side of the zone.
Oh yeah, and Ashad at this point gets that beautiful grenade, like you said, and that's was so much important. Now Team BABLU, they're in shambles, right? They need to try and get Pika back up, and I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. I don't think they have vehicles also, or maybe Zibian does. But you know, committing for that is gonna be giving away so much room for Regicide to try and push in, because they kind of well spread out. Both Ashad and his teammate could just close in from two different sides, as the light is definitely fading out of Pika's body. But Teen Wolf, whoa, takes all the risk and still somehow manages to press that revive button and will try to get Pika back up alive. Pika has to make up for it, as look at Nocto. He's got that little bit of a flank angle for himself, and there you go. Another knock comes in, and Zibian this time would want to get that trade. Has lobbed the grenade at his direction, but maybe Nocto could have seen this coming from miles afar, as Vaz trying to apply some pressure on Teen Wolf as well, as he gets baited out, flushed from his spot with that Molotov, eventually just to burn to his death. And Team BABLU, they are getting decimated.
They definitely are. I mean, the flanks that have been created from sort of Regicide, of course, are working in their power, and that in turn has already resulted in BABLU losing out on two of their players, as slowly but surely Ashad brought in a lot of control in this fight, and then from the backlines, from the flank angles, it was his teammates who took control of the entire saga, and now all four of them are out on the hunt on the map of Sanhok, where BABLU are the ones that are going to be, of course, brought down to their knees, and just like that, perhaps are also going to get eliminated. Team Regicide, a very good synergistic control right there in this fight, resulted in them walking away with 4 elimination points, as we do have a shift in the zone in another 2 seconds, and that is going to be the one that will tell us what to anticipate from this game. And what a shift.
Still, you know, very doubtful where this circle is gonna go, but I think R3D could have the final laugh. I mean, T20 QWERTY, I mean, had they had Khan, they could have been in such a good spot of getting that chicken. I mean, don't take me wrong though, they still have a good chance, but they cannot make any more mistakes. There's basically no room for error at this point. But North Esports having spotted out Usama, Team Star over there, you know, both these teams at that Western Island, they will have to battle it out. But Team Magnus, they are playing a
Exactly.
whole different ball game this time. They came in from that southern side, went out to
Wow.
that western island, anticipating maybe a western circle, and now they have to figure out how they have to get back to where they initially started. But TUF looks like they want to pick a fight inside of boot camp against R3D. Have gotten a few knocks, but Drolin getting spotted out by Senior will get taken down.
Well, Quantum Rage, they fall back, and on our screens, of course, it is going to be none other than TUF's players who are being, of course, pounced down upon. Their compound, not theirs for right now. Of course, it is going to be a very difficult task because R3D are the ones who are bringing in a lot of damage control right here, with the nade parade being showcased from one angle to the other. Of course, R3D have an opportunity to be able to, of course, bring down the players of TUF, but we'll have to see if that will be the case or not, because as was mentioned earlier as well, for R3D, they've got nothing to lose but only points to gain. For TUF, they have a lot that they need to, of course, participate in if they are going to stick into the top 6. And in this fight, it is R3D against the players of 52. Oh, my apologies, TUF, where the flank can be seen created from the side of Destroyer, where TUF are all bunched up in this small little, well, I say small, but compared to the entire bootcamp, of course, it is a small little warehouse that they are in. A lot of angles that R3D are trying to cover. Destroyer from one side, of course, Anubis on the other, as we do have TUF also divided in terms of their fight as they get an opportunity to take on shots against the players of 3X, as Mary was spotted, and just like that, Joker Sir is going to be able to eliminate him and bring 1 point to the elimination in favor of TUF.
Oh yeah, I mean TUF would be certainly happy, considering their little run that's been going through. They definitely are going to climb a few places up, but Tyrant also being dealt with by the players of T20 QWERTY. Voltrox, however, has been traded by the players of 3X. Of course, some assistance coming in by Gravity and 420 Boy, and will make no mistakes, get 3X eliminated from this game, but have to get the revivals really quick, because any moment, there could be some other team just lurking out in the open, and the right decision just to get those few smokes out. Has managed to recover 2 smokes for himself, so 420 Boy is going to be happy, as Voltrox will be back at his feet any moment, as Anubis just trying to lob a grenade inside that warehouse. Saad and Joker, both the players available, as I8 coming in from that eastern side. They would want to take control of maybe the hills, and in the next moment we get to know where the map shifts at this point, as Team Magnus, they're taking over the hills from that western side, and they're a little bit confused at this point as to what to do, because now we have a more vivid picture. The circle's going towards that eastern area. I8 are going to be really quick in trying to get a very commanding position, but 52 Esports, well, they're just waiting for I8 to arrive and maybe can go all out at their spot. But for now, Quantum Rage do not really want to let Magnus pass at this point.
Exactly. They were able to bring down Drolin earlier as they were making the rotation from the ridge that is from the side of Quantum Rage. Of course, an elimination point was not converted, but they know exactly where their opponents are, and that is what has resulted in a little bit of a stalemate, yet a precarious situation for both of these teams, Quantum Rage as well as Magnus, because now they need to get into the zone, which is almost about 350-400 meters away. At the same time, as we can see from the backlines, also Quantum Rage are going to have to be a little worried and careful of. If they go up front of Magnus, Magnus is going to be able to pounce on upon. They are already at a perfect position when it comes down to the advantage of course, hill control from Magnus. Quantum Rage are going to be falling back. They are going to be deciding to, of course, prioritize the zone itself. They have the vehicles to be able to do it. But for Magnus, that is not the case. They are going to have to make a run for it, as we do have Quantum Rage making a run for it. They are now going to be in the crosses of the place of the Grounders, as the Grounders are going to be able to bring down Tantanatan. But thankfully, of course, teammate is going to be able to give them the cover, but for how long? Because again, for the side of the Grounders as well, the firepower has started from the side of Quantum Rage, as Sigma Male pushes on ahead with an AKM and of course takes down, or rather brings down, a lot of health for the player of the Grounders. That's going to be Sensi, but Sensi perfectly pushes on and gets away. But come on, this DVS in the map of Sanhok is the most evil gun that what could control, and that is what Quantum Rage have been able to do, as Goku brings down the numbers against the players of the Grounders.
Oh yeah, Quantum Rage realized they need to, move inside the circle quick, and this was a fight they had to pick. They had no other option. But this is the point where I really thought that Magnus might want to, kind of get in the fight, take some revenge, get the third parties done, but they show different intentions. They want those position points. They want to get inside the circle desperately. But now, Finisher having spotted out Avenger, Mr. Black, however, responds back with a knock onto Winston Tonatan, making things more difficult for Quantum Rage, especially with the circle trying to close in. Mr. Black out in the open, fight against Goku, still comes out swinging as he gets one more. The Grounders certainly are fighting back, but they need to take that plunge, need to get inside the circle, as Team Magnus have decided to push in on the players of North Esports. As Voltrox, he's doing the cleaning from all those fishes coming in, swimming through, trying to get inside the zone, as Nocto clearly taking damage from the blue. Right in front of him lies Tarzan, but I think Tarzan might have heard him. Whoever gets onto the shorelines first will have the final laugh there.
Absolutely. Between those two teams, H2E and Rezicide, that's exactly what the turn is going to be. But T20 QWERTY is also going to be around the corner, as they are going to be able to bring down the numbers at the same point of time. It is going to be the players of Regicide who are left with just a one-man army that's going to be knock-knock, as we do have on our screens another fight brewing that's going to be against the players of Magnus Esports and North Esports. Now, North Esports, they are on top of the hill. They've got the perfect control of the ridge itself, of the mountain, of this hill itself. Whereas for Magnus, they're already dwindling down. They've lost two of their players. Zen is the only player remaining. Finisher has been brought down to his knees. Right now for Zen, it is a 2v1 situation against the players of North Esports, and North Esports are creating a perfect opportunity to be able to bait out Magnus's Zen, but can they do so? Because look at that smoke. The smoke being deployed from the side of course, Avenger OP is the perfect bait for Magnus to be able to, of course, get himself pushed on ahead. At the same point in time, this is going to be the opening that they needed, North Esports needed, to make their way into the zone. Magnus get eliminated. North Esports have an opportunity. At the same time, I8, they are all 4 players surviving, making a water rotation towards the zone itself. And talking about the zone, well, we've got TUF very much in good control. We've got the players of T20 QWERTY with all 3 players also very much in good control, and a lot of information that they have in their hand. FS get eliminated on the 10th position with sadly 0 elimination points.
Look at Tarzan just getting finished off with the DBS, but North Esports, 2 of the players have been spotted out, and they are going to be fishes in the barrels just waiting to meet their makers, as T20 QWERTY waste no time, just get the finishes up, and 13 eliminations is what they have accrued. And now this is the battle between the 2 elephants in the room, I8 and T20 QWERTY. Now this is going to be such an important one, especially for QWERTY, considering the fact that if they can just, somehow clinch this battle and take down I8, then they're going to be even closing in on the gap that has been built up over here. However, Blade just, trying to get in close. I8 have taken good control of the circle right now, but they have to watch out for 52 Esports that are trying to close in the gap and close in the difference. But R3D, they are also going to cause a whole world of trouble for the players of 52 Esports, as they have to get inside the zone as well, and so do the players of TUF.
Well, again, 5 teams are remaining right here with 19 players in total. I8 definitely have a really good control of the zone. At the same point of time, T20 QWERTY, Gravity has pushed on against the approach that I8 thought would be theirs. And of course, on the bootcamp itself, we've got a very important fight taking place between the players of TUF and of course R3D, where R3D are trying to bring down the players of TUF, and they are doing so. Trades being created from both the sides, as TUF are left with, I believe, a 2-man army, no, a 3-man approach against the players of course, R3D, where their numbers have also dwindled down to a 1-man squad. Now R3D, all the opportunity that they had has resulted in a lot of damage that they were able to bring out, again dish out against the players of TUF, but TUF have been very synergistic in terms of the fight. At the same time, we do have another fight taking place where we did see the players of T20 QWERTY push on against the players of I8, but it seems like even though I8's 2 players, Wizard and Ghost, were brought down, or all boils down to T20 QWERTY's final player, and he getting eliminated means the entire squad of T20 QWERTY gets eliminated. 13 eliminations is a really good game for T20, but sadly for the side of the bootcamp area, it is going to be R3D that gets eliminated, and that means TUF will be able to push on ahead. 2 of the players still standing. Saad, I'm not sure if the revival is going to be there or not. It is being provided, definitely. All right, so now for TUF, this is a very difficult position to be in, because they need to get in the zone, which is 30 meters across the open road. 52 Esports, again, they have a little bit of an area to play with for now in the zone, but the majority of it is in control and contestation for I8.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, anything that I8 can get, they're going to be happy, right? They've done their work. They've taken down the big giants. They've taken down QWERTY. So they have nothing much to worry about. They can focus on their lead, but 52 Esports making things worse for the players of TUF as Edgar finally remains. I think who's going to just eventually just head in for a healing battle, try to survive as long as he can. But the next circle shift is going to dictate, and in fact it's in a no man's land, but Edgar doing some massive amount of damage, giving I8 that opening that they wanted, and they have to prance upon this opportunity. All 4 players of their team alive, and they have to take good control over this zone. As we can see, Ghost taking a beautiful flank angle, and 52 Esports, I'm pretty sure they're not anticipating as Ghost opens up. Dojo goes falling down as grenades keep on coming in, and 52 Esports are just waiting to meet their fathers right now at this point. But Nojo says no, he does not want to go without a fight. At this point, Uzum being taken down. Blade will of course lob a Molotov at his direction. Nojo has no chance to stay alive, but somehow he's still doing it. But finally, IQ is going to be the one who lands a knock over there as Dojo, Nojo, both of them being taken down. 52 Esports, this is trouble in paradise for them, as now I8 complete control over the game. But again, Uzum falling down. Mojo still sticking the guns alive as Blade goes pushing in. This is the moment they have been waiting for. Lands a knock on Mojo as now I8 just a few finishes off to their victory. Blade coming in, Jojo gets taken down, and this could be it. This could be the chicken dinner, but no! Dojo still wants to fight it out with that S12K he got. It is a 1v1 situation. IQ prancing in with that DBS. Dojo somehow trying to get those finishes, not let that information pass, as IQ wanting to stake that res up, but it all comes down to Dojo. Does he come out of his cover? Yes, he does. One shot is all it takes, and he pulls it off. 52 Esports have done the unthinkable. They have gotten the chicken dinner in a brilliant fashion, and I8, they're going to be looking up to the sky. Still nothing much to worry about, but what a play by these lads. Now at the 15th position, we know the chances into the top 16 look very faint. In fact, to the top 6 look very faint. But it is what it is. A Sanhok chicken dinner for these lads.
Wow, what a game conversion for 52 Esports right there. For I8, they are definitely going to be well, scratching their heads a little bit, I think, because they did not really, or did they have to push that much? I'm not entirely sure, but you know what, whatever the case be, it is still a really good game for I8 Esports. They pushed and they got decent points, and of course they made the rotation, worked it out for them perfectly, and that in turn has resulted in them walking away on the 2nd position in this 2nd game of the grand final day, where of course Sanhok has not been theirs, but 52 Esports, an incredible conversion right there, where it all boiled down to just 1v1 between these two teams, but a perfect valiant effort from both the teams, which again could have gone either ways, and this time around it was 52 Esports pushing themselves from that lower half of the leaderboard towards the 15th position with 23 points in total from this game.
Oh yeah, I mean 52 Esports being so careful, so cautious, right? They were at that warehouse right from the very beginning, but the circle, it was just playing games with all the minds of these players, especially Magnus. I think they must have been the team that traveled throughout the entire map, right? Exactly. They started off at the northeast corner, ended up at the northwest, wanted to get in, but North Esports did not let that happen for them. But we're going to discuss more about these, teams and the games to come, but after this short little break. Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, we are back after this short little break, and yes, it's been an amazing day throughout so far. with I8 almost just missing out on that chicken dinner. I mean, I really thought that they pulled this one off, but well, Dojo, he had other intentions in mind. That S12K really coming in handy. I think what they really missed was just pushing in tandem with each other, right? Blade just came in from this side. The other player should have gone in, pressed in at the same time. A little bit of coordination mishap happening, and that literally cost him that chicken dinner. But nothing to worry about, though, because I8 still have accrued a lot of points, still have gotten that very good lead, and with every single game just kind of coming to an end right now, they just have well, 4 more to play, and if they keep on playing like this, I'm pretty sure the championship is theirs. But that being said, there's some concerning news, something that I don't know, it's quite unfortunate. So one of the players of Quraysh Esports has been caught using illegal third-party software to gain unfair advantage, and has been caught lately and has been banned. And the entire team of Quraysh Esports being banned, they have been stripped off from all the points that they have accumulated, and hence won't be participating. That particular player won't be participating in any sort of tournaments and has been given a permanent ban for his entire life in PUBG Mobile, and something that we really condemn. And knowing of this latest revelations at this part of the game, at this part of this tournament, is however a little bit heartbreaking, but sooner or later the deed had to be done, and has been faced with a ban. But we move on with 15 teams in the grand finals in the final day, as Quraysh Esports, one of those teams that were in the run for the top 6, well, they are completely out of the race. And well, moving on to better things, talking about the MVP, has to be Joker. So he was Dojo, in fact, and 7 eliminations and 723 points of damage. Shadow, what do you have to tell about his performance?
Well, his performance was really good. He's becoming the star or the spotlight player of Sanhok, getting 7 elimination. But PMPL Esports, well, they started chiming up, but don't you think it's a little too late for them? Or is still there hope? Is still there some hope for them to be in the top 6? Because the top teams are already contesting very hard by delivering consistent good performance from their side.
Yeah, I mean, I think better late than ever, right? Because Joker finally showcasing what he's made of in those final moments of the game. 420 boy, Voltrux, Gravity, they were all over the place. Had Khan been alive in that situation, maybe things could have been a little bit different, but it is all right. I mean, considering how the situation was, I think T20 Qwerty still getting 19 points, but I8 has kind of gotten that lead up by 3 points more. So again, now T20 Qwerty, they will have to desperately get some chicken dinner for themselves, to try and come out through. But for now, I mean, the way things are, Shadow, over here, we'll have to see what goes on next. But as things stand, Team Magnus, I mean, they were pushing in through and through, trying to close in that gap, and have lost out on their hat-trick also. So I was on the Magnus train. I just hope that the next game, they somehow manage to recover.
Well, I think they will recover because Magnus, well, they had to change their drop location. There were certain issues in Paradise Resort, but it's Erangel. Last time in Erangel, they got a big win for themselves. So I'm very sure they're very familiar with the geography of Erangel over there. So they will do a very good comeback. But this time in the Oppo F21 Pro moments, it was Regicide that created problem for the Team BABLU.
Yeah, I mean, Regicides, of course, especially, Team BABLU made some tough calls out there, right? Teen Wolf trying to go in for Pika's rescue. I was talking about that little angle being opened up. I think Nocto found out that pretty well and really capitalized on that situation over there, and getting that another knock, and they were clearly out of options. But TUF, they're playing really well, especially how they took over that bootcamp, taking down Khan, holding on to it, then dealing with R3D, taking them down, and all that drama. But this is where I really thought that this was I8's chicken dinner in the bag, but Ghost and Blade should have coordinated with each other, and then IQ just messed up in that situation. Little bit of panic, human chaos going on there, did not favor I8. Lost out on the chicken dinner, but it's still okay. It's still okay, nothing much to scoff at. But taking a look at the damage graph, it was T20 Qwerty taking over those hills pretty early into the game, and making a lot of work being done out there.
Well, definitely, because they have dished out the highest damage to 2-4-2-1 to be specific, and 13 defeat points in their favor. So Team Quati, they are pretty consistent in every single game. And yes, I8, well, they are sitting at the top, but some other team also that has been very consistent in the finals is TUF. Yes, this time they have 5 defeat points. TUF doesn't come outshining, all gun blazing in every single game, but so many times they have finished on the second spot, grabbing too many points for themselves. So I think TUF is also a very strong contender for SA Championship, with the other team not being the part of finals now.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think they will, of course, like you said, just head on through. But with Quraysh Esports finally getting disqualified, I want to see how things look at the overall standings right now, especially that another team might have that chance of getting through. And of course, 15-man lobby is going to change a lot of dynamics, because Quraysh Esports had been causing trouble. So many of those teams, we witnessed that Miramar games, they've managed to win some. They've been getting a lot of #2s, like we were just discussing in the previous segment. So I think now, taking a look at the overall rankings, I think we're going to consider Quraysh Esports getting taken down. 6th spot is not going to be theirs. 158 points, that's all gone into vain, as Regicide and Freestyle will make their way up, and all the other teams following them. So Regicide somehow are in the top 6 right now. They will have to play the games of their lives, because Freestyle, early on today, they've been having very disappointing games, right? First game, first team to get wiped out, then second game also did not start off pretty well. So I think it's Freestyle's chance to try and prove it, because they have been one of those teams that have been part of bigger tournaments, bigger events, and not watching them play in the SA Championship is kind of going to be a little heartbreaking for their fans.
Certainly, it's going to be heartbreaking. But Regicide also, I have to say, every single time they were caught in middle of the rotation with the players of Team Quraysh Esports, because both these teams kind of have similar rotation path. Now that Quraysh is out of the equation, Regicide, they can have a chance to move all the 4 players into safety of the circle, and maybe deliver a good performance, because already they are in top 6. All they had to do is maintain that consistent. Yes, Freestyle, things are open for them as well, and Freestyle on the other hand are also consistent. So it's an opening for Regicide and Freestyle, both the teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is an opening, right? And even Team BABLU can also try the chances. All these teams require just that one chicken dinner to make things better for them. As 52 Esports did get that chicken finally. R3D and North Esports, I think they're just gonna go all out, right? They're kind of wanting to test their chances. 52 has done that. North Esports and R3D might try their luck as well. But overall, this game of Sanhok was so tipsy and turvy, with all those zone shifts and constantly keeping players into thinking of what could be happening next. But you know what is happening next, Shadow? If we have some amazing new matchups. This time it's going to be a show match, a charity event by the PUBG Mobile gods. As now it's done for good cause, and we love when things happen for the same, right? And of course, our hearts go out for all the people's suffering in the floods that's happening in Pakistan right now. And I hope things get better, especially me even being from Odisha, a place where we kind of get hit by multiple cyclones every time of the year. I know the kind of loss that we have to face, and we all have to stick together, no matter what, and try and help each other out. And we're gonna have that new map of Nusa. That's a happy thing. I would really want to see a 1x1 map into play. A really beautiful map, visually stunning, appealing, and it is gonna be here for you, ladies and gentlemen, in just a wee while.
Certainly, it's going to be there when all the influencers from the Pakistan region are going to be playing with some pros to help the cause that the Pakistan people need right now, as the flood, like you mentioned, has hit Pakistan. So it's a time when we all have to stand together and help the people out there. And well, Tencent and the PUBG Mobile is definitely trying to provide some relief to the players, to the people of Pakistan right now.
Oh yeah, I think they have already showed so much support. And we're so thankful to the clients for trying and doing that. And yeah, I mean, I love that. But yeah, getting back into the competition, discussing about what's going on right now. I think the next game is going to be very important, right? It's the map of Erangel. Everybody is playing ground, and the way the circle has been taking its shift, I think I'm just getting excited of what is gonna come our way today. But apart from that, talking about few of those teams, right? Yesterday we witnessed Magnus staging that comeback in that final game. But even I8, everybody of them were in such a good position, such a good spot to fight things through. And I8, now, do you think they have already made it? Or do you think there's still some stories to be told?
I think they've already made it, but still they are going to deliver an impactful performance.
The
because,
championships,
like I said,
the champion. Are you going to call them out as a champion?
I think yeah, I'll call I8 the champions because Magnus, but they had few bad games in their favor.
Shadow.
Okay.
I
I'm
know.
not going to jinx.
No, I mean, come on. You've got to make things exciting for me. I think you still have a lot of games remaining, and we know. We would want things to happen, right? I mean, nothing against I8. I just want the competition to go down till the final game. I want QWERTY to come out swinging. So there has to be that rivalry going on, right? Till the final game, the champion gets decided. So if you're gonna pick I8 up, I think I'm gonna be really happy because then Magnus and QWERTY might have a chance to inch in that gap a little bit closer. That's getting really massive.
Well, they can because Magnus, well, in the last game yesterday, they delivered a very good performance, highest finishes in their favor, getting a big victory in their hands, and they started things on a very good note today also. So Magnus, yes, they could have been a tough contender for I8 had they been delivering consistent performance in the previous 2 days, but that didn't happen. But still, like you said, 4 games are still there, and a team like Magnus or QWERTY, they can certainly give very strong competition to I8.
Oh yeah, I think they can, right? Especially QWERTY, the way they've been playing, just that one little slip up by Khan, because I can get the intention of keeping one player stationed at bootcamp, and for all the right reasons, because eventually the circle did go very close to where bootcamp was, and really ended almost around that northern side of the main bootcamp area, just beside the warehouses, right? So I think the intentions were noble, but it was just Khan out in the open. In that fight, had they got a little bit of backup from that eastern area, maybe T20 QWERTY could have done a better job at dealing with I8, and had they gotten a chicken dinner following after, things could have been completely different, right? Because that was one of the pivotal fights that we've been talking about. But despite that, Team Magnus, I think they did a wise thing. They changed their drop location. But now I think 52 Esports, a team that had no intentions of winning Sanhok, because they always tend to go after Magnus, and this time they somehow just land beside Paradise. Paradise was just vacant this time, but they know now that Magnus has changed their drop. So there are going to be chances where they might be dropping at Camp Bravo next. Let's see what happens.
I totally don't want that to happen because Magnus are such in a good lead right now for the top spot right now. But yes, I think Magnus, they will qualify for the HA Championship, but we want Magnus and IA to go head against each other in terms of the points. But along with 52 Esports, there is a possibility of having a bullseye target on I8 as well, or maybe Team QWERTY, because in the finals, league stage finals, when Levick was at stake, teams did go after I8 and Meteor Shot Sky.
Yeah, I think the way things have been like you said, in the league stages, right? Meteor Shot Sky, one of those teams that there was that 1 week where they were looking so good, and suddenly from not being able to qualify, that's gonna be a little disappointing for them, because Meteor Shot Sky, I had a lot of expectations. Maybe the next time they come into play in the PMPL, things get different. Their style of approach changes a little bit. They've been going through that edgy approach, but when you try to take on the edges, you've got to try and play something like what I8 usually does. Try and just engage in battles and try and clear off the edges. Because if you try and go a little slow and still on the edges, then that doesn't really work out, right? So that is what we've been trying to explain. But yeah, I think next season's going to be exciting, but still we got those matches for today. And we've been talking about the influencers coming in because, well, let's be honest, it is going to be a lot of fun. Now, what's the format basically? I think you all are quite unaware of. So we've got 6 influencers with us. Jay plays, Baba OP, we've got Khalifa, we've got Tricky Hunter, we've got Kaku Gaming, and we've got Vampire Whitey. And if my memory serves me right, I think Baba was one of those players of freestyle. So an influencer and an ex-competitive player. I think, well, we know that he might have a little bit of an edge, but I think he is teamed up with Anubis of R3D. So it's going to be really interesting. But when you talk about the pro players, we've got Voltrox, we've got Nocto, we've got Uzum, Teen Wolf, Anubis, and Zerbaf. So 6 players from different teams will be coming in, and it's going to be a duo matchup, right? It's going to be a small map, and barely 8 minutes or so is where it lasts, but a very visually stunning map. We've been talking about it, right? You've got an amusement part, you've got Ferris wheels, you've got a lot of underground tunnels out there, you've got you've got 3 swimming pools. And what could be better than 1? 3.
Well,
Like-
a 1v1 map. It's going to be so interesting. We saw Sanhok, we saw Leavik, and now we are going to see Nusa over there. And the point structure makes it much more interesting because the first place is going to get only 8 points. Second will get 5, third will get 3 points, fourth will get 2 points. Imagine, fifth is getting just 1 point. So that means elimination points now are going to be more interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a small map, so of course we have to accommodate to that, and we just have 6 teams playing in. So yeah, we do know, and yeah, this has the Russian drop for what, like we said, what our publishers have done for Pakistan. They have been constantly trying to help them out in and out through, and that is a good thing, right? That is a good thing, and we really hope this help keeps on continuing. This support, this love that we've been getting from all you guys from Pakistan keeps on building up, and we've always they've been having plans about that with the future of the ecosystem, and that's a huge step. But the schedule for the show map, we have 2 maps of Nusa to make things exciting. 1, we don't like that. 2, yeah, much better. Just to calm things down, just calm the nerves. I like it.
Certainly, we all love it because the action is definitely going to be there. But talking about the squad roster, let's have a look at which team will be playing or the combination that will be playing. We have, like you also specified, we have Kaku Gaming, we have Teen Wolf of Team BABLU. Along with him, then we have Mr. J Plays and Regicide Nocto. Then we have Khalifa. Along with him, we have Thug.
Oh, we certainly do. And I think Thug has been a latest addition, and he's come out as a surprise. So that is going to be interesting. So to see, Thug, Triple Esports, they're not playing this time around. But now there you have it. Baba and Anubis together. We've got Voltrox and Hunter together. Vampire and Uzum together. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. And this time, I mean, we're just going to make bonus predictions. Shadow, who do you think is going to win this game?
I don't know why. I want to go with Voltrox or Uzm. Okay, I'll go with Uzm now.
You're gonna go with Vampire and Uzum? You're gonna go I8? Okay, alright. I mean, it started, it's begun, and it's a show match, the points are not gonna be counted. So it's alright. So nothing much to worry about. I8 fans, I know you're having heart attacks whenever, Shadow is, going up with the predictions, but I'm gonna ensure that she has a few I8 in her predictions. Because for all the right reasons, right? If you're on the edge of your seats, and then has to be for all the good reasons, right? You want things to boil down to the final game, and we would love that to happen. But talking about the other teams and the other players and what has been going on, I think the MVP race is still on, and Gravity, such an amazing player. I mean, this time around, the way he's been delivering, the way he's been performing, he's won my hearts and everybody's in the entire region.
I agree. The way Gravity is playing from the side of Team Quati, he's outshining in every single game and every single map. In fact, even when Team Quati gets taken down pretty early, Gravity has pulled some miraculous gameplay from his individual gameplay style. So yes, Gravity is a very strong player when it comes to Pakistan region as an individual also, not just as a team. Yes, he's a very good team player also. The synergy that has been showcased from his side and his entire team, that is also very good. But yes, individually also, Gravity is definitely one of the star players.
Yeah, I think Gravity, young lad, has a lot of potential. Is fearless, is what I can really say at this point. Because, to be honest, the way he's been making his movements, even in that one fight against I8, he did not even think for once that it is I8 in front of them. All he could see is bodies lying in front of him, and he wanted to pick that fight up. And this is exactly a play that you need in your team. The kind of a threat that is required inside your team that will help you in winning trophies so far. And of course, for QWERTY and both I8, they've had a few roster shuffles, right? Khan 420 coming in from BABLU to QWERTY, then IQ coming in from Quantum Rage to I8, and they have somehow managed to gel up pretty well in such short span. And this is a good thing. Even so many other, right? Even Magnus, as a matter of fact, they literally had a complete change. 2 players coming in and reforming the squad. And Magnus, one of those teams that was kind of around that 8th, 10th position every time, are now the ones contesting for that top title. So a lot of changes happened, but let's say for the very good. And I like how teams have gelled up with each other.
Well, certainly the synergy has been showcased from every single team, and yes, Team Magnus, we wanted Magnus to be on the top 5, or to be very honest, we wanted to see I8 and Magnus on the top 2 spot, to be very honest.
Yep.
So because that kind of a competition, even the fans of I8 love that Magnus is in the top spot contesting against I8. The rivalry, is that the correct word? Because they in-game rivalry, but outside they support each other. Even the fans support each other's team because they have won the hearts of every single player or the people out there in the Pakistan region, even outside Pakistan also.
Yeah, I think every single one of them, right? And Pakistan has always been the region, been a region that has always, surprised me, because there's always that aggression that comes in. I mean, nothing taken away from the other region, because why I always, whenever I get a choice, if it's SA or Pakistan, I have my blinders on, and I don't even have to think about it. I like Pakistan a lot more than SA for all the obvious reasons. That aggression coming in from the start, and they do not hesitate in picking up those fights and just go all out, right? And we love that, but now it's time, right? Enough talking chatter. It's time to talk to our influencers, and we're going to be heading over to the Urdu desk right about now.
जी अलादीन मैं यही पूछना चाहूँगा खलीफा से कि खलीफा देखें फ्लड जो है वो आया हुआ है पूरे पाकिस्तान के अंदर। आपको पता है कि लोग जो बड़ी मुश्किल से जूझ रहे हैं। बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनके पास खाना इस वक्त जो वो साफ या कह लें कि गर्म खाना उनके पास मैसर नहीं है, उनके पास छत तक मौजूद नहीं है। लोगों को किस तरह से आप मोटिवेट करेंगे, जितने भी लोग हमें देख रहे हैं, कि वो जाकर उनकी हेल्प करेंगे अपनी तरफ से? जितनी भी एजेंसीज, जितने भी एनजीओ काम करें, उनको किस तरह से हेल्प करें? तो किस तरह से आप लोगों को मोटिवेट करें? क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आप लोगों को?
यार मोटिवेट मैं ऐसा करना चाहूँगा कि अगर पेशावर मोटरवे से कोई चढ़ा है ना, तो इनको हालत सामने आ गई होगी। मतलब उधर दुम्बे और जो बैल है वो सारे मोटरवे के ऊपर घूम रहे हैं, एक्सीडेंट्स होने से बच रहे हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि उन बेचारों के पास और जगह नहीं है, वो अपने एरिया से ऊंची जगह पर आ रहे होते हैं ना। तो इनके पास बच कुछ के, जो हमारे एरिया है ना, चारसदा, मर्दान, ये हो गए, तो वो सारे बेचारे बच कुछ के आ जाते हैं मोटरवे के ऊपर। उनके पास एक मोटरवे का रास्ता है जो कि पानी से बचा हुआ है। तो मैं खुद मतलब उस जगह से गुजरा हूँ, मैंने खुद बहुत सारी हेल्प की हुई है, इधर कैंपेन्स वगैरह भी चलाई हुई थी। तो अगर आप जब तक देखोगे नहीं ना, तब तक आपका हेल्प करने का दिल नहीं करेगा, क्योंकि वीडियोस में और इधर लोग सब कुछ बोल रहे होते हैं। जब आप वो रियलिटी देख लेते हो कि यार पीने तक का पानी नहीं है, तो तब आपको पता लगता है कि यार गड़बड़ कितनी ज्यादा है।
How do you see this कि PUBG मोबाइल की तरफ से एक स्टेप आगे बढ़कर जो पाकिस्तान की मदद की जा रही है? 20 लाख रुपया PUBG मोबाइल दे रही है। 20 लाख या 2 करोड़? 2 करोड़ रुपए जो PUBG मोबाइल दे रही है फ्लड इफेक्टीज को। और उसके साथ साथ PUBG मोबाइल की तरफ से ये एक सेपरेट कैंपेन भी की गई, जिसमें जो वो आप लोगों को बुलाया है ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग देखने आए और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग उसकी हेल्प करें। हाउ डू यू सी ऑल दिस? PUBG मोबाइल का इस सब में जो वो क्या आप एक रोल जो है वो देखते हैं?
ये एक अच्छा स्टेप है, क्योंकि हमारे इन चीज़ों में पार्टिसिपेट करना PUBG को बनता भी था, क्योंकि हम इतनी बड़ी ऑडियंस है PUBG के लिए, मतलब PUBG खेलते हैं, इसके साथ हमारी एक इंटरेक्शन है, ठीक है। तो पबजी को चाहिए कि वो हमारे साथ इस तरह से एक स्टेप ले, और जो इन्होंने लिया है 2 करोड़ लाइक काफ़ी अमाउंट है, तो 2 करोड़ में मेरे हिसाब से बहुत सारे लोग कवर अप हो जाएंगे। लोग भी हेल्प कर रहे हैं पर एक बिग अमाउंट उसमें बहुत एक बड़ा स्टेप अप होता है ना, तो जब आप उनको थोड़ा सा फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करके उनकी खुशी देखते हो, आपको आइडिया हो जाता है कि यार हमने कुछ अच्छा काम किया। तो पबजी ने भी काफ़ी अच्छा काम किया, बहुत बिग अमाउंट है यार।
बिल्कुल मैं आपसे जी बिल्कुल आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं खलीफा? हेलो
जी ब्रो, सुन सकते हो, अभी सुन सकते
जी जी खलीफा, मेरा आपसे सिंपल ये क्वेश्चन रहेगा कि एज एन इन्फ्लुएंसर आप ऑब्वियसली यू हैव अ बिग ऑडियंस, एक सिंपल सी बात जो आप अपने लेमैन टर्म्स में आसान जुबान में अपने जो ऑडियंस है उसको समझाना चाहें, एंड कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप कि आपको ये मौका मिल रहा है, अगर आप ये जीतते हैं कंपटीशन, पॉसिबली आप वो हों जो इन लाखों तक ट्रैवल करें और वहां पर लोगों को अपने हाथों से मदद करें, सो क्या मैसेज होगा और हाउ आर यू फीलिंग राइट नाउ?
मैं जीतने की पूरी कोशिश करूंगा, लाइक क्योंकि मेरे साथ करीब है, आप लोगों के शायद थोड़ा दूर होगा, मैं इन सबको आंखों से देख चुका हूँ, तो मैं पूरी तय दिल से कोशिश करूंगा, क्योंकि मैंने तकरीबन हर दूसरे दिन आना जाना बनता है, मेरे कैफे के आसपास ही मतलब पूरा पानी वानी भरा हुआ है, तो मैं ट्राई करूंगा कि मैं फुल हार्ड ट्राई करूँ और खुद जाऊँ उधर, तो मेरे लिए बेस्ट एक्सपीरियंस होगा और उन लड़कों के लिए भी मतलब अच्छा हो जाएगा अगर मैं करूँ।
थैंक यू सो मच खलीफा, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने अपना कीमती वक्त निकाला और हमारी उम्मीदें आपके साथ हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि आप ही जीतें, जिस तरह का आपने दिखाया है, जज्बा दिखाया है लोगों की मदद करने का। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग हियर एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर दीज 2 मैचेस।
थैंक यू।
Well, it's time right now, Shadow. It's gonna get so much more intense. I mean, Nusa, the first time we're getting to witness it, and I'm getting so excited. You know, that little boy in me is just kind of like, how is Nusa gonna be? And I haven't had the opportunity to play it. Did you, Shadow?
No, I haven't got to play this new map, but I have an idea what this map offers. There is a pool that is going to restore your health. There are elevators. There is a new shotgun also. So this map definitely offers some more massive content.
Yeah, and you know, you don't have to be worried about the loot, right? It's filled with guns everywhere. It's a beautiful paradise, but suddenly you find a lot of weapons and it all turns red very quickly. But this time we just have 12 players inside the lobby, 6 teams. We did show you how they were, you know, divided. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens and what goes on. But yeah, I think we're just waiting for this game to get started. And you've made your predictions. I'm going to skip. Or maybe I should, right? I should. Think I would want at this point. I think I'll just go with Team 4, Baba and Anubis. You know, I'm not gonna take any chances. I don't even know if our producer is hearing us for our predictions. Yes, he is hearing. So yeah, I think I'll go with you know, Baba OP and Anubis, and Shadow goes with Vampire and Uzin. So let's see, Shadow, you've been lucky with those bonus maps. You've got hit one right, and this time you've got with I8. So Uzim, and I hope the I8 predictions keep on coming, and for all the good reasons. So don't hate me for that. I love myself some masala, you know. I love my spices. But yes, so I think I'm really looking forward to it, because small map, a lot of action, you know, it's gonna be amazing.
Well, it's going to be amazing. I want to see if there is a super recall option in the competition, because you can already recall your fallen comrades, bring them again back in the game. If that option is still there, I don't think it's going to be there right now, but in the classic gameplay, it's still there. But I also want to see how the players are going to use that pool area, because so many crosshairs will be set on that little swimming pool over there. But if you take a dip to get the health, maybe you'll get taken down. You never know.
You just spill the beans out there. You know, you shouldn't have done it, because honestly, the way things are, well, I'm kind of really hoping for the best. May the best team win, and yeah, I would love to see some teams, you know, taking a splash, taking a little dip, and for things to, you know, get really better. But yeah, Shadow, I mean, it's just time before we get things started, we get things going on, and yeah, even Khalifa did mention about how things are so difficult. You know, every single area is flooded. And I remember, right? I can also recall a similar incident. It was way back in 2000, I think, when we were hit with the super cyclone, and literally water just seeped from beneath the grounds, and our houses were filled with them, and things were floating. And I went back to my hometown, Bhubaneswar, and then when I go back to Puri, what I witness is once I open the door, so the entire all my all the items are just floating around in our house, and we had no idea that it would just seep up, just break through the mosaic, and just completely flood my entire house. And me being a kid, I did not know a lot of things. I was just barely in my kindergarten, and I got the my heart was broken. Ask me why.
Why?
My video game was floating. It was swimming, and even the fridge was floating, but that did not really concern me. But my video game, my little console, that little small one we have, where I used to play a lot of Contras, Marios, and all that. And that was my favorite thing, right? In the evening, I used to play a lot with my brother, and I literally started crying. But again, that was a kid in me. Once you grow up, you see the devastating losses that we can attain to take. Sort of gives us that little thing, that wake up call, that we need to wake up, because again, it's a lot of things happening. Global climate change and global warming affecting, one of the major reasons for that. And it leads from very small factors, changes in your daily habits, on how we should focus on more plantation, how we should try and get the CFC back, and small things lead to better things, and we really hope for a better future, and that happens together, right? So you're watching the stream over here. You need to understand there's so many people suffering out there, so many people without any access to basic amenities, do not have a roof on top of their head. Even if you can support them, we would definitely urge, right? Even just 10 rupees, if you can contribute for all these flood victims, that would be also great. For us, maybe it's buying a packet of chips, or a toffee, or a candy bar, but for somebody it just could be a meal for one time, and could save lives. But do you have any message regarding this entire situation that's around us?
The pandemic has definitely made us all more empath towards such situations, because now we understand how the life is without the basic amenities. So I think people do realize what Pakistan people are going through right now, because the floods, yes, it's different from the pandemic, but still similar to the situation, because you don't have those food, you don't have the basic facilities, the internet, or even the mobile networks required, water, even the drinking water gets affected. So yes, a little contribution from every single individual is going to be so much help for the people out there who are suffering. So yes, I'm very sure people are going to contribute in the very good cause.
Yeah, because I really hope with this small little initiative, a little token of love towards this region, and helps things get really better. But now, getting over all of it, and coming down to why we've all gathered for the matchup itself, is the charity match, Nusa, beginning for you guys. And one by one map it is, and let's see where do these teams drop. I love if someone would drop at Flame Village. Ocean would have loved teams dropping at Science Center, that is no caps. But what about you? Do you think you want to head off towards Terripac Town or Sunset Street? I love the names also.
Sunset Street, I want to see a sunset. But do they have a sunset? No.
Specifically, I don't think that. So, but a lot of teams have dropped off at Science Center over here. And I really need to process who it is. It is Kaku, in fact, but Voltrix has already opened up, has managed to secure a knock and a finish. Would want to get the second, and well, and I'm not gonna say anything.
It's not my problem, but Voltrix, well, he finds a knock onto BABLU Wolf over there, and he gets eliminated. But he's in a lot of trouble, all because I picked Uzm.
That is exactly. We've got Zarbaf over here. Shampoo's knocked out. Anubis gets taken down. Oh, I really thought Baba's gonna do something, but well, never mind. Freestyle still putting up a fight over here. Voltrux, he's gone all guns blazing, right? Spotting out Vampire. Beautiful prone shot. How on earth is he alive?
Well, now he's not alive, but Vortex is alive definitely, but he needs those healings ASAP because all he has is 5 bandages to work around with, and there are other players right in the close proximity. His own teammate Hunter, well, he has a first aid, he can loan it out, but he's a little far away from Vortex over there. Let's see what's gonna happen as we have the other team also in the close proximity, but now it's a stalemate situation that is going to give a little breather to Ozmo, but Zarbaf is still very close to Ozmo.
Oh, he certainly is. It's gonna get so much more exciting. Look at Anubis having spotted out Hunter. Has his heads visible, but he gets away with murder. As now Anubis, he's gotten a revive on from Baba, who's apparently changed his name to Joker. So I really love that OG Baba name. The grenade just ricocheting off Anubis's bag, and I'm starting to ponder what does he have inside his little backpack. But for now, Joker and in fact Baba and Anubis trying to rotate things around. Voltrux and Hunter, they have been doing phenomenally well defending Science City with all their might, as Uzum gets a knock on towards Zabaf. Will have no trouble, or maybe does not want to go with the push, as Shampoo is trying to get that revive. But look at Tricky Hunter is trying to kind of just hip fire himself out. Oh, Baba, is he watching that out? Beautiful knock coming in from Hunter's side. Needs a lot of grit and a lot of boldness to make such a move, and he's done that. But J-Place and Nocto have no funny business in this.
Certainly, they don't have any funny business, but one team is a little far away from all that commotion. That is going to be the team of Anubis, but Zarbaf and Shampoo, well, they have defeat points in their favor, but right now they need the healings. They need the mid kits as soon as possible because Shampoo, he's on a 20 HP, and things are again back to a stalemate situation. Voltrix and Hunter holding on to their angles, waiting for the other two players to make some kind of a mistake or come out in the open. And well, team number 3, that is going to be Nocto and his teammate. Well, they are moving towards the center right now.
Oh, they certainly are moving towards the center at this point. You know, Zabaf just holding on. And this is getting so chaotic because you've got so much areas around this to play around with. And for now, let's see what really happens. It's all a waiting game over here at the Science City. If the map feed could come up, you know, I could have a more vivid picture of how things are panned out, where the other players are. Because Nocto is safe with Jay, far off a little bit. But now it's again, this fight just constantly continuing. And this is of course for a good cause. So support anybody who wins, anybody and everybody. And no points are going to be calculated for the ones who might have that little doubt. But for now, let's see what are the players of Nocto and his teammate Jay team going to do. But Shampoo, he's been pushed upon, has managed to get a beautiful knock on towards Hunter. Almost valiant effort though, but he gets taken down. And the final two teams remain, and Jay and Nocto, well, this is the time for them to go with the push, and they're showing no intentions of doing that.
Well, they are aiming for the big win. That is very clear because they know there is a team present over there. They know only 4 players are there. So the target is already in their crosshairs and they're just waiting for the players to come out in the open because ultimately the player will come out in the open to hunt for the remaining 2 players. That is when Mr. J plays and Nocto will strike. Well, they have the eyes onto the little airdrop also, but Voltrux along with Hunter is in no mood to leave the safety of the compound or the circle for now. But the healings, I think Hunter, well, he is a little short on that.
Oh yeah, I think at this point, it's all about how the zone pans out. You know, this match getting a little, getting over a little early than expected. Voltrux and Hunter. Let's see what these lads can do over here. T20, Nocto and Jay plays. They're kind of facing each other off. Jay and Nocto do not have a lot of cover, but Voltrux certainly does. Now if the circle ends, and if even Voltrux wins, I think it's going to be a much deserved win because they've pretty much wiped out 3-4 squads out there, all by themselves. So yeah, I think they might deserve it, but you never know. Nocto and Jay could be a little cheeky. But I think they've got a clear idea of where they are, and or maybe not. Oh yeah, they do.
Now they do know, but the little airdrop. Well, nobody's focusing on the airdrop because they are busy in those defeat point or the aggression. Because I'm sorry, Voltrox and his teammate, they have 7 elimination already in their hands, and they have spotted the players of Nocto and Mr. Jet, team number 3, and Voltrox with a little flank angle. Maybe he's already trying to close in the distance towards the side of Nocto, and Nocto is not sure about the whereabouts of Voltrox that might stab him in the back, and looks like Nocto is going to come out in the open. That could be the mistake of life, and well, he gets a few shots but not significant enough to take him down. But now Voltrox with that M762 is going to take Nocto down, leaving Mr. J plays all by himself in a 1v2 situation, and right now he's getting shots from the side of Hunter.
Oh yeah, and right now I think it's basically Voltrox and Hunter's game to lose, right? Jay plays, he's gonna heal himself up. Let's see. I mean, the match is still remaining, right? There's nothing that has gone south yet, apart from the fact that he lost out on his teammate in a very weird situation. But let's see what happens, what goes on at this point. Mr. J plays just holding on little bit more and just waiting for that push. Well, Hunter and Voltrox going in tandem with each other. They want a breach, and Jay, he doesn't want to peek out, wants to stay hidden. And the way they've been playing, I'm pretty sure they're gonna get those 8 points out of this chicken dinner and 9 points out of eliminations for Hunter and Voltrox. Look at this. Even Hunter has contributed, getting 2 eliminations. Jay plays position finally just known, relayed. He's got to take at least 1 player, but that doesn't happen. All it takes is a grenade for him to go out, and there you go. The match is ended. The winner chicken dinner goes to Voltrox and Hunter. Beautiful matchup.
Well, certainly beautiful game from the side of Hunter and of Voltrox, but a very sad game for I8 Usm over there. That was very unfortunate, but yes, Science Center became the definitely not a science exhibition was going on because of all the bloodbath that was happening in Science Center. Other team that like Nocto team, they were rewarded by good placement points because they were a little safe in distance.
I think they were. They're going to benefit out of that one, and I think they're going to get some good position points. If I'm not wrong, I think for that second position, you are going to be getting 5 points. So 5 points is what they're going to accumulate. It's going to be fine for them, but pretty much one-sided matchup, right? And no second thoughts about it. And was a really good game of Nusa. This time I got to see this game. Beautiful map, I must say. A lot of areas, a lot of different sort of engagement points and new weapons, like you said. We wanted to see someone taking a dip inside the pool, but maybe in the second match.
Well, maybe the teams are also playing it for the first time or the second time because it's a new map and they're already busy grinding in the other map. So possibility is there that they are also not aware of Nusa so much.
Well. Nobody is, but it's all right. It's all, for fun and love. But that being said, we're going to push for a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
It's a bad
Well, hello, of course. Welcome back once again right here at PMPL Pakistan, where indeed this is the grand finals that are continuing on fourth. I have taken over Fixes' spot right here because I wanted to be a part of the charity games as well, of course, along with Shadow. Now, Shadow, talking about the game that just took place, of course, the map is beautiful, no question, no doubt about it. But the way Voltrix played, I mean, that is a bit too hungry of a player that nobody can run away from.
Certainly, it felt like boot camp of Sanhok because so many teams were dropping right in the science center, and yes, Voltrix and his teammate definitely ruined everyone's game out there by going and defeating the players, getting so many defeat points and a victory also in their favor.
Exactly. I mean, Voltrix and Hunter, they were unstoppable. In fact, by the end of the game, we had what? Hunter walking away with 3 eliminations, and on the other front, for the side of Voltrix, it was 6 eliminations. So, a very good synergy being showcased between both of them. Of course, on the outside, we saw Voltrix was just bringing out that devious approach, bringing down, I think it was 2, if not 3 players, all by his lonesome. That indeed did work out perfectly for them, but of course, it is all for you guys sitting back at home. It is all for the charity reasons that these influencers, as well as the esports legends that we do have right here that are part of PMPL, the teams are there, they are participating. The 2 games that we are part of right here on the map of Nusa is very, very important. And once again, it is all being provided by PUBG Mobile itself, and it is all for you lot that, of course, have been affected. And for that, of course, we also are definitely hoping for a very quick recovery for the country, as well as, of course, for the viewers, as well as the people who have been affected by all of this. But at the same point in time, of course, where we can, we participate. At the same point in time, where we can bring in a little bit of love, a little bit of perfect helping hand can be provided. That is exactly where we will be doing so. And along with that, of course, now Shadow, talking about the first game, yes, it was the first time that the players were playing on the map and they were playing with each other as a team. Now in the second one, perhaps we can anticipate a little bit more of a competition, do you think?
No, I think they are still going to drop in a very same drop location and go for the fights against each other, because this is Pakistani region we are talking about. They never go for the strategic gameplay. Even in the start of a tournament, when so many things were on the stake, they were going for the aggressive style, not the strategic gameplay.
Well, again, all right, so I'm going to be divided in that, right? Because the community is going to be divided on that sentence, I believe. Yes, there is a lot of strategy applied. At the same point of time, when it comes down to the aggressiveness, that just dominates the strategy. I mean, you just saw it, right? Voltrix and Hunter, the way the strategy was set up from them. Voltrix threw a nade from the right-hand side of the compound itself. And from the left, of course, we already had Hunter set up with a proper crosshair set as he was looking towards the balcony. If at all, there's going to be the final player who will jump out or not, right? So the synergy was definitely there. The strategy was there that I'm going to be the dividing factor, which was from the Voltrix side or from Hunter's side. He was the backup. Hunter was the backup right there. Where indeed, of course, the opponent jumped in ahead, and that provided Hunter with his, of course, 3rd elimination point. So all in all, the aggression is what just comes out a bit more, at least when it comes down to the way these teams and the players, of course, play in the background of PUBG Mobile itself. But talking about the map itself, talk a little bit more about the map. I was listening to you and Fixes talk about it. You were bringing in some really good gyan, and I want to know a lot more because I have not yet been able to put me hands on Nusa, but I really want to learn from you and understand what to be careful of and what to keep in mind when you jump onto this map for the first time.
Even I haven't had the chance to play Nusa at all. I just saw the trailer video when the map was launched. So few pointers were there that made Nusa itself very interesting, because there is a pool that you can regenerate your health, you can regenerate HP over there. And there are tactical crossbow also. You can set fire to the huts over there. You can repair the zipline also. So many things, so many other factors are coming in this very small map. But at the same time, it's such a small map. There is no time to use those strategies or to use those things around there, because many teams are there. Even the 6 team, 12 players were too much for this little map.
You know what though, I have my fingers crossed for this, because this is just the start of Nusa, right? Nusa is going to be a lot of nuisance in the coming days, I believe, if at all the players and the community ends up picking it up as an esports game as well, because you can have so many strategies between 6 teams and this spread out area. You've already got yourself divided based on how the science center is and how the other buildings are. Now, if the teams are already set up in the science center, then the flank angles are, and of course the crosshairs are already going to be setting up with the perfect angles, and that in turn is going to turn into a little bit of a stalemate as to what the other teammate is doing. Where, of course, outside the science center, there's still so many different opportunities, as you were just pointing out itself, right? Those crosshairs can be set up based on, of course, the crossbows, and the huts can be damaged, which in turn is going to be forcing your opponent to get out in the open. Yeah, I can already think about so much of chaos that'll be brought on. But with that, let's move on ahead and have a look at the leaderboard right now, where the first game is done of the charity games. Second one still does remain on the map of Nusa, and the first one goes up to, of course, Tricky Hunter right here, where indeed they walked away with 9 eliminations. 17 total points is what they got. As we were just talking about it, Voltrix and Hunter are the Tricky Hunter team, and indeed in that we did see Voltrix walk away with 6 eliminations, and for Hunter it was 3.
Well, definitely for Hunter it was only 3, but still a good gameplay. It was fun to watch, and that was the whole motive of doing the show match, to bring fun and excitement to the people and the audience, so that they can also contribute to the cause. So I think that purpose was definitely served.
Well, with that, we do have an interview set up right there on the Urdu desk once again. So let's move on ahead and find out what exactly are they talking about.
मुझे लग रहा है अगले मैच में आप कुछ ऐसा करने वाले हैं जो हंसी से जो नजर आ रहा है,
फेंकेंगे ये मुस्कुराते हुए स्मोक। लेकिन चले बाबा, ये जो चैरिटी इवेंट है इस बारे में आपसे थोड़ा सा पूछते हैं कि पबजी मोबाइल की तरफ से इनिशिएटिव लिया गया, जहां ना सिर्फ उनकी तरफ से 2 करोड़ रुपए बल्कि उसके साथ साथ राशन बॉक्सेस जो है वो राशन क्रेट्स वो भी दिए जा रहे हैं, तमाम सलामतगान की मदद की जा रही है। अब सारी चीज़ को आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? आपको 20 में इन्वॉल्व किया गया है, कितने ज़्यादा आप खुद पुरजोश हैं कि आप ही वो इन्फ्लुएंसर बने जो जाकर उन लोगों की मदद करके आए?
यार आई थिंक जो पबजी ने के स्टेप लिए बहुत अच्छे हैं, और इंशाल्लाह पबजी, मैं चाहता हूँ कि पबजी इस तरह की चीज़ें करता जाए। और वैसे ये स्टेप बहुत अच्छा था पबजी की तरफ से, मुझे खुद बहुत अच्छा लगा है। और बाकी हम लोग जाएंगे खुद और दे के आएंगे अपने हाथों से, राशन वगैरह मदद करके आएंगे इंशाल्लाह ज़रूर। और आला दिन साथ आप भी जाओगे, टेंशन लेनी।
इंशाल्लाह।
इसको भी दे आइएगा राशन।
मैं लेके आऊंगा राशन और भी कुछ लाऊंगा।
Inshallah. So again, best of luck for the coming match, because ये बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है हमें जब हम बाबा से बात कर रहे होते हैं कि हम अपने जज्बात को भी काबू में ला सकें। But again, thank you so much for joining with us, और best of luck for the next match। और बाबा एक दफा फिर से जरा दिखा दे सारों को कि एक दफा PTR वाला क्लच दिखा दे अगले नुसा के मैप में।
ओके करो ये क्लच आप तीनों के नाम
इंशाल्लाह
ठीक हो गया।
इंशाल्लाह
ठीक है, बेहतरीन।
कुछ आपके नाम होगा, टेंशन नहीं लेनी।
इंशाल्लाह। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू बेस्ट ऑफ लक बाबा, एंड थैंक यू सो मच, आपने अपना कीमती वक्त निकाला, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, और अगले आने वाले मैच के लिए बेस्ट ऑफ लक।
Absolutely. Now, when we talk about the best of lucks being thrown out there on the Urdu desk, they definitely do need that, because when it comes down to the conversation that you and Fixes actually had, if I'm not mistaken, Baba OP's team was selected, right, as a prediction, as one of the predictions for having a good game, or am I incorrect, Shadow?
No, Fixes predicted Baba OP over there. I went with I8, and I8 became the first team to get eliminated.
Oh. Okay.
This is the story of my life.
We'll just skip over that. Right? We're not going to go back to that sort of a conversation, because there are still more games remaining. There are still games remaining for PMPL Grand Finals, and there are still going to be a lot of opportunities for your predictions to come true, of course. And you know what? Next time, whenever you come into the prediction realm, just think about a team. Don't say it out loud, and then change that to another one. That's the best way to do it, because the curse is then going to be just completely turned around, I believe, and perhaps it could be a boon for the team that you've picked them. But right now, again, we've got a perfect conversation that took place right there on the desk, as Baba OP did talk about all the other possibilities that can be seen from him, and of course his teammate. But overall, where do you think are we moving towards in the second game? Yes, the first one, we saw a lot of eliminations taking place quite early into the game. But this being the second one, where the teams are, I'm sure, are going to be a little bit more perhaps prepared, ready for that sort of aggressiveness that will be showcased against them. So what are your expectations from the second game?
I think it's going to be very similar to the first one. Teams are going to go for the aggressive stance. They are going to engage in multiple fights at the very start of the game. They are not going for some extreme drop somewhere else. Maybe it's again all about Science Center. Possibility.
Well, again, Science Center definitely ends up becoming one of the main buildings. In fact, it is the main building. There's nowhere else that you can go, and so therefore it is going to be the epicenter for all the chaos to begin. That's for sure, right? But in all of that, when it comes down to the team that you are wanting to see perform really well, which team, or in fact, let me point it out this way: what player would you rather want to look at perform really well in this upcoming second map of Nusa?
Khalifa also, because the way him and his teammate performed in this one, they were so close to it. They have good points in their hands also, so I think Khalifa is also a very strong contender for the win in this particular one.
Well, let's find out. Let's definitely find out, as the second charity map of Nusa is going to be on our screens. The flight path definitely going to be, well, a short one, of course, as it's only a one tile map. And talking about that itself, we are going to be looking at all the teams and all the players moving on ahead towards a different direction altogether, which is a good thing, which is definitely a good thing. You're going to be starting a little slow compared to how first match ended up being. You want to be able to, move away from the entire herd that has taken place on the Science Center. And that's exactly what's going to be taking place right off the bat itself, as we do have Kaku bringing down the first aggression with that Voltrix not that far behind, as he is going to be bringing down Kaku.
Well, certainly he's going to bring Kaku down, but in the Science Center also, Tricky Hunter has been taken down and Kaku Whitey is also still bleeding, but in a 1v1 close combat, is going to take down Mr. J plays and will get one defeat point for himself and his team, definitely. But now Nocto is all by himself in Flame Village. Let's see what he can do, as he's up against 1v2 situation against Uzm and Vampire Whitey. But Anubis from R3D, he's being very silent.
Well, Anubis is definitely being a bit too silent, along with, of course, his teammate Joker, who is moving along the entire lower ground and getting a lot of loot for himself, and also, of course, trying to get a clear picture as to where the opponent teams are. I know, he was a bit too over-aggressive right there as he made a move. It was none other than Voltrix once again from side of the team that got away with the first game itself, and that in turn has resulted in, of course, the players going down. Now it is going to be Uzm who's going to be able to utilize his vector to perfection, along with the first Vampire Whitey, to be able to get 2 elimination points to this team. Now that means 5 teams are remaining right here. Talking about the low ground of the Science Center, we do have Voltrix and Hunters. Still, the Tricky Hunters are going to be sticking around. Team number 6, that is going to be on our screens, along with that team Wolf. My apologies, Wolf and Kaku Whitey are the 2 who are going to be perhaps trying to maybe turn this into a stalemate conversation and situation, or they might over-aggress. What do you think, Shadow?
For now, it's a stalemate situation, as both the teams and the players are holding on to their angles, and Voltrix, well, he has a shotgun in his hand, and we know what these players can do with the shotgun. They can pull off a 1v3 situation as well, but Vampire Whitey with that arm is going to take down Mr. J, plays down, and a defeat point for him and his teammate, and Zarbaf is also going to find a 1 defeat point for himself. But Science Center, 2 teams are still going up against each other, and Voltrix is trying to bring an opening with a grenade, but this time it is the arm of Hunter that will take Wolf down.
Wow, again, I mean, Voltrix, what a class play right there being showcased from one side to the other, keeping a real clear in charge of the entire hall right there, the 2 individual openings that were there, along with, of course, his teammate Hunter, keeping a very tricky approach in all of that, but making a very inviting play, in fact, is what I'm going to say. A very baity play is what I'm going to say right there, where they baited the opponent players, and that in turn resulted in them being in control of this and of that entire compound. But with that, now outside is going to be Team 7, where we do have Vampire and Uzm moving on ahead. And again, this is the DBS map, that is for sure, where Uzm definitely does have a DBS, and he's going to be moving on along with the level 3 kit, and that in turn is going to be bringing him down. It is just not going to work out, as DP from Shampoo goes down to perfection, but it seems like it's going to be a 1v1 situation where Vampire Whitey goes down, and Zarbaf is going to be able to clear his head and get his teammate revived for now.
Well, certainly 3 defeat points already to Zarbaf and his teammate right now, and Hunter, well, he has the entire control of Science Center, and again, we have 2 teams and 4 players remaining. The same Hunter along with Voltrix. Can they get the win? Last time they missed it, but now the crosshairs of Voltrox are set onto Shampoo over there, who is on a very HP, and he gets taken down. That means Zarbaf is the last man standing, but they have a hard cover, they have a rock to take a cover for themselves, and in the meanwhile, Voltrox, well, he has to travel some distance if he wants to get a defeat point.
Exactly, and now the entire fight goes in favor of Team 4 in certain sense, because we do have, of course, FS's Zarbaf along with that his teammate, where they are on the higher ground, and Shampoo is the man who's been able to get that revival done on Zarbaf, I believe it was, and that in return is now going to be a conversation for them to be able to lead charge of this fight. On the backlines, once again, Tricky Hunter being very tricky in terms of how he's able to approach and create the flank angle, whereas Voltrox is the one who's going to be pushing on ahead, and hold on. There seems to be a little bit of a change in plans, and it is going to be Tricky Hunter who's going to be reigning in supreme in terms of how he draws the attention, and that drawing attention has resulted in Shampoo taking on a lot of shots with his DP, but on the other hand, his teammate Zarbaf has taken on a lot of shots, as FS Zarbaf definitely has brought his health down to 30% HP, and it's all thanks to Voltrox to be able to, get that play, get that strategy being created right here. But it's still between any team, because again, the best part for the team of Zarbaf and Shampoo is the fact that they are at a higher ground, so they have a lot of opportunity to be able to spot out if at all Voltrox and his teammate Tricky Hunter get closer to their position.
Well, certainly, if they manage to get closer, they can take down the players easily. But Voltrox, well, he's on a different angle, and his teammate is trying to move in from the right flank angle. But Zarbaf and Shampoo, they're looking for a better position in this circle right now, so that they can capitalize and get that win in their favor. But the vehicle also seems quite interesting. And Shampoo, along with Zarbaf, well, they're trying to also go for the height advantage onto Voltrox, I believe. No, it's Hunter over there, and from this height advantage, they can definitely spot the player down and maybe can take him down as well. Now the tables have turned. The advantage position is right in the hands of Team Zarbaf, and Shampoo, and Hunter takes a hefty damage. Now he needs to patch up really fast.
Oh, what a lucky man right there, Tricky Hunter, as he jumps into that small little shed. He had a first aid kit waiting for him, and that's going to help him get his health revived all the way to 80%. And of course, with a little bit more help, he can move it all the way to 100. But right now, his level 3 vest has been destroyed. All he's left with is a level 3 helmet, and that is all. If at all, he's got body shots coming in his name, coming towards his face. That in turn is going to be a very tricky position for him to be able to dissolve against the players of course, Shampoo and Zarbaf. Now, Shampoo and Zarbaf, with the ATV approach that they had right there, jumping all the way up top on the highest mountain that they can in this map of Nusa, has resulted in them being in a very, very good position. But we're looking at Tricky Hunter. Where is the teammate? Where is Voltrox? Voltrox is still far back out. Voltrox is still not yet approached. And in another 5 seconds, we are going to be able to see a push, perhaps, from the zone itself, where indeed, when it comes down to the way Tricky Hunter and Voltrox are playing a very passive game, it is going to be forced to climb up this mountain. And once they do, Zarbaf and Shampoo, they are waiting, they are ready, they are wanting to pounce upon their opponents and get this chicken dinner for themselves.
Looks like they're also having fun at the same time. A cat and mouse chase is also going on. One team takes the advantage position, the other flanks in, goes to some other different position. Well, let's see which one is going to come on the top and get a big win. But now things are getting serious, as Zarbaf is right in front of Tricky Hunter. Despite being in a good position, Zarbaf gets taken down. Now Shampoo, it's all upon him. A 1v2 situation. He can take down Hunter, but Hunter, in the right nick of time, moved behind that rock cover. That means Hunter is safer now, but the grenade can be deadly for Hunter out there. But now the projectile is going to be not so perfect from the side of Shampoo, and Hunter will get the confirmation onto Zarbaf.
Well, the best part for Tricky Hunter is the fact that he's got a level 3 vest and a level 3 helmet, which in turn, of course, negated the damage that should have been dished out to him based on the nade that was thrown right there. But now all the pressure boils on upon Shampoo itself. And on the backlines, we do see the flank angle being covered from the teammate of Tricky Hunter. That's going to be Voltrox, jumping on ahead, of course, punching his way through to be able to get the second chicken dinner right here in the map of Nusa for the charity games. And this in turn is definitely showcasing a very good synergy between Voltrox as well as Tricky Hunter. But all in all, now it all boils down to a 2v1 situation against Shampoo. And Shampoo, his position has been compromised from both the angles. Hunter as well as his teammate Voltrux are approaching, and just a matter of time before Shampoo goes down, as Voltrux from the backlines is going to be jumping on ahead, and with a jump he's going to be able to just dominate and get that chicken dinner in his name. And we do have the second Nusa game coming to an end. The charity game once again goes in favor of Voltrux and Tricky Hunter. The team of Tricky Hunter, the squad of Tricky Hunter, has definitely obliterated this lobby with this dominating performance that they were able to showcase right here. But again, it was all a lot of fun, a lot of exciting plays being made. In the end, it was a little bit of a stalemate situation, but overall, that is what we anticipated it to be when you've got such a big area and only 4 players surviving.
Well, definitely, Tricky Hunter got the big win twice, and I'm very sure, even without looking at the standings, that they are still in the top. But the fun, the excitement level that they brought in, well, definitely it was there.
Oh, it definitely was. With that, we're going to go on a short little break. Viewers, stick around. We'll be right back, because for the grand finals, there are still 4 more games remaining. So stick around. We'll be right back with more action. Hello and welcome back once again right here in PMPL Pakistan region. This is the grand finals that we are at, and in the grand finals we're done with the 2 games. The first one was on Miramar, where Magnus walked away with a beautiful 16 elimination game for themselves, and then moving on to the map of Sanhok, which again turned out to be quite a chaotic one, where 52 esports out of the blue walked away with a chicken dinner. But that is only 2 games done of the 6 that are supposed to be played right now. We are moving on ahead with the schedule itself, where of course I am going to be taking on a little bit of a time where Fixus is going to be joining you in the game to cast. But right now again, Shadow, now we're going to be moving on towards the map of Erangel, which is going to be the first Erangel of the final day of the grand final. So what exactly are you anticipating from these teams on this map of Erangel? Because we know how chaotic things have gotten, and especially when it comes down to yesterday, right? The final game was on Erangel, where you and I were casting, and Magnus walked away with a 17 elimination chicken dinner.
Magnus, they are still in the contestation of the top spot in the overall ranking, but yesterday in the very first Erangel that we saw, Team Star got a big win for themselves on day number 1. Yes, day number 1, the very first Erangel, it was Team Star that got the victory for themselves. So yes, this Erangel is also going to be very crucial, because after that only 3 games are remaining, and maybe it will demarcate which teams are definitely not making into the SA Championship. After that, things can become a little chaotic. They can start going for the targets, the top teams over there. Anything can happen. So this game is going to be crucial for all the teams, the top teams, even the bottom teams.
Absolutely, and that is of course the PMPL journey in the grand finals that continues on. But right now we were part of course the charity game. So let's move on ahead, as we've got an interview set up right there on the other desk.
टूर्नामेंट्स छोटे लेवल पे खेलते रहे इस तरह, मतलब इंटरनेशनल उस पर तो नहीं प्ले किए, बट इंशाल्लाह फ्यूचर में अगर मौका मिला तो ज़रूर पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे।
आई होप ये जीत आपको मोटिवेट कर रही होगी कि आप फ्यूचर में जो है वो कम्पिटिटिव की तरफ आएँ। लेकिन चलें, फिलहाल हम थोड़ा सा इवेंट के रिलेटेड बात करते हैं। पबजी मोबाइल ने इनिशिएटिव लिया कि उन्होंने पाकिस्तान में मौजूद जितने भी इस वक्त सैलाब की वजह से जो वो ज़रूरतमंद अफराद हैं उनके लिए पबजी मोबाइल इनिशिएटिव लाई है। काफ़ी सारा उनकी तरफ से इमदाद की जा रही है, काफ़ी सारी। इस सारे इनिशिएटिव को आप किस तरह से देखते हैं, और आप वो अब इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं जो कि जाएंगे, जाकर पबजी मोबाइल के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बनेंगे और उन लोगों की मदद करेंगे, कितना अच्छा आपको ये सोचकर फील हो रहा है कि मेरे हाथों से, मेरी वजह से लोगों की जो है वो मदद होगी?
जी जी बिल्कुल। सबसे पहले तो ये बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त स्टेप है पबजी ने जो इस पे लिया है। जितना मतलब उन्होंने पाकिस्तान के लिए जो भी फ्लड अफेक्टीज़ हैं उनके लिए जो डोनेशन किया, तो और बाकी उसके बाद ये है कि मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि इस मेरे थ्रू मतलब मैं जाके खुद वहाँ पे डोनेट करूँगा, बॉक्सेस वहाँ पे जाके देंगे, तो
बेहतरीन जी, बेहतरीन। और इसी के साथ मैं समझता हूँ कि किसी भी इंसान के लिए बहुत बड़ा ऑनर होता है कि इस तरह का फलाई काम जो है वो आपके हाथों से हो। सो जो भी आपके देखने वाले हैं, जो आपके ऑडियंस है, आप उनको किस तरह से यहाँ पर मोटिवेट करेंगे फॉर द फ्यूचर, फॉर इवन अगर इस तरह की कोई नागहानी आफत आगे भी आकर आती है, अल्लाह ना करे आती है, तो उसमें वो क्या रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं, क्या मैसेज देंगे आप उनको?
बिल्कुल
जी, मैं सबसे ये कहना चाहूँगा कि यार देखो, आसपास अगर आपके करीब कोई इलाके हैं जहाँ पे कोई फ्लड से, सैलाब से मुतासर जितने भी इलाके हैं, तो अगर आप खुद जा सकते हो, सबसे पहले तो ये सबसे बेस्ट आप खुद जाएं, वहाँ पे लोगों की सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि इस टाइम पे जितने भी हमारे भाई हैं फ्लड से अफेक्ट हैं, उनको बड़ी ज़रूरत है हमारी। और दूसरा बाकी है कि आप कोशिश करें कि जो मतलब बिस्किट वगैरह हो गए, ड्राई फूड हो गया, वो आप कोशिश करें कि वहाँ पे आप वो करें, क्योंकि जो पका के वहाँ पे बनाने वाला सीन तो नहीं है फिलहाल, क्योंकि बिल्कुल जो आसान चीज़ें, बिस्किट हो गए, उसके अंदर आपके पास चने आ गए, और इस तरह की जो भी चीज़ें आप मतलब कुछ भी इस टाइप की आप वो वहाँ पे जाके उनके लिए बॉक्सेस बना सकते हैं, या किसी भी हिसाब से आप वहाँ पे हेल्प कर सकते हैं।
थैंक यू सो मच ट्रिकी हंटर, एंड आई विश यू बेस्ट ऑफ लक। आप ही वो फ्रंट फेस होने वाले हैं जो कि पबजी मोबाइल की तरफ से जाएंगे, सो आपका चेहरा उन लोगों को याद रहेगा। इसी बात पर थैंक यू सो मच, आपने अपना कीमती वक्त मुहैया किया हमारे लिए, एंड आई विश यू बेस्ट ऑफ लक आपके सारे करियर के लिए, ई स्पोर्ट्स के लिए। अगर आप आएंगे कॉम्पिटिटिव में तो ऑब्वियसली लोग आपको याद जरूर रखेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच, एंड थैंक यू।
ख्याल रखिएगा,
अपना बहुत ज्यादा ख्याल रखिएगा।
Well, that definitely was a very insightful interview right there from the side of course Tricky Hunter, where they spoke about rather how the people are definitely going to be well helped, and that too from Tricky Hunter himself, which is definitely a very good initiation that has been created right here from PUBG Mobile itself. And also at the same point of time, hopefully someday we'll be able to see Tricky Hunter be a part of course the PMPL itself with one of his own teams, a big team, and pushing on along, and maybe even representing the country itself. But right now, the initiative that he's taken is going to be that much more important, which is to be able to, of course, help out all the people affected by the floods.
Certainly, in these difficult times when people come together and show support, that it tends to not minimize, at least reduce the difficulties of the people who are suffering right now. And everyone should definitely come together and show their love and the support, not just the Pakistani people, the others also. That is why PUBG Mobile is definitely trying to do as much as they can from their own side, and the other people are also requested to please contribute to the cause, because the people in the Pakistan right now, they need all the love and the support.
Absolutely, they definitely do. And again, viewers, keep in mind that this is from a request from us to you as well, that if you can, definitely do help out whoever you can in the community, whoever's surrounding, whoever's close by, whoever's far away, as much as you can. Fixes mentioned it, right? Just a 10 snack or just like a 10 toffee is going to be more than ample the amount of things that, again, people that are adversely affected, it's going to be a big boon, a big plus to their lives, to their day, or their minute right there as soon as they get handed over with that. Of course, the ration loots have been set up. They are going to be spread across. You are definitely going to be seeing them around in your region as well. But right now, moving away from that and changing the conversation altogether itself, from the brotherhood, from the love, affection, to PUBG Mobile itself, where in this PMPL things have gotten chaotic, things have gotten absolutely out of control. We started in week 1 in the league plays where it was none other than I8 creating 300 plus points, 400 points if I'm not mistaken, and then moved on away from that into week number 2 where we saw the rise of Magnus, and then in week 3 it was a different approach altogether where so many other teams jumped the gun, in fact is what I should say, and brought their gameplay up miraculously well. But now in the grand finals, it's all a plain equal field, and in the grand finals we are looking at, of course, 2 games done, 4 more games do remain. Let's move on ahead and have a look at the schedule where we were just talking about it, Shadow. The first 2 games that are done have been completed on the map of course, Miramar and Sanhok, and now upcoming is going to be Erangel.
Well, certainly it's going to be Erangel, Magnus and 52 Esports. They've already taken a big win for themselves, and they're still contesting for the top spot. Magnus 52, they are trying to come in the top 6. Well, let's see if they can, because consistency is the key. That's the only thing for 52 Esports that can help them. But now also comes the time for the prediction. Which team you're going to pick, Lakshay, now?
Well, all right. So this is going to be a very important notice to the viewers as well. As you can clearly see over there, we are looking at 6 correct predictions, which is not mine, of course. This is Fixes. As I mentioned earlier, Fixes is going to be joining you during the cast itself. But right now, he's already told me what team is he going for, and that's going to be Magnus Esports. He wants to be able to see Magnus bring their play up, bring that chicken dinner up, and perhaps even a higher frag game would be that much more of a boon for us. But that's coming in from Fixes' side. What team exactly are you thinking of, Shadow?
Well, I want to go with top teams, but I think Regicide. This game is very important for Regicide if they want to see themselves in the SA Championship, because if they perform bad in this one, only few games are remaining and the pressure is going to be mounting on them. So I think Regicide definitely should take this one in their favor.
Indeed. I mean, I will definitely second that. But also at the same point of time, when it comes to the Grand Finals, this is a conversation that I had with Fixes pre-game segment of match number 2 of Sanhok, where I spoke about Regicide, and he pointed out something that was absolutely on point, which was the fact that Regicide, yes, maybe in week 3 they did really well, right? We saw 52 Esports, we saw H2E doing phenomenally well in terms of the rotation that they were making, and thus in week 3 they were doing good and working towards getting closer and closer to the points. But for Regicide in the Grand Finals, things have not worked out at all. Things have definitely gone against them, in fact. So it is going to be a very difficult conversion. But at the same point in time, I do keep my fingers crossed that that is a point that you brought out, Shadow. If Regicide does not perform in this Erangel, then the next 3 remaining games, it's very difficult for them to be able to climb up into the top 6. Because right now, if they start popping off head, even if they don't walk towards a perfect chicken dinner, but get those many points, they're already getting closer and closer to the top 6.
Certainly, Quraysh, but I also want to say one thing. Regicide and Quraysh Esports, most of the times they were engaging in a fight against each other during those mid-rotation games, where Regicide was the team that was taken out pretty early and Quraysh, they came on the top. Now that Quraysh Esports, they are not there, that means Regicide, they are going to find free pathway inside the initial few circles. That can definitely help the case of Regicide. So the hope is still there. Let's see if they can capitalize on it and be in the SA Championship.
Of course, definitely. That is going to be the approach that I want to be able to see. I mean, you talk about yesterday's final game. That was the best game, I think, at least as far as the final zone was concerned, at least as far as the final teams that remained were concerned, right? We were talking about T20 QWERTY, we were talking about Magnus, we had I8, best of the best teams going up against each other. It was absolute bloodbath right there in that battleground of the final game, where indeed, of course, it was Magnus walking away with that perfect chicken dinner. That too on a point where Magnus was at the lower half of the mountain, and they had BABLU towards one side, and they had to deal with I8 as well as, of course, T20 QWERTY that were up above on the mountain itself, which all turned out to be absolutely perfect for Magnus. But this time around, once again, the only reason I bring up these names is they are also part of the lobby. For Regicide, for Magnus, it's not going to be an easy ride right here, because after all, TUF performing really well, T20 QWERTY definitely on a really good climb, I8, there's no stopping them, it seems like. So, and at the same time, BABLU is always going to be that X factor based on how the zone is situated and where BABLU decide to, shift and make a drop. But talking about drops itself, another point that I would like to discuss, Shadow, is do you expect a change in terms of the drops on the map of Erangel?
Maybe few. Not too many in this particular one, maybe not, but in the last Erangel that we have today, in that one, certainly there are going to be certain drop changes, because the bottom teams, well, they will try and deliver an impactful performance and maybe try and take down the top dogs, the top teams in the standings, because that definitely happened in the last game of the league stage also. So there is a possibility of that happening in the last Erangel, but now maybe some team will try and go in the drop location of Quraysh Esports. There is a possibility.
That definitely is a possibility. In fact, I would love to see the latter half of the leaderboard teams just go all out YOLO and try and be as destructive as they possibly can in this game, right? Because Erangel is an OG map. Everybody knows where everybody's going to be dropping down to. You talk about Quantum Rage, they're set up at the S9. You talk about down south, you already know where Milta is and you know who are going to be found over there. Talk about down south, from there itself, we saw this time around actually, it was H2E, I believe, who actually decided to go towards military base along with I8, and then made a very different shift based on how the zone actually pushed towards the northern side. That was yesterday's game, I believe. But yeah, I would love to see a chaotic mess from the team sitting at the latter half of the leaderboard, so that a lot more masala can be created and set up for Fixes as he jumps in with the game. And talking about the game itself, of course, the players are just getting ready. They just got done with the charity games, and now they are going to just reset their minds and get prepared, because now is the moment for them to shine. Each and every single team, of course, as the prize pool is still there, the opportunity to be in the top 6 is still there. And again, along with that, we are also looking forward to finding out from the top 5 to the top 8 who is the one who is going to be the grand final, or grand champion, my apologies, for this PMPL itself for 2022 fall.
Okay, I want to say something completely off the topic. I so badly wanted to pick I8, but because every single time I was picking I8, they were taken down pretty early. That was the reason I went for Reggie's side, but now, chuck it, I'm going with I8 this time. I'm changing
No,
the game is not I8.
The game is not yet started, right? So we can very well ask the producer and the director if they can change that. Perhaps we can bring up that prediction factor right here once again, and we can actually change that from for the side of course, Shadow to I8. There we have it. There we have it. All right, that's going to make things that much more wonderful. But what if Regicide win now, Shadow?
I'm happy. I'll be happy if Regicide wins, but I8 fans are going to not be happy, because they're already like, don't pick I8, don't pick I8.
Exactly, right? Because Fixes mentioned this as he was talking about it. He did mention it, and he spoke directly to the fans as well, that don't you guys sweat, don't you of course worry. And well, again, that's exactly what I'm going to say to you guys as well, because I8 is on a climb, I8 is on the run, I8 is all for getting this chicken dinner, and not only the chicken dinner, but also being the champions of PMPL itself. Nothing stopping them apart from maybe Magnus, maybe T20 QWERTY, maybe TUF, maybe BABLU. There are so many different variations that this could go down towards. But with that, what we do know for a fact right now is that the flight path has taken over, and we are going to be jumping in with this game number 3 of the day. With that, it is going to be, of course, Fixes and Shadow to cast this game for you.
All right. You know, Shadow, you've done it, and I love you for that. All right, so I8 has been Shadow's pick. I think I'm going to go with Magnus. Loving what they do in the game of Erangel. They managed to get a 17 finish chicken dinners yesterday. So this game onwards, I think we're done finally with the charity show match up, which we did have. I mean, it wasn't really tough for Voltrox, right? It was easy peasy. But again, even better than that, the 2 crore rupees that comes in terms of relief from PUBG Mobile towards all the affected people of Pakistan in the floods. And I really hope that really helps them, along with all that ration package drops that are going to be done by all these influencers and everybody involved in that region. Would certainly at least, you know, make a small difference, make things better for the people that are affected. But now let's get into the competitive mode, competitive vibe, because now 4 more games remaining, Shadow. And I8, they've got a nice lead building up, but T20 QWERTY, Magnus, they're still on their tails, and this circle is kind of a little hybrid, and it's going to be really interesting to see. And a circle that would favor the likes of, you know, TUF and Team BABLU. So let's see what happens.
Similar circle to the last game of yesterday also, where the final circle was towards the side of shooting range. We had Team IA, Team Magnus, Team QWERTY in the final circle contesting for that victory. So let's see if that is going to replicate this time also. But now we have Team Star in Severny. That means this time they don't have to go for those early long rotation, because they are already awarded by the circle. But I8, again being stubborn, going towards the side of military base, and that has always rewarded them with good placement and defeat points. They know how to make those rotation in these northern kind of circles. But talking about R3D, a team that has done a lot of third parties, especially in Sanhok, let's see what they are going to do, as right now they are in Rozuk.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much their home ground, right? Haven't really left ever since. So I think for R3D, we already know that the deed has been done. They pretty much, I'm sure, not make it to the top 6 because of where they stand right now. So which gives them equal opportunity to kind of go all out and try and secure a chicken dinner, because 52 Esports have already done that. Miraculously just pulled off the way Joker played over there. But for now, I mean, as things stand, Magnus also. I mean, this has been one of those zones where Magnus really tend to dominate. So good chances of having my prediction right. But we're gonna talk about that a little later as the game progresses, because I8 still yet to make it to the military base, which is eventually gonna hamper the time of rotation. Even for the grounders, they haven't really successfully made it to Primorsk yet, and Vasi, I think he's just blocking their way, and if Vasi at least manages to get a single pick or two, I think the grounders might be in a whole world of trouble.
Well, certainly, because up until now we have seen Team Grounders and FS in close proximity, one in Quarry, one in Primos, not going up against each other. But now looks like Vasi can definitely try and take down one of the player of Team Grounders, or maybe vice versa can also happen. 1v4 situation is a little too much for Vasi to deal with. But right now, North Esports, they are on the Rozhok Hill area, and Avenger OP, well, he knows there is a team in the Rozhok, and they are already players, or maybe just waiting for the players to come out in the open. That is when they are going to strike and maybe get one defeat point in their favor. But R3D, they have no idea that North Esports, they are in such close proximity.
Oh yeah, I mean, North Esports, they're on the hunt. And they know, I mean, I think considering the situation or the circumstances they are in, it's not gonna bug them if they pick up a fight over here, right? Still kind of languishing at the bottom of the table, and both these teams. It's going to be interesting. I think North Esports have decided to just go all out, and Walker, I think this was the perfect time for Avenger to at least try and pick up a knock, because had he gotten knocked down there on the rooftop, it would have been impossible to get the rest back up. However, it would have, rung an alarm bell for R3D that looking out for them, and this was the perfect time. Walker still out in the open. Avenger, where on earth is he shooting? And seems like needs to have himself checked with I mean, what just happened? I mean, I really felt that I could have connected that shot. No offense.
He was second guessing himself that will he be able to take the knock and the defeat point as well, because they will also compromise their location, their position as well, which they didn't want to. Yes, they were looking for the information, they were looking for a defeat point, but he was little late on pulling that trigger. Now they have to retreat and fall back to the safety of school.
I do not know what to say. I mean, North Esports set camp for a long time. They were having this beautiful setup just to give away the position and did not even get a knock. I mean, Avenger has seen much better days than this prey. But regardless, I mean, let's just move on. I mean, North Esports, you can understand mentally they're kind of really succumbing to the pressure, right? Because again, not playing according to the expectations that they had with themselves. TUF again taking over the junction points, and that's a really good area to hold on to. 3x might just lock on with them any single moment, as I8 still pretty stable, still calm. They know there's no one gonna budge them. They're gonna loot their hearts out and then eventually leave. Maybe once the first circle starts closing in, along with the blue, is how they want to move. But I really think creating a little bit of space, because it's still unknown where the circle is going to go. Is it going to go all the way up north? Is it going to go a little bit down south? What do you think, Shadow?
We saw the northern circle yesterday. This time I want the circle to go towards the side of ruins, or maybe towards a big mountain of Georgopol. That will make things interesting, because in these kind of circle, teams are already hoping that the circle is going on the northern side, and the early rotations are already being showcased from the side of Team Gorty also. So that will make things interesting. When you go towards the north, maybe you lose some player, or maybe survive with all the 4 players. Then the circle throws a curveball and you have to come back to the main island.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point I kind of like if I are delaying things, right? Just play around the edge, because it's still unknown where the circle will go. You would want to have some those bridges for yourself, at least if they take control over that western Georgopol hills. At least could rotate if it's a northern circle. And I think that should be their priority. But I think I8 have already decided to leave military base, now heading inside the circle. The grounders are also going to take their sweet time in making an entry, but majority of the team are already stacking up around the center. Team Magnus did drop off at Pachinki, went a little bit up north, and this is a game for them. They are having that momentum with themselves. Sanhok did not go exactly the way they wanted. I mean, whatever could go wrong just went wrong for them, and had to travel a lot. But this time they do not, and it might really help them out. But for now, I mean, T20 QWERTY taking that northern route out. So few of those teams are really banking upon the fact that the circle is indeed going to take a shift up north.
Well, certainly teams are definitely hoping, and I would love it if the circle don't go towards the side of north, because that makes things interesting. But right now, Team Star, every single time Team Star is the one in these kind of circles to leave the safety of the Siverny compounds area, and usually they do end up losing out on one or the two players. So let's see if they can manage to survive with all the four players right now. But R3D Esports, even they are in a good spot, but other teams are also rotating and coming in the close vicinity. That could be the plus of Team 3x. Well, talking about 3x, look at the split they're having. One of the player on the northern island, two of the players on the southern side. Well, let's hope everything goes in their favor.
Oh, let's hope for the best. The way TUF have been playing, I think it's all for the right reasons, right? You want to make sure even if there's a curveball hitting and it goes down south, they are prepared. But this is going to be interesting because now we have a more clear picture of that the circle might go up north. Zameen taking quite some damage in R3D. They want some revenge. Avenger should have landed those shots, but regardless, I mean, Zameen gets the better out of Tunterata. Now this is a blow for Quantum Rage because they've been around contesting for that top 3, have lost it out to Magnus, and they surely have to cut on their losses and run, because at this moment if they decide to commit, then things could get even worse as North Esports getting that success. Now we've been talking about North Esports, R3D having really nothing to lose, right? It's just about getting a little bit more of that prize money is what they might be fighting for at this given moment, as JD almost took down Mojo, who will somehow get out of harm's way.
For now, he's moving out of the harm's way as he will scuttle back to the safety. But Senior, with that height advantage, is already looking in the direction of the players out there in the open. But right now, well, the players are trying to find the safety net somewhere, or maybe a safe compound for themselves. But Anubis, he's right there in the open, and anything can happen in this kind of situation because so many other teams are also going for the rotation. But Magnus is opening things against the side of 3x Esports. The split of 3x was definitely not working in their favor, as they are going to lose not just 1, 2 plus maybe, I think.
Yeah, and 3x, I mean, things haven't been really merry for them today, has it? The way they've been getting taken down, not trying a lot, but eventually failing. And this is what pressure does to the best of the teams out here in Pakistan. But Quantum Rage, now with just 3 men, have R3D in front of them. And R3D at this point, if they even get a single knock, they're not going to shy away from taking that push. So Quantum Rage will have to be very, very careful with every single movement that they make. But again, the circle's starting to close in. And the next shift is going to be very, very crucial. I8, however, they've taken over Rozok, right? And they're still, hoping that if the circle kind of goes down, or maybe if it shifts further up, they could use the Rozok bridge, which is indeed a smart idea. I mean, I kind of had that western entry in mind, but it's still fine, right? It's still a-okay. As Roshan, I think, trying to spot out the players of Regicide, who are well split apart from each other. Everybody just trying to get as much ground as possible to ensure that even if the circle shifts away from them, at least somebody is close or inside the circle from their team.
Well, certainly they are trying to do so, but 52 Esports right now, they are in a good spot as they are not making too much noise. Their whereabouts are not known to too many teams. That means they can still hold on to the position, because the next circle is definitely going to be in their favor, if I'm not wrong. And Quantum Rage, well, this is a team that is making a lot of noise. They have already lost on to Tanatan, and they're surviving as a 3-man army out there in the open, and with 15 teams, 58 players alive. Anyone can spot you out in this kind of a situation. So Quantum Rage, they need to pick fights very careful, as Team Star is also in the close proximity. We have 52, even the players of Team Star, but the circle, well, it has taken a little concentric shift.
Yeah, a little concentric, and I think has favored the players of Team Magnus heavily. They have gotten themselves at the best of spots now. At this point, they have to find those little, dips in that hilly area that they're holding on to, because now a lot of teams might decide to come in from the bridge. Maybe Freestyle might take that recourse, but Avenger, again, I do not know what's wrong with him. Still, this is a tougher one to connect. I mean, it's a moving vehicle. Finally manages to land a couple of bullets. Or maybe is it his teammate? Regardless, Nocto's vehicle is pretty much done and dusted, and Avenger is going to also make sure that he also bursts out the tires of that coupe over there. So things getting really worse for Nocto with every passing minute as Knock Knock comes to his aid. But this could get even worse with Quantum Rage also spraying at Regicide's direction. One knock is all it takes to just throw things apart for Regicide. Let's see what happens.
Well, they managed to escape the clutches of one team, and right now they are moving in the direction of R3D Esports, a little southwards, and that is certainly not the position Regicide wants to be in, because R3D, well, they are already closing the distance. North Esports, they are also setting their crosses on to the plus of 52 Esports, and Nojo, the smoke is definitely giving away his position, and it's a matter of time when Roshan will start shooting in the direction of Nojo also. Well, 52, they had the complete control, but now they are on the periphery. Sooner or later, they have to leave the safety, and with that, Dojo gets taken down, and a beautiful knock comes in from Roshan of Team North Esports, and a confirmation also coming in. That means 52, they are surviving as a three-man army, but still it's not easy because North Esports, Roshan is still looking in their direction.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point, Nojo 52 Esports did manage to win that chicken dinner in the previous game, but now find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle. But T20 QWERTY, they have one of their players knocked out. Hopefully should get a revival, but because it's a fight against H2E, and 420 boy, he's just being hammered down with the flurry of bullets. Gravity, not the wisest choice to try and get that revive on, because the zone's also starting to shrink in, and JD is gonna do whatever it takes to get that finish confirmed for himself, as I think Khan is gonna take that risk. No, it is indeed Gravity, and I do not know if that's the wisest of options to lose out on the star player at this point, as Tarzan also just trying to spray in the air, hoping that a few of those bullets will connect. But eventually, as the circle takes an eastern shift this time around, 3x find themselves in a good promising position, and so are the players of I8 on that eastern side, with not a lot of teams to worry about. But look at this, Gravity eventually falls, and so does Voltrox. T20 QWERTY, they're just getting crushed apart, and that is a nightmare at this point for them. They cannot have afford to lose out on their players at this point, especially with Magnus having the center of the circle quite literally.
Certainly, but Khan is still in the picture. He can go for the placement points because he's made it to the safety of the circle. But Regicide, they are going up against I8 on the eastern front, and Noki, well, he has taken a hefty damage, but Nocto's grenade is going to take down Blade over there. That could be an opening that Regicide was looking for, and Nocto also takes Uzm down, and the numbers are going down from the side of Team I8 as Uzm gets eliminated by that grenade. And I8, how they are going to survive is Nocto is already going for the flank angle onto them.
Oh yeah, I think this is Regicide just realizing. I mean, they might have caught the big fish, right? Two players already knocked out. Ghost still trying to put a standoff. At a point, I think his position hasn't been compromised yet, at least, but now it has. Indeed, the push might come in any given moment. IQ and Ghost finally just regrouping over here, as Blade will want to relay those important informations, because he cannot be helped for sure. But elsewhere, Quantum Rage, they're getting the better out of the players of the Grounders. And now it's going to be interesting to see what goes on. I mean, Team Magnus haven't really engrossed themselves in a lot of fight, are letting all these teams around the edges to battle it out amongst each other. And I8 going through a tough time over here. I mean, at this point, what do they do? Because if Magnus get a really good game, and if they get a chicken dinner, then I8's first position might be at stake.
Well, certainly it can be at stake. That's why the remaining two players are not engaging in a fight. They are engaging as IQ. He has deployed good smokes in the direction, but his other teammate is a little far away. But North Esports, they are going up against Quantum Rage as Cena gets taken down, and North Esports, they are trying to converge all the players from different direction. But Avenger OP gets taken down by Sigma Male over there, whose position was not revealed, but Roshan is going to retaliate with a grenade, gets a commission onto Cena. Now it's all on Goku. Can he clutch against the side of North Esports? His Roshan is going to go up close to Goku, and with the DPS, Goku will take him down and will get a confirmation as well. But he needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. But there is no time as Zameen comes in and takes him down, making sure that Quantum Rage gets eliminated at 15th position. But in the meantime, in this whole chaos, they also lost onto Roshan.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just fights happening left, right and center. TUF getting the better out of the players of Freestyle. You know, they had been holding on to that junction area, not letting them pass, and eventually just emerged out the victors in that particular fight. Now, we've got a lot of teams clustered up on that western side. You've got 52 Esports, you've got Team BABLU, and right now, Avenge is trying to take a few shots at 52 Esports' direct. In fact, R3D's direction will eventually have to pay with his life, as North Esports' Maxi has a different angle altogether, already having secured 7 finishes. North Esports, this is what I had said, you know, they want to go all guns blazing. They are actually doing that, as Zameen getting spotted out. Sultana will be the one who secures that knock, but the circle has taken a rather northern shift, and I had they had all 4 of their players alive, could have actually dreamt about this of this chicken dinner. But Regicide trying to push in finally on the players of IA. This is going to get whole lot more exciting. But now Mary is cooking up that grenade. There you have it. Vaz securing that knock on Ghost, and seems like the light is fading away from I8.
Well, looks like the light is definitely fading as the last player is still surviving IQ, but I still have hopes and faith in IQ, because one time he did it as a single man. He got a winner chicken dinner. Right now, he's in a very wrong territory as H2E is going up against 3x Esports, and he is in the close proximity. Anyone can spot him down from far off. Team start from the height advantage can spot IQ over there down. So he's in a tricky spot for now. But 3x, well, they have the safety of the compound. They have a hard compound for themselves, as they are going to cook a grenade against H2E. But they lob the perfect projectile to get a knock.
Oh, it's gonna get intense. Nate's flying over, but still no success. However, I mean, we were talking about that western cluster being built up. Now it is right in front of us. Team BABLU, they want to do anything and everything it takes to, you know, try and get a chicken dinner in this possible game, because if at this point they make it through, then that is going to be amazing for them and their fans. They've been going through tough times, dealing with a lot of turmoil, as Sultana just spotting out the players of Team BABLU as they decide to park at his compound, and Sultana taking a little bit of damage, will want to reposition himself, as Pan just in the buggy trying to relay all that information out there, as Teen Wolf just taking cover around this little house, will want to peek out any single moment, still hesitating before making that push, as there you go, the prone in comes in, but 3 players of BABLU, you know, having him in his crosshairs, and he was pretty much helpless in that position.
Well, he certainly was, but Tarzan is going to find few good knocks onto the players of TUF, and Assad is going for the rescue mission onto his fallen comrade, but Tarzan is still relentlessly shooting in the direction of Assad over there. Can he find the confirmation? Can he find the speed point that he's looking for? But Tarzan also needs to realize that he's lying and proning in the open. All he has is little shack, and any time a team can close in and lob a good grenade in his direction. But right now his own teammate JD, he's dealing with the players of 3x Esports, who are busy engaging in a fight with Magnus, and Magnus, well, the circle has been a little away from them right now.
Oh yeah, and I mean, just that Ridge kind of saving them from getting finished off at least. But they still have lost out on finisher while trying to traverse around the map. And that's going to be a cause of concern. Because now, how do Magnus really make an entry with 3x and H2E right in front of them? And even IQ just waiting around the peripheries. R3D still inside the circle, nobody behind them, so they can be happy about that. Could actually walk up with the chicken dinner, but Drolin decides to finally commit, go for that push, or is he just stealing the vehicle away, or he's just gonna stay mum inside that little vehicle, just try to, you know, pull off a surprise. But Drolin trying to lob a few more grenades, and Kratos really needs to watch out for it. as Trollin decides to just pull out the vehicle and walk away with murder maybe, but Joker getting the spot out on Tarzan will knock him out.
Well, certainly he gets taken down, and Saad now will be looking for the rescue mission onto the fallen teammate. But can he revive him when all fights are happening every single direction? But Reggie's side, well, they are picking the claws of Team Magnus as Roland gets spotted on and he gets taken down. But Ashad also finds a knock onto TUF Thor over there. But in all this commotion, a team that has kept themselves away and in a safe spot is going to be R3, little northern side. But Team BABLU, they are also trying to make an entry inside the circle, and TUF is definitely trying and stop them, but Zen is going to eliminate the last player of Team I8, that is IQ, and I8 also bids bye-bye.
Oh, they certainly do, as there you have it, Tarzan getting taken down. Team Magnus, they for sure will not get taken down without a fight at least, you know. I8 just that 1 point out of the 1 elimination point out of this game, and now we've got to see how this really pans out. Faster gets yet another knock, but can he convert that into a finish? That's the big question, as R3D still having that higher ground, still having that compound to themselves and having their players alive. It's such a saving grace for them. R3D really can get the chicken dinner in this one if they play their cards right. But now at this moment, oh, Pika trying to get Teen Wolf inside the safety of the circle. Faster, however, spots out Knock Knock. Will get that finish on towards him. Ashad might be next as Faster connects it yet again. The precision being displayed by this lad as one of the final players. Vaz remains out of Regicide. 6 finishes is what they have accrued for themselves. Almost getting wiped out. Courtesy to the players of Team BABLU, will now have to go out in the open. And there you go. Faster hitting that final nail in the coffin, and Team Magnus have managed to secure 10 finishes for themselves, have managed to get that top 3 position, 20 points already from this game, and now I8 are literally sweating. But Pika getting that knock onto it Faster. If he can land one more blow, then that's going to be absolutely devastating. But Hawk has different plans in mind, giving Team Magnus a little bit of time to recuperate, as Walker still just spraying down lead at the hearts of the players of Team BABLU.
Certainly, R3D, they have the numbers advantage, they have the position advantage, but the circle is not in the favor of any of the team. They have to travel few meters inside the circle, but right now Walker, he's trying to eliminate the threat that is in the name of Team BABLU by shooting in their direction, but he also has to crawl his way inside the circle. But Team Magnus from the southern side, they can also do a lot of damage onto BABLU over there, and BABLU, they are in a tricky spot. It's not so easy for them to make it inside the safety of the circle, because it's not just Magnus, it's R3D also that is keeping a close eye onto them.
Every single point counts for Team BABLU and Magnus at this point, you know. R3D, not a lot to win, because honestly, no matter what they try, the kind of journey is sort of over, unless and until they get a back-to-back hat-trick over here. But at this point, Anubis just spotting out the entire location of Team Magnus, and there you go. Pika gets a knock. Q maybe for R3D to try and push in at their direction, but the grenades are being flung over. But Zen is still gonna try and get that revive onto it Faster. This grenade could do some massive amount of damage if it makes the mark, but certainly misses by a few inches. But there you have it. Faster's life finally being snuffed out, and Soda goes Zen down. But 20 points out of this game. Magnus really, you know, bringing in the heat for the teams up top. QWERTY might have been toppled over, but right now at this given moment, it is a 2v3 situation and a much needed game for Team BABLU as well. But what are the odds that they can win it? Anubis, if he gets spotted out, that's going to be spelling trouble, because the flank is going to get caught off. But maybe somebody from Team BABLU just gave their position away, trying to blow this vehicle open, but eventually will fall prey to Hawk as he gets that beautiful knock.
Well, he gets a knock, and now Pika is lying out there in the open, and now Nubis wants to take him down, but is going to be Walker with that AKM 6-time spray. And R3D, well, they get a beautiful winner chicken dinner in their hands, and that is going to propel themselves, not too much, but on the 15th spot in the overall ranking.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good game from R3D, well calculated. Did not really have to move much. They predicted the circle to go up north, held on to that compound with their dear life. Did lose out on one of those players early on, but still did not deter them from getting that chicken dinner. But such an important game for Team BABLU and Team Magnus, especially two of these teams, one of them contending for the championship, the other for that top 6 berth. And they're doing pretty well, right? I mean, especially for Magnus, this is where Team i8 will be feeling the nerves right now, because that was not the way it was supposed to be going. And Team Magnus still have that momentum going on. Now we've done with 3 more games. 3 games for the evening, 3 more remain. And if Team Magnus gets chicken dinner out of anything at all, I think the gap is going to get very, very minuscule. And then it would be, it's so difficult staying up on top, right? Because, you've got a target on your backs and everybody is sort of trying to take you down. And Regicide also started off pretty well, to be honest. I mean, the way they went after i8, it was a little cumbersome, but i8 were actually in a good position before their players got taken down. So i8 realized that the cushion has been lifted, but a lot more action remains after this short little break.
Hello and welcome once again right here at PMPL in the Pakistan region. This is the fall, which is all thanks to Oppo, by the way. But again, this is the Grand Finals final day. And in this PMPL's Grand Final, it is turning into a very difficult decision to be made, because after all, i8 leading the charge, but Magnus slowly but surely are catching up. Shadow.
Well, they are certainly catching up, because this time Magnus was surviving it to the top 3 or top 4 teams, but i8, they were taken out pretty early at the 8th spot with not so many defeat points, just a single point, if I'm not wrong, they had in their favor. So yes, Magnus, they are catching up. Even the other teams also from the bottom, they are trying to come on the top. Yes, maybe they won't qualify for the SC Championship, but they are trying to leave an impactful performance. But talking about the MVP, it is going to be Zen from the side of Team Magnus.
Absolutely. Zen from Magnus with 3 eliminations, 662 damage. But moving ahead from the MVP, let's have a look at the players to focus upon, where we do have North Esports' player Roshan jumping in along with, of course, the same as we do have 3 eliminations. But it is the survival time that goes in favor of course, Zen. As we move on ahead, it is going to be R3D's players, but moving on through from the players to focus to the match ranking itself, we know it was R3D walking away with the chicken dinner, but following them up close, who do we have? We've got Magnus, based on the amount of course, eliminations that they were able to get. 10 eliminations, of course, 10 placement points, 20 in total, 2 points shy of R3D. They sit on the second position, and then comes in BABLU with 6 eliminations of their own.
Well, certainly 6 elimination on the hands of Team BABLU. In fact, for Team BABLU, every single point matters a lot right now, because every game is very crucial. But North Esports also, this time they are getting 14 points in their favor and 8 elimination. A very good gameplay coming from their side. But FS, well, things matter for FS because they are in top 8, and right now they were the second team to get an elimination. Things are not looking good for FS.
That is true. That is so true, of course. For a freestyle, things have not yet been so free in the Grand Finals, that's for sure. And again, the lead, or rather the climb is what I should say, to the top 6 is turning into a very difficult task. But right now, as we do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments on our screens, the chaos that ensued in this game was all over the place, where of course it was all based on the rotation that was made. And again, talking about rotation, Magnus is so on point with that rotation in this game, where they found themselves pretty much in the center. But then this zone onwards, 5th zone onwards, things went so very south for Magnus.
Well, certainly things went south, but not too south, because they were in top 3. They have good defeat points in their favor. All they missed out was on the big victory, or the 15 placement points which they were looking for. But on and all, a good game from the side of Magnus, nothing to complain about. But even Team BABLU also this time, they fared off really well, getting good points in their favor in terms of the placement and the position as well. In fact, it was all about the numbers and the placement of the players which R3D had in their favor that landed them 15 placement points.
Absolutely, as we do have the R3D's team's damage graph on our screens, 1,751 damage dished out from the side of this team, compared to, of course, the second team that's going to be BABLU on the chart, where 1,281 damage was dished out. So again, you talk about the top 8 teams to the top 6 teams right now. We have so many of them jumping in with amazing amount of course, damage, and then after the 17 on the 8th, we do have I8 with only 267 damage and 0 eliminations. Team Star also, look at the amount of performance they were part of, the amount of fights that they were part of, with 914 damage that they dished out along with 3 eliminations. So definitely a very chaotic game, but majority of which was in favor of the top 6. But moving ahead from there, we have I8 right now on top in the overall ranking with 4 chicken dinners, 255 points. T20 QWERTY is lacking a little bit. Magnus Esports definitely on the rise, and then we do have, of course, the players of TUF as well, jumping up one slot at a time.
Well, certainly they are jumping. Even Team BABLU, Quraysh Esports, they are not there. But Team BABLU, Regicide, Quantum Rage, things are very serious. Okay, Quantum Rage, they still have a bit of margin in terms of the total points they have as compared to Regicide. But Regicide and Team BABLU, they are such in close contestation for the 6th spot. Well, anything can happen because they still have few games left in their favor, so anything can happen in this particular one. But talking about the other teams for whom things are a little tricky to be in the top 6, let's have a look at the bottom of the overall ranking. Which teams are still in the bottom? Because 52, they got 1 win, but I think they're still somewhere on the 15th or the 16th. Yes, they are on the 16th spot along with R3D on the 15th.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that right there. We have a clear distinction. 13th, after the 13th team, we have 14, 15, 16 taken over by 3X Esports, R3D, as well as 52 Esports, which within which all 3 of them have a chicken dinner to their name. But still, the competition is so fierce that they are finding themselves on the bottom of the leaderboard itself. Along with that, of course, let's move on ahead with the schedule, as we are done with the 50% of the game for the day. We still have 3 more games, 6 games in total. 3 are done, 3 more do remain, as right now we're going to be jumping in towards the deserty plains, fields of Miramar, where, of course, once again, the chaos is going to be ensuing between these 16 teams, and we are going to be looking forward to which team is going to be walking away with the chicken dinner, which team is going to be favored based on how the zone is going to be, based on how the rotations are going to be. But in the end, of course, we know for a fact that it is going to be a chaotic one. It is going to be a real good, fun, aggressive game from these teams, because that is what they are working towards today. And today being the final day, that is all they have in the bag, to be as aggressive as they can. And passive approach is not going to be able to favor you much, because you need those points to be able to solidify your top 6 positions.
Well, certainly you need to solidify your position in top 6, but now is a time for prediction, Lakshya. Which team you are going for now?
Well, for this Miramar, I am going with I8, because Magnus, they've had a really good game. They have been on top of their performance, and I expect them to still do really good, but I want I8 to be able to pounce upon better.
Well, you are going with I8. Okay, I want to go with I8 as well. But okay, right. Team BABLU. I think Team BABLU, because they need that victory. They need to have those points, but at the same time, they will go for a little safe gameplay, not risking any kind of points or getting the early defeat. So I8 is definitely a strong contender. But okay, Team BABLU. Maybe I'll get the 3rd prediction correct.
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, definitely for sure. Because again, like you perfectly mentioned, for BABLU, as well as in fact for Regicide, it is a very close contestation. I believe it was only 3 or 4 point difference between them. And we're talking about top 6. Why, viewers? Because top 6 are going to be the ones who will join into the SA Championship, where they will be participating and, of course, representing Pakistan, the top 6 teams at the end of today's day. So being in the top 6, a very big boon and bonus that's going to be provided to those teams as they move on ahead from PMPL Pakistan to SA Championship itself. But all of that will be later, because right now we still need to reach a consensus between all of these 16 teams. We need to find out who those top 6 are. And for now, BABLU and Regicide, they are very, very close. But with that, let's jump on ahead with this game, as we are going to be moving in with Miramar. Once again, talking about the flight path itself, it is going to be, then it is going to be allowing the teams to go down towards south. Again, I was just talking about down south, because BABLU loves to go towards that region, right? We've seen BABLU go towards Del Mar. Now, that is the reason why we see them drop off so early, because they're going to go down, find their vehicles, and maybe even go down towards Walid Al Mar or stick down, up north itself. On the other front, talking about contestations that can be anticipated, well, I have no idea. These teams have been playing against each other since the past 4 weeks now. They know every nook and corner they can anticipate their opponent to be. But what do you think, Shadow?
I don't think they are going to contest the drop location in this particular one. I'm saving all of that. Even the teams, I think, are saving all of that for the very last game, when they try and target some team or maybe just deliver a very good performance. But looks like Team BABLU, they are dropping somewhere towards El Pozo. No, they are just gliding towards the southern side along with the players of Team H2E also, and they have ready side Team 2F. Well, they likes going towards the side of Chumasera, which is where they're heading for now. But look at the circle. We have a circle little towards the northern side. That means Team BABLU, where they have to go for the quick loot and quick rotation, super quick rotation inside the circle.
Absolutely. Super quick rotation is going to be needed, because talking about the zone itself, it is going to be favoring the teams towards the northern side this time around. An interesting play from the zone, as we do have Quantum Rage, Team Star, T20 Quoty looking very comfortable. As far as their drop has been concerned, they are finding themselves in the center itself. But talking about contestations, well, it is going to get chaotic, especially when North Esports, I8 start making a move, right, from Los Leones. Of course, this is just the first minute of the game itself, so we cannot anticipate any fight between them as of now, because we know North Esports goes down south of Los Leones, whereas I8 stick towards the city itself. On the outskirts, we do have Magnus surrounding the city. Same is going to be 52 Esports around in the vicinity. But for now, because it's being the early moments of the game itself, it is the teams are taking it safe. They're playing a very safe approach for now. On the other front, BABLU, they have gotten themselves vehicles. They have made a push and a run towards Walid Al Mar, which in turn is going to be providing them with the loot that they are always seen looting from, the region that they've seen looting from. But the rotation that is going to be then left for them is going to be in question. Are they going to go up north from El Pozo to get into the zone, or are they going to stick their guns towards the southern side itself? We will come back to that, because we are going to find that out later on, because right now, in the center towards Hacienda itself, we've got Team Star and T20 Quoty along with 3X in close proximity.
Well, certainly 3X is in close proximity to the players of Team Quoty over there, but every single time Team Quoty tend to have a very good performance in the map of Miramar. Last time also, 3X also, they got a win for themselves in day number 2. If I am not wrong, yeah, it was day number 2 when they got a victory for themselves in the map of Miramar, and this circle is definitely going to help them. But Ashad H2E, he's waiting for the player of Team Regicide to come out in the open, and Regicide player has no idea that Assad is waiting for him, and it is going to be Assad versus Ashad from H2E versus Regicide. Well, Regicide, this game is very crucial for them. Every single game is very crucial, and Ashad, well, he gets taken down. He had to come out in the open because he was getting shot from somewhere else, and well, Assad is going to get a confirmation point as well. And the first blood has already been drawn, leaving Regicide as a three-man army. This is something they didn't anticipate, or they were not hoping for at all, because Regicide, every game is crucial. They want to stay in the top 6. They want to qualify for the SA Championship, and this was something they didn't want at all. Or even I can say Assad was in the wrong territory. He was a little away from his own teammates. But talking about the team that is in the center, that is going to be 3X Esports. And well, Kratos, he's in such close proximity to Khan.
Well, the first blood has been drawn. Now it all boils down to where exactly are the next set of fights going to be taking place. It seems like 3X are going to be very close to the players of T20 Query. 3X is being very cautious as to how exactly are they planning on approaching this. Only time will tell. But right now, what we know for a fact is Kratos and Miracle, they are preparing. They are definitely talking and communicating, and they are preparing to pounce upon the players of T20 Query. At the same time, Miracle, you're giving away too much information right there to the players of T20 Query down south. As we do have Voltrix, it seems like the communication has been relayed to him. Miracle was, I believe, spotted which I guess Voltrex already knows by now, and now he's going to be bringing in that perfect Molotov control, which in turn is going to be, of course, pushing Mary to the other side. But now all the players of 3x are going to be jumping in and, of course, trying to get this one elimination point confirmed, and one elimination point is definitely going to be given to them. In fact, at the same point of time, 3x themselves did take a drop, as Tyrant from the backlines has taken a knock all by his lonesome as well, and there's no teammate around in the vicinity to be able to give him the revival, and it seems like Gravity is going to be jumping in to confirm that elimination point. So a trade is what we can anticipate right here between these two teams. Voltrix was eliminated from the side of T20 Quirty, and 3x's Tyrant has been dropped onto his knees, and just a matter of time before he also perhaps gets eliminated. That is until unless 3x Esports' players have something more they can add on to into this fight. Miracle, Kratos, and Mary, it's all upon them as to how exactly are they going to be able to save Tyrant. Tyrant, slowly but surely, is going to be able to fall back and move away from the clear line and sight of Gravity.
Well, he has to move away, but 3x, well, they haven't had cover for themselves as well. But Gravity's grenade could be, that was a Molotov that could have been deadly for Mary, but Mary is in a good position to avoid the perfect projectile or the projectile of the Molotov. And 3x, well, they are trying to revive the fallen comrade, but that's not going to happen, as Gravity is going to eliminate him and get one defeat point in their favor. Now a 3v3 situation is being created, but somewhere else, Team Star is also going up against the players of Team Grounds over there, who are basically pinned down, especially CU. And CU, better be careful, because the flank angles are already being created from the side of Team Star. But now 420 Warrior takes a hefty damage from the side of 3x Esports, and so does Miracle. And Miracle, well, you need to heal up really fast, but other player Mary gets taken down, giving opening for Gravity to rush towards the side of Miracle and go in a 1v1 close frontal battle. But Gravity gets taken down, and so does 420 Boy. Miracle performing a miracle, takes down two players of Team 40 over there, leaving the last player standing. Well, Khan, what he is going to do, as he's trying to make it back to the safety, and can he do so? That's the main question.
Well, he's all left by his lonesome. This is going to be a very difficult conversion for Khan from the side of T20 Query. But Miracle, what an incredible play that definitely was from his side. He was able to definitely dominate. He was definitely able to, of course, get all the threat looming from the side of T20 Quirty absolutely obliterated, which in turn resulted in, of course, Khan being the only sole survivor of this entire fight. And I guess not for long, because Miracle is going to be able to find his opening and going to be confirming that knock as well. As with that, we do have the first team to get eliminated from this lobby, and that's going to be T20 Quirty. Not what we anticipated, but 3x, they are in the limelight. They are definitely in charge of that fight. That is definitely what T20 Quirty did not anticipate, but the points have been awarded to 3x Esports for now. As we move ahead from that fight towards the players of Quantum Rage, as they find themselves out in the open with their vehicle destroyed as they try to make a rotation, and the blame game is going to be on to R3D, it seems like, where R3D spray has resulted in the vehicle from Quantum Rage getting destroyed. With that, now the second and the zone is going to be constricting, and what a perfect shift for the zone, as it helps out pretty much all the teams that were already in the zone, as the zone has constricted onto itself for now. But we'll have to see from this zone onwards, from the second to the third zone onwards, where are we to expect the curveball shift? Because third zone onwards towards the fourth zone, the curveball shift is going to be thrown, and that is where the zone could very well go towards. Well, I don't know. I do not even want to predict. I just want to have the best of the best team make the best of the best play. But right now, we are looking at a chaotic game, because so many teams are finding themselves in the center of the zone, and sooner or later, they're going to have to start fighting. And once they do, numbers are going to start dropping down.
Well, certainly, but looking at the rotation of TUF and Team BABLU, well, Team BABLU, they need to watch the 6, because they have TUF also making a similar rotation. And talking about La Bendita area, we have 3 teams who might collide with each other. That is Team North Esports, Team Magnus coming from backlines. Even we have Team 52 Esports in the close proximity. So, but right now, it is Sensei of Grounders that is getting shots from somewhere else. It's not Team Star, or maybe it's Team Star only that is shooting in his direction. Well, the vehicle has taken a damage, and Sensi, well, he needs the safety of the compound ASAP and just hold on to the chin, because they've already lost onto one player and they're outnumbered in this particular fight. Even Quantum Rage is in the close proximity, but from the height angle locked off is dishing out a damage onto Pan over there.
Well, Nocto definitely has a really good placement right here from the side of Regicide, where BABLU, they have no way that they can dominate against this positioning. But at the same time, if at all a flank can be created, they can definitely try and stop Regicide Nocto's prey, at least if nothing else. Thankfully for now, a knock has not been converted from Nocto for Regicide, so BABLU have a little bit of a sigh of relief, and thankfully on top of that, they have a compound that they can find shelter in. And on the other front, out in the open is going to be Team Star, who are going to be trying to take away the compound of the grounders. It seems like they're getting closer and closer to the compound of the grounders. At the same time, Hulk seems to have spotted down the players of Quantum Rage. So the players of Team Star with a two-man split are a little divided as to how exactly or what team should they be approaching up front. Right next to them, the grounders. Right far away, but in front of them is going to be Quantum Rage. So for Team Star, it is a moment of decision making. What exactly are they going to do? Or perhaps they could very well just hold their grounds, turn it into a stalemate conversation, because they are at Hacienda de Patron, which is right now in the zone. They have nothing to worry about. So perhaps for the next minute or three, they can just hold their ground. They know that there is a team right in front of them in that compound. They know there is a team in the back lines as well from the flank angle Quantum Rage. So the best position for Team Star is to hold their ground for now, at least is what I can see. But of course, it's entirely up to them as to what exactly are they going to be doing, especially considering the fact that they've got a two-man split. There is a very tough fight that they are brewing towards against the players of the grounders. But for now, Triggerfinger is being disciplined, and they are not taking any shots. On the other front, whose trigger is not being disciplined is a knock right here from Red's side, as he was able to spot down the players of H2E through his tree or a shrub and decided to take on shots. Sadly though, none of that was confirmed, and now H2E know exactly where their opponent is, at least Knock, because we can see towards the left hand side, Knock's teammate from Red's side is up top on the mountain, creating a flank angle as well. In the top right hand side of the minimap is also something that we can confirm.
Well, certainly, but Hang, he's still stubborn on picking this fight with the players of Team Grounders over there. Grounders, they have a hard compound, but Star, well, they also need to realize there is a team that might, R3D, they are picking some other route to move inside the safety of the circle, but still, Team Star, they have to travel 371 meters, and Sensei with that vehicle is already going for the rotation and takes a damage from the side of Hang of Team Star, but he makes it to the safety. The only thing that has taken a damage in this case is the vehicle that Sensei was having. But on the other side, the team that is making rotation, or in fact a good rotation from the southern or the eastern side, is going to be the players of Team Magnus over there. But God Fury, well, he takes down Sensei over there, gets a confirmation as well. And Sensei was not so accurate on the shots and came out in the open. That was a mistake of his life, leaving his teammates as a two-man army, and 2v4 situation has been created. Can Grounders deal with this situation? Only time will tell, because they have to move in the circle also.
Well, they're definitely trying. The Grounders have the safety net of the compound, but it is going to be the entire squad of Star. Osama up front. In the backlines, we do have Hunk, and never mind that, as Hunk has been brought down along with his teammate Sultana as well. What a perfect spray that was. Burning Mr. Black brings out a display, and that display has been the spray of his life, of course, right here in the Grand Finals. As along with that, the Grounders got a little too greedy. Up front, they decided to jump on ahead, as Osama was clearly patiently waiting, not giving away any auditory cues, but his health was down to almost 20% HP. 10% HP has been brought down, which in turn means Team Star's synergistic play has been outlived, as now Mr. Black, all by his lonesome, has been able to dominate against the four-man squad of Team Star, and God Fury is the only player who's surviving, and that too, Mr. Black knows exactly where he is at. He's being spotted out, and it seems like that spray for the Thompson could be the end of Team Star right here, where of course Mr. Black, all by his lonesome, is putting out a really valiant effort to be able to get as many points as he possibly can. He's already been able to confirm the two knocks right there in the back, but he wants to be able to just push on ahead for the final play, and God Fury just making a run for it. Of course, right now Mr. Black is going to be able to confirm another 2 points for himself and his team. That means he's going to get 3 elimination points, and with that, God Fury jumps on back rather, to get that revenge factor stored for his team. But sadly for Team Star, that fight has been a very expensive one, as they've lost 3 of their teammates. God Fury the only player surviving.
The ambush that the players of Team Star were creating against Grounders, well, it all went in a vain as God Fury, like you mentioned, is the last man standing, but not Esports. Well, this team has also taken a hefty damage. They have suffered the casualty of 2 players, and right now, FS Freestyle is a team that is in the close proximity. Not just Freestyle, it is Quantum Rage and 52 also. And now is the time when North Esports have to decide whether to pick a fight, whether to make a sound, or just prioritize the circle. If they prioritize the circle, they also have to deal with the players of I8, because I8 in the perfect position to take them down, and that is exactly what is happening as Maxi gets taken down by Blade, leaving Avenger OP all by himself. And who's with that mini? Well, he's still looking for the last player, that is Avenger OP, and he also gets taken down, but this time by Noki of Regicide.
Absolutely. With 12 teams remaining, we've got FSS, Zerbaf, and Mom2, the 2 players surviving in this small little shed. And talking about the position that they're in, well, they are not in the zone. They need to still make a move, and they are about almost 350 meters away. On the other front of this map itself, we have towards the center of the zone, Magnus against the players of TUF. Now, Magnus have moved into the compound. Drawlin, Faster, and Zen, slowly with the smoke wall created, gonna be pushing on against the players of TUF, where Joker Sir with the perfect nade collect will be able to hopefully connect. Again, that was a really good time nade, but sadly it has not converted. Well, never mind the conversion itself, because the UMP will do the trick as Joker Sir will be able to bring down Drawlin, but that for now is going to be the only opening that they've been able to convert, because Zen, always lonesome, is going to try his level best, but it seems like it's not going to be enough, because Magnus, with the open push that they tried to create, has definitely been obliterated, as they are now left with just a one-man squad, and that's going to be on the run. The only player left from the side of Magnus is going to be, I believe, Drawlin, and he's on the... No, Finisher it is, sorry, as Drawlin is already down, and TUF's Edgar, he is definitely on the hunt. He's trying to find out where exactly are the players. For the side of Finisher from Magnus, he cannot make any move. He has to be absolutely quiet, because all 4 players are on the hunt. They're on the move, and they are going to be absolutely decimating the position and opportunity of Magnus Esports to be able to walk away with any points from this game, as they get eliminated on the 12th position. 11 teams remaining, and TUF from the backlines themselves getting fired on upon, and that's going to be none other than BABLU, I believe. And that has been a chaotic mess, where 52 Esports also chiming along, and TUF, a team that just now eliminated the players of Magnus, are now themselves losing out on their players.
Well, they are certainly losing players, but from the low ground, 3x Esports, they are trying to fight against Team Regicide over there, and Miracle with that ump is already closing the distance. The smoke is already denying him a little bit of the vision right there, but Kratos finds a knock, but he himself gets traded off, but Baz is going to chime in and will take down 2 players of Team 3x over there. That means Mary is the only surviving player, and Baz, it's a moment of decision whether he's going to prioritize the race or he's going to hunt the last player of Team 3x Esports down. But now is the time for the race that is coming from the both sides. 3x and Regicide going for the race, and H2E, this is the moment when they can do a third party. Even the players of Team Quantum Rage can also chime in, because they are also in close proximity. Anything can happen in this situation. Both these teams need to be very careful, as the grenades are already being lobbed. The blue is already playing its game and takes down Miracle over there. And Mary, how many healings does he have? Because he has to take the damage of the blue, and Bas, he has already raised his teammate Noki. And with that, Skarel, no, it was Zibian of Team BABLU that is going to put an end to the players of Team 3x, but that also leaves the players of Team Regicide quite vulnerable in the situation.
Absolutely, and talking about vulnerability itself, we do have I8 being a little vulnerable right now, as they are taking a shot against the players of Quantum Rage, but Quantum Rage were able to bring down Uzum, but Uzum was revived, and now it is going to be all down to Blade along with his teammates from the side of I8 to be able to, of course, bring in destruction and mayhem against the positioning of Quantum Rage. But all in all, it is the zone that has moved away for both of these teams, and this is where they need to make a very crucial decision, and the decision has been made from the side of I8 as they decide to get away from this entire fight. And in doing so, it seems like one of their players has been brought down. The nade and the spray has been able to bring down the players of I8. They are not going to be allowed to move on ahead just that easily, as Quantum Rage, they are on the hunt. They are not going to be allowed it that easy. But for the same case of Quantum Rage, it seems like Regicide have a better answer for them. They want to be able to convert those points for themselves. Third parties, fourth parties, all across the place taking place right now. As I8 tried to make a move, it was Quantum Rage that brought them down, and Quantum Rage themselves. But then brought down low based on where Regicide were placed, and this in turn has resulted in Quantum Rage being left with only 2 players, Goku and Tantanatan. Now they finally decide that they want to be able to make a move, but let's see if they're going to be allowed to do so, because from the backlines, Regicide's Knock, the final player, still has an opportunity with this final first aid. He has the opportunity to absolutely pinch down the positioning of I8, and that he definitely will do, as he's been able to thrash Uzum. But thankfully, of course, the teammates are there, and the revive will definitely be provided with that. Regicide get eliminated. 9 teams remaining.
9 teams, 24 players remaining, and Quantum Rage are also falling down as 52 Esports are finding few confirmation, and with that, Quantum Rage has been eliminated at 9th spot. But Team BABLU and Team Regicide, no, Regicide has also been eliminated. That means Team BABLU is still there, giving them an opportunity to climb up the ladder, because Regicide, Team Quantum Rage, they have already been eliminated, and if this game belongs to Team BABLU, they can definitely find themselves in top 6 spot or maybe in top 5. But 52, now the target is Team I8, as they're lobbing grenades in the direction of I8, who are on the low ground, quite susceptible to those throwables. But Ghost is going to find a knock onto Assad. That means I8, they are busy in some other fight towards the side of H2E. Well, what's going to happen in this situation, because all they have is 3 defeat points, and they have to fight against other teams who are present in the close proximity. H2E, 52 also, 52 having the best position right now, and Jojo, this grenade can be deadly, but is he going to find the perfect projectile? No. Second time he's going to try, but IQ, well, he has taken a hefty damage. He needs to heal up really fast.
Absolutely, and he definitely will try to do so, but at the same time, they are not at a good position right now, because they are at the lower ground. 52 Esports is all 4 players are chiming in into that fight. With the same point, we do have BABLU on our screens with all 4 players still surviving, taking on shots and sprays against the players of R3D as they try to make a entry into the zone. They have been stopped. They have definitely been put a halt into the position that they were at, and in all of this, FS is also in the backlines. Team Star is also around in the vicinity, and all of that is at the mercy of Team BABLU, as they are slowly but surely taking on heads and, of course, bringing down the spray to perfection. On the other front, it is going to be 52 Esports. They are divided in terms of how many teams they want to be able to take a fight with, as now they move their attention away from I8 against the players of BABLU itself, and this is where all the other teams are going to be provided a safe net, a safe haven to be able to enter into the zone, because on top, the teams that are above all the others, 52 Esports and BABLU, are now busy taking fight against each other.
Well, they certainly are, and the players of Team BABLU were burning few seconds ago, and with amongst all this, R3D has been eliminated, but Mom2, well, he's shooting in the direction of the players of Team I8, and looks like I8, they have grabbed the attention of so many teams out there. Well, Team BABLU, if they want to get this win in their favor, all they have to do is just stay silent, let the other teams fight amongst each other, and if they can find few defeat points, just go for that. But right now, FS, well, they have their crosses onto Pika over there, who is showing his head, and he gets taken down by Zarbaf. Beautiful info spray coming in, and now Zarbaf will be looking for the confirmation. The smokes are already down to bail out the fallen comrade, and Team BABLU, well, they need to be very careful. But amongst all this, there is a team that is looking very safe on the southern side. That is TUF.
Absolutely, TUF. They've been very quiet as well. I mean, they're not wanting to make a lot of noise. They're not wanting to absolutely, invite any of these teams' aggressive streak against them. At the same point of time, I mean, all the other teams that are a part of this lobby, 7 teams in total, they are subdivided. I mean, H2E, they're left with only 2 players. They are being so very quiet as much as they possibly can, but their position definitely has been known. On the other front, we do have Team Star and FS, both trying their level best to be able to get into the zone, but that is where BABLU chimed in along, and right now it was the perfect spray from Team Star got Fury, but the numbers advantage definitely favored out as Team Star get eliminated. 6 teams do remain, but the zone is where we need to see where exactly is that going to be taken us, because 52 Esports, the way they've been able to, of course, bring in mayhem into this fight, it is looking very much in contestation and control for this team. But can there be anybody else who can stand up to them? BABLU was right around in the vicinity, but they seem to have faltered down and fell back as soon as they saw the nades coming in and the Molotovs coming in from the side of 52 Esports. As we can see, BABLU have decided to jump on ahead to get into the comfort of the zone for the side of 52 Esports as well as I8. Well, the zone is 80 meters away, and the zone itself is going to be favoring TUF for now.
And the compound that TUF is already holding looks like Team BABLU. They are going to breach into that very compound and take that compound in their hands. And looks like Zarbaf is going to retaliate. No, Zarbaf takes Edgar down from far off angle, making things easy for the players of Team BABLU, because TUF, well, now they are left with only one player left. And Team BABLU, well, they are going to find the confirmation onto the fallen player of TUF, and Assad is going to jump out of the building, but Zabyan also makes the same move, and from the window he delivers a hefty damage, but he gets taken down. But the three players of Team BABLU take Assad down. That means TUF with Spybear at 5th position, on all the 4 players of Team BABLU are in the prime spot to get a big victory for themselves.
Absolutely. On the other backlines, we do have another fight brewing along, where it was FS taking down the players of I8, as well as FS completely obliterated the positioning of I8. Thus remaining, we are left with only 2 teams remaining. BABLU against the players of H2E. H2E, we saw earlier, were being so very silent and resilient in terms of all the aggression and commotion that was taking place around them. But now it is a 4v2 situation where BABLU know exactly where they're at. And right now, it is going to be all down to, of course, Team H2E, but sadly they've been caught out in the blues, and in that it is going to be BABLU who have the last laugh after all, because they have all numbers advantage working in their favor. They have a perfect control of this fight, which in turn is definitely going to be providing them with a beautiful chicken dinner right here from this game. Again, a very important game that definitely was for the side of BABLU, and they delivered it in style, and it seems like they are going to be for now confirming their position in the SA Championship, as they find themselves in the top 6 at the 6th spot itself with 24 points from this game.
Well, certainly, and with that 9 elimination, they are already looking very good. And Team Reggie said they were taken out pretty early. The moment Team BABLU realized they are in a good spot, they started raining death and destruction every single where, and a big victory is definitely in their hands. They missed it in the previous one, but now they are getting it, so that means Team BABLU, well, the hope is still there for BABLU, and so is for the players of Reggie side. But what happened to the players of Quantum Rage?
Well, again, Quantum Rage, they were just destroyed. They were in fight against the players of I8, but right above them was Regicide, where Regicide tried to dominate against them, and it was just a ladder step, right? First it was I8, and on top of them it was Quantum Rage, on top of them it was Regicide, and then came in the zone, and the zone just completely moved all away from all of these teams, where I8 thankfully were able to, at the lowest step of the mountain, get slowly and sneakily enter into the zone, but for Quantum Rage and the others, it was just not allowed. But with that, a lot more to talk about from this game, and of course we are going to go on that short little break. Be right back with more games for you.
Alright, things have gotten so heated and spiced up over here, especially now that Team BABLU have managed to get a chicken dinner, so now their chances at making it to the top 6 look a lot realistic. I just had my dinner, because it's Sunday, so chicken day, I'm pretty full, but few of the teams are still yearning for getting that first one. But what a match it was, the final game of Miramar of this tournament, and BABLU seems to have had the laugh in this one at least, and now have gotten that confidence of carrying through with the final 2 games remaining, especially when you've got a Sanhok. But talking about the MVP, Shadow, 5 eliminations for Zibian, another amazing outing from this lad.
Well, certainly Team BABLU Zibian, well, he was taking so many fights out there that is why we see such a huge number in terms of damage and elimination also. But along with Zibian, you also need to focus on God Fury of Team Star, the way he eliminated the players of Team Grounded over there. 4 elimination to him, and H2E JD also is there with 3 elimination and good damage.
Yes, certainly he is. And I'm pretty sure you must be happy finally in those, final moments of this tournament. You're getting your predictions right. And taking a look at the match rankings, well, Magnus, not the kind of a result they were hoping for, because I8 now have managed to get those 10 points. So that difference is definitely going to start increasing, and T20 QWERTY also crumbling down. So things are getting spiced up. Freestyle finally recovering a little bit. 14 points for these lads. 52 Esports in the final moments of this tournament are stepping up, getting a chicken dinner, good position, points finish at the 4th spot, and this is going to help them a lot. But as we take a look at the highlights of this game, I mean, if you talk about it, we kind of did not really anticipate the circle to go southern side of the Picado Hills, the way it was being played out. But yeah, the team that really worked for it, Team BABLU, were the ones ending up with the final laugh.
Well, certainly the rotation that came from the side of Team BABLU, they were pinpoint. They were not engaging in unnecessary fight. The moment they realized they are in the crosshairs of 52 Esports and other teams, they started going for the southern western rotation. That is when they eliminated and took the control of the compound that which TUF were holding. And after that, things became so easy for Team BABLU to get the big victory in their favor.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, right, it was all about, just Team BABLU understanding the gravity of the situation, play your cards well, and you're bound to succeed. And the damage graph for Regicide, like you said, they had been dishing out so much damage, but the conviction wasn't really there. Same can be said for 52 Esports as well. But Team BABLU making sure they made it count, and even H2E. But I'm starting to wonder if it is enough, right, where they asked their position that still 2 more games remaining. If 2 chicken dinners come out, 15 finishes, 30 points, then you never know. It could be a whole different story.
Well, certainly it can be a different story, because now we are left with only 2 games. So anything can happen. Yes, Team BABLU, they have managed to grab that very spot of 6th place from the hands of Regicide by this particular victory. But I'm very sure Regicide, they are going to retaliate and try and get their spot back from the hands of Team BABLU. But on the top, we still have R3D Esports with 262 points, and QWERTY on the second with 214 points.
Yep, and this is what we are talking about, right? I think it's set in stone for R3D Esports now that they might emerge as the champions with 2 games remaining. The kind of a lead they've made it, I think it's almost nigh impossible to topple over unless and until you're getting, I mean, even if they get 15 plus, then that's a long shot. But I think I8, we're going to see much more freedom from them. And this is exactly that one game that they were looking out for. But as we move along further, we take a look at H2E that have kind of propelled themselves 3 spots up, but still far from making it to the top 6, as R3D, H52, 3X still languishing at the very bottom. 52 Esports so finally having 2 good games today, but seems like they weren't enough.
Well, they weren't enough, but Grounders, but the way they started the very first day of the league finals, getting a big victory for themselves in the map of Miramar, I thought they are going to deliver much more in the league finals, but now they started facing a downfall and now sitting on the 10th spot. But still, there is a chance for them to deliver a very good performance in the last few games, because now next game is going to be Sanhok, where Team Grounders have showcased very good performance time and time again.
Yeah, and Sanhok, if the circle goes west, right? That is an if. It all comes down to that, because where they drop at, majority of the times the circle hasn't really been merciful. But we would love to see a western circle. It's been a long time. I mean, we were really close this time around, but in the previous game of Sanhok, but it kind of took that last moment eastern shift, and it had to, just cause so much panic with all these teams, especially Team Magnus were devastated. With the kind of a start they had, I really felt that Magnus had what it takes to contest for that top spot, especially after starting off with that chicken dinner. But it seems like they've been figured out. Teams have understood how to deal with them, haven't really managed to secure enough points. But regardless of whatever happens from here on, I think the first spot has been set in stone, like we already speculating. But the top 6 battle is still on. Who are going to be the teams that qualify for the SS Championship? that is what all these two games are about. Or maybe if someone just pulls out a miracle, I mean, we're always going to be hopeful. So Shadow, what do you think? What's going to happen next?
Well, Sanhok is going to be complete chaotic. That is very certain, and especially when the bottom teams, they do realize they have got nothing to lose now. They can go all bonkers. So they have started delivering a very good performance. So it's going to be full of action packed. But now is the time for prediction fixes. Which team you are going to choose?
So finally I get to see a 3, and still the offer stands corrected. You've got 3 predictions again. This time you're gonna make. Since it's Sanhok, I think this time around, I really want to go with Team BABLU because I like what they're doing and haven't really received enough success. And this is again those final 2 games, right? These are the times where everybody has their wings out, just spread afar, trying to do play as freely as possible. And I believe Team BABLU, because of the fact that they just came from a chicken dinner, they might be feeling a little confident. So yeah, for me, Team BABLU. But for you, which 3 names are you gonna pick?
Pick only one, because I had 2 teams in my mind. It was Team BABLU definitely, because they are running high on confidence and they need those points. And along with Team BABLU, there is one more team that is Regicide. So I'm going with Regicide this time.
You can also choose one more.
No, Regicide is fine, because in my mind I have only Regicide right now because they need those points. They need those points very badly.
That's an irony considering you chose them at this point. I'm sorry, but they need those points and you're just gonna jinx it right here. And if that happens, they're gonna be mad. But regardless, let's just get inside the map and find for ourselves if Regicide are gonna be spared or show no mercy, since Shadow has picked them up. But for now, I mean, BABLU also need to watch out. So my predictions are gonna be threatened. So I've got a get out of jail free card, right? Even if they don't win, it's fine. I can just say that you picked them. So I get away with it. But now the flight path trajectory, nothing too fancy, pretty much straightforward, simple, no different changes in the drop locations. 52 Esports wanted revenge, dropping down at Paradise Resort, but yeah, I think Magnus know what they have to do. Still, they want to contest at least for that second spot, and the battle is getting so much more intense, Quality, T20 and Quantum Rage. So for Magnus, this is going to be an important game, but the way the circle has built up, I think teams like 3X and Team BABLU, even Regicide, can benefit if they make the right choices.
Well, certainly, even H2E also, if they make those early rotation, because JD, well, right now he is in the camp at Island, and along with his 2 teammates, Tarzan also, and if they regroup with the one player who is in the close proximity of Qwerty and BABLU, well, things might work in the favor of Team H2E also. But right now, well, Qwerty can't. Well, he has his eyes set on to the players of Team BABLU over there, but he has no helmet, just an M416, few healings, and 1 smoke to work around with.
Oh yeah, and for T20 Qwerty, it's been such a tough run, right? Especially today, they've kind of been feeling a lot of heat, and those past couple of matches haven't really gone their way, and it's gonna be a little hard, but they'll have to do whatever it takes. Second position still on the line, and Qwerty and I8, we have seen that age-old rivalry in Pakistan from the past couple of years, but seems like this time I8 will win this tournament in a very dominating fashion, perhaps. But the Grounders, well, spotting out Dread from H2E, and he goes down. Sensi2 also spraying at the same time and making sure gets that knock secured. So the Grounders getting some early lead, and getting that early high ground advantage gets them that first blood.
Get the first blood, but they also need to be a little careful, because North Esports and R3D, they both know where exactly Grounders make the rotation in the map of Sanhok. So North Esports, maybe there is a possibility they can come from the back lines. If not now, maybe in the next circle when they have to make those rotation. That is where Grounders needs to be a bit careful, because they have already revealed their whereabouts to the plus of H2E, and H2E, they're already alert. So a sandwich situation might be created in the coming circle. That is where Team Grounders need to come up with something different or some other plan. But Team Quantum Rage, well, they are on the southern side. In fact, Quantum Rage, every single game matters to them. Yes, they are in top fourth spot. They have a little bit of the lead or the margin in terms of numbers from the fifth spot, but still they need to deliver good performance if they want to stay on the top four.
Oh yeah, they have to, right? They definitely have to deliver, and it's going to be so important for this time. But H2E, Asad, Tarzan and JD little shell-shocked with what just happened, and right after getting a really good game, losing out on a player early on kind of shatters your morale, and especially when you also know that these teams are not going to be holding themselves back anymore. They're going to go with whatever they have, and Sanhok is like the best map to do so, right? You see a fight, you hear a fight, you just go prancing in, and well, taking a look at the circle, it's nothing sort of out of ordinary, right? R3D, they're also in center. TUF could also benefit from the zone, and they've gotten very close. But I8 and Magnus, both these teams right beside each other. But then again, what does I8 have to lose at this point? They the cushion that they were kind of losing out on, they've made sure it is safe and secure, at least for now. Even if they mess up in this game, it's still not going to threaten the spot at which they're sitting at.
Certainly they are going to be on the top, no second thought, but in this particular one they need to be careful if they want to deliver a good performance again, because look at the position of the players of Team Magnus. They are right on the eastern side, and Foster is already closing the distance toward the side of Ghost and Uzm, who are in 2v2 split. The remaining two players are in the close proximity of some other teams. That means a third party situation can easily happen for I8, which is certainly they don't want. And even if that happens, I8, they have the capability and the caliber to grab few good defeat points in their favor. So maybe they can also come up on top in this kind of a situation.
Yeah, I think yeah, at this point, if you talk about I8 and their run, like it was the perfect way to play things around in the finals, right? No caps, because again, this was one of those teams that everybody anticipated right from the start. It's going to be that rivalry. I8, Magnus also to watch out. And yes, Magnus delivered what they're capable of. They showed everything they had. But I8, especially after that fall in week number 3, they surely did, swing back, and they came in really hard. Teams really thought they could just rule them out of this competition. But I8 clearly showed what they were made of. But now, a little bit of a standoff due between T20 QWERTY and H2E. It's kind of a rivalry that's getting age old. But this time, H2E will have to play with one player less. 420 boy, this time, he's also making his way up the hills. As Khan, this time, not getting picked off, at least inside that boot camp area. But Gravity, my favorite player this season, well, let's see. Does have that Vector, very viable weapon, this particular map. And if you get that extended quick draw mag, you clearly don't need anything else. It is an absolute shredder in those closer ranges.
Certainly, I'm a big fan of Vector since the day I started playing this particular Battle Royale game. So yes, Vector in close combat, in SMG right now, in close combat fight is definitely having an upper hand. But H2E, well, they are in no mood to pick this fight as they are trying to make a safe escape, but they managed to escape Gravity. But right now they're working in the close proximity of Team BABLU over there. And Voltrox, well, he's still keeping a close eye onto the plus of H2E, having a high ground advantage, is going to provide him vision onto the plus of H2E. That means making it back to the safety or scuttling back to the safety is not going to be so easy for the plus of Team H2E right now. But Grounders, talking about them, they're still on the Camp Alpha Island, sitting quite comfortably.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Grounders are showing no intentions of moving, at least for now. I mean, but then again, it's all about, I think, making those late rotations. And 3x, they didn't have to move a bit. Magnus are starting to close in. TUF right nearby from where they are, and Magnus would want to have some revenge of what TUF did to them in the last game. So very close to each other. But T20 QWERTY and H2E also in close proximities. So are the players of Team BABLU. But Joker sir having spotted out Rollin. Oh, are Magnus prepared for it? Or are they not? Because Edgar has let loose, and Wow. What connection from this far. Connecting his head. Precise spray coming in out of him. And now Joker having spotted out Faster as well. And Faster has no idea of what's going on.
Well, the players of TUF, their position right now is so pivotal in this fight, and Faster, like you said, he has no idea, and now grenades are already being lobbed into his direction. Joker is already having a flank angle onto Faster. That means for Faster, surviving in this situation is not going to be so easy, and Edgar gets a confirmation from a vehicle. With that, Joker also finds a knock onto Edgar and gets a confirmation through a grenade. Now Team BABLU is also chiming in as they've heard few bullet sound, or maybe they have heard some commotion. That means H2E, well, they are in such a vulnerable situation right now because Gravity is already keeping a close eye, and now Team BABLU is also doing so.
Yeah, they're doing so, but TUF teammates just sabotaging each other. That grenade clearly not intended, just blows his teammate up. And in fact, no, that's not the case. Maybe I'm turning blind. But regardless, now this fight against Team Magnus keeps on going. Edgar gets that finish on towards Faster. That's a good thing for now. TUF already having secured 2 finishes off here, and Magnus again, they're in shambles. I do not know why did they not do their homework. They should have figured it out. TUF usually are stationed at that point, at this very position of the game, and 3x have managed to secure that central spot for themselves. Team Star, they've got 52 right in front of them. 52 Esports, they're having quite a run today, but that is just today that they're playing well. And Star, I don't last remember when I saw them pulling off some plays in this evening. I mean, they were pretty much invisible today.
Well, they were. In Miramar, they had a fight with the players of Team Grounders over there, where God Fury did showcase some good plays. But other than that, Team Star, yes, I agree, they were missing out completely. Day number 1 was their day when they got one big win for themselves. But other than that, Team Star started facing a downfall. But right now, they are keeping a close eye onto the players of Team 52 Esports. And God Fury, can he find a knock? I don't think from this distance he can find a knock. That's why he's going to retreat and move back to the safety of the compounds of Paradise Resort, or maybe some other safer position. Because at this distance, if you're pulling shots, maybe some other team will hear those bullet sounds and do a third party.
Oh yeah, I mean that is possible, and if it's Sanhok, yes, 100%. Why not? Go for it. We would love to see that. R3D, let's see what can they pull off in this game. I mean, did so in Erangel though. Got a chicken dinner. But Team BABLU, they want to pick this fight. JD, a little isolated, perhaps, from his teammates. Or does he have them? We'll get to know that. But at least for now, he's got to watch out for himself. Asad and Tarzan are like, we'll try to give as much cover as from the far fray. But we also know that we've got QWERTY to deal with. So it's going to be really interesting to see how H2E get themselves out of this really worrying position. As Saad has managed to open things up on Tyrant, and TUF look to be playing like there's no tomorrow, you know, yet another knock. And they might really go in for that finish because, well, Tyrant's teammates are far, far away from where he is.
And the split of 3 Esports is definitely not working for them again. Because again, they are in a 1v1, all the 4 players are scattered so much. But still, the player Miracle, I believe, is going for the rescue mission. Let's see if he can find the revival onto the fallen teammate or not. But right now, Ghost, well, he better be careful because FS is keeping a close eye. No, it's the vice versa. He's keeping a close eye onto the players of Team FS. But at least does he know there is a player right nearby, close vicinity.
Well, 420 boy. Is he aware? He's being looked at. Nope. Zibian. Well, his former teammate has him in the crosshair, but will show no mercy. Just waiting for that right moment. Yeah, H2E, they're in tatters right now. Their players being taken down, but Edgar getting the better out of Tyrant as Saad also finds another knock on Miracle, and 3x suddenly from being in a really good position are in a horrendous spot right now. As Regicide, their movements have been spotted out by Team BABLU, who are going to be careful from now on.
They have to be careful because right now that sword is still hanging on the heads of Team BABLU. Yes, they have made it inside top 6, but still 15 teams, 54 players are still remaining. And Pika, well, he's looking in the direction of Nocto. And Nocto, he has no idea there is a player keeping his crosshairs set onto him. And the minute he finds a perfect line of sight, he's going to shoot and maybe try and take him down. And the moment Team BABLU realize they have found a knock onto the players of Team Regicide, they are going to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. And so is Regicide will try to do so. But Quati, they are also being a little silent, grabbing as much information onto the opponents as much they can.
Oh yeah, I mean, Quati, they will have to play every single game like it's their last from onwards, right? And cannot make those careless mistakes. Ozim getting spotted out by Virus. And Virus will dodge. So any kind of sympathy towards the vehicle, kind of venting out all his frustration on that. And for all reasons, right reasons, kind of just restricting its mobility from here onwards. But TUF, they realize, they've taken the battle with the Lions who are already the kings of the jungle. As of now, as it stands, as where I8 are in terms of their overall standings. But for now, it's kind of little... I really expected much more aggression being shown, at least by the teams from the bottom order, right? To try and go in for the push, try and, just show that merciless play. But JD, Zebian's legs were visible. And he made sure that he made a good work of it, trying to cripple him out, but did not succeed with a knock.
Well, they have not succeeded, but now JD is lobbing few grenades in the direction of Team BABLU, but least does he know Team BABLU has moved to a different position, and Zabian is going to find a knock onto Tarzan, leaving H2E as a two-man squad, and both the players are a little too far away from each other. Assad might go in for the revival onto Tarzan over there, but Quati, they're still keeping close eye onto H2E, along with that onto North Esports also, who can come from the back lines any minute. But Quati, they are being so silent. They do realize they need the points. Maybe they want to climb up on the ladder and be on the top one spot, because along with I8, the other team that is definitely moving into the SC Championship is definitely Quati, but Ban finds a knock onto Nocto of Team Regicide, and this fight is going to be so interesting because H2E JD is also doing a third party, delivering a hefty damage onto Zabian.
Oh yeah, and it's kind of going on. That little trifecta of death, but BABLU and Regicide in very close proximities to each other. Zibian getting taken down. That's not good news for Team BABLU, because they also have to march inside the circle. How do they do that? With Regicide keeping a close watch at every single movement they're trying to make. And after having that high ground, this seems like, the stars are not aligned for Team BABLU in this game, perhaps. Getting a chicken dinner in this previous one, and Assad getting taken down by Voltrux. Finally, he strikes. Was all coiled up, just hiding behind the bushes. The moment he finds them out, he takes that knock. And Voltrux also has been such an impressive player. I mean, Gravity and Voltrux have been doing so much for that team. Khan 420 and Khan also kind of helping them out in whatsoever matters as possible, as now the zone starts closing in. Maybe Team BABLU might be having that final recourse. Maybe they must have looted enough to have enough meds on them, so that at least they can go for that healing battle, secure those position points for themselves.
Well, certainly now, but now is the fight for the 6th spot, for the qualification spot for the SC Championship, and Team BABLU and Team Regicide, they are going up against each other. Regicide, they don't want to miss this fight. They want to pick this fight. They want to bite this bullet because they want to eliminate the threat of Team BABLU, because Team BABLU, well, they toppled over Regicide, giving them the 7th spot in the overall ranking. But now is the time to prioritize the circle as well, which Team Regicide do realize. That is why the rotations are coming in, leaving Team BABLU still fighting in the blue, still taking the brunt of the blue, and so is Tarzan from the side of H2E.
Oh yeah, I mean, Tarzan at this very moment from H2E has been in the midst of action. Well, not by himself, but has been on the receiving end of things, as H2E and JD they will have to somehow figure out to get inside the circle, as R3D find themselves in a really promising position. TUF will want to contest it out against 52 Esports, and this is where we can see a fight between them and I8, but a fight has already begun between R3D and the Grounders, where the Grounders are clearly losing numbers very, very quickly.
Well, they are certainly losing the numbers, and so are the players of Team Grounders, as TU gets taken down, but God Fury also gets taken down by Walker from a far off angle, and a confirmation point also coming in. Team Star is also in a bit of trouble, as Osama is in close proximity towards the players of Team Quantum Rage, and remaining two players are somewhere on the eastern side. The split which Team Star is having right now maybe won't work in their favor, but I8 who takes down not just one, two player of Team Rezi side, and the numbers are also going down for the players of Team I8, and Nocto delivers the final blow and takes down Boost, the last player also, and I8 gets eliminated at 14th spot.
No, I really thought I would get to see an I8 and TU fight, but Regicide just comes in out of nowhere, just wipes them out of the server, but still nothing much to worry about Team I8, because, well, T20 QWERTY, they're still having quite a sizable gap, but Finisher getting the better out of Nojo. Finisher and Zayn, the two players surviving, as Team Magnus, well, did not really have a good start, but we've seen Team Magnus, even in the past, despite losing out on players early, they somehow managed to secure some points. But in the map of Sanhok, it's going to be so difficult, especially with so many teams, around 35 players still in the vicinity. Wasi trying to spot out the players of QWERTY, try to fire a couple of bullets, but this grenade looks promising from Malik's side. Inside the smoke, did manage to try and get some distance closed in, but to no avail. Did not quite succeed. Now will want to escape with that vehicle he has, and T20 QWERTY are fine with letting Freestyle pass at this moment.
Well, certainly they are letting them pass, but two teams, Team BABLU and Team Rezi side, are still taking the brunt of the blue, taking the damage, but Avenger OP from a far off angle finds a knock onto 420 boy, and now he's also getting shots from somewhere else. He needs to move back to the safety towards a hard cover and patch himself up as soon as possible, but now BABLU are also going close up against the last remaining player of Regi side, that is Nocto in the blue. In all this commotion, the team that is looking very comfortable is going to be the players of R3D, away from all those fights.
Oh yeah, now T20 QWERTY really want to fight it out against Freestyle. They've heard all that the commotion. They've seen those knocks coming out, and throwing the grenade not particularly to that right compound. But for now, Malik is recovered. Would want to patch himself up. Maybe Gravity has heard that syringe getting injected, but still, Freestyle just hiding in that little shack. And the question is, how long can they do so? Because they're still inside the zone. But Usama just prones in and tries to spray at Quantum Rage's direction. Does do some decent amount of damage to the vehicle though, but still not succeeding in finding a knock. Whereas Team Magnus, I believe, have been spotted out. It's just a few seconds before shots are fired at their direction, because everybody is making a dash for the circle, and Avenger seems to have been spotted out, and 420 this time making no mistakes in landing that knock.
Well, certainly he's going to find the confirmation as well. Tanatan coming from the northern side, little far away from his teammates, but right in front of the fallen teammate of Team Star. I believe there is no other player, so that means Tanatan can go for the easy confirmation that he's certainly doing so. But North Esports fighting against the players of R3D, who are a little nearer to the circle, and North Esports, they have to travel certain distance, but Magnus and Star also going up against each other, and this fight is extending a little bit more as QWERTY is going up against Freestyle, and the Gravity's nade is not going to connect for now.
Just blocking this lane, I really like what Freestyle are doing, but especially with so much shrapnels at their direction, it's so difficult. And finally, Wasi gets picked off by Gravity, and this is what I love about this lad, this fearlessness that comes out of him. But now Team QWERTY, they'll have to make a move inside the circle, as the zone has shifted to a no man's land. Not even a single soul inside the zone, but R3D could be contested by the players of Quantum Rage. But no, from far back behind, North Esports chime in, but Walker still gets that knock having that high ground advantage to his peril at this point. R3D just stepping out of vehicles. Destroyer waiting for the players of Quantum Rage to close in. But Tarzan, he's acting as a thorn. Can get the second knock. Yes, he does. When nobody was expecting, this man comes out through. And H2E seem to be having a really good game as Destroyer trying to take shots at Ahmed. But eventually just gets blown by Tuntanatan as Anubis somehow gets that final finish, and North Esports also bow out of this game. But the happiness of Team R3D was not long-lived as they also get wiped out, and it is chaos all over this place as Quantum Rage could just get a chicken dinner in this game.
Well, certainly they can, because they have the northern control, but the circle is going to shift little towards the southern side in the hands of JD of Team H2E. Now Quantum Rage, they have to travel a certain distance, and 6 teams, 10 players still remaining, and the last player of Team BABLU is still going for the heal battle inside the blue, and so is Joker Sir from the side of TUF. But Sar, he's already trying to move inside the safety of the circle. Quantum Rage Senior, he's keeping a close eye onto Gravity over there, who is getting shots from somewhere else. Gravity, I think he's getting shots from JD, I believe.
Yeah, JD has his crosshairs pinned at his direction, and H2E, I mean, they were being pressed upon by 2 of those squads, and looks like they might just end up having that cheeky smile on their faces. But for H2E, it's still a long road, but they are doing whatever it takes to make sure they kind of try and inch in closer to that top 6. Beautiful performance in the previous game, but can they repeat it now? That's the question over here. But Quantum Rage in such good control. Virus having all the players right in front of him. One spray could particularly or potentially just take down 2. Nobody is checking that angle, and this is the right moment for him to strike, and kind of whiffs that spray. Just gets 1. Would want to get that confirmation, but before that, if he can get another, that could have been all that TUF would have needed. But still, I mean, with that, TUF have been eliminated from the game. With 10 eliminations, really a really good performance, and there you go. JD getting that confirmation on Gravity, now find himself in a 1v3 situation. JD already taking a hefty chunk of damage, with Quantum Rage just looking and playing with their prey, but being very cautious at the same time.
Well, they are being cautious because it's Sanhok, and the player can be the little snake that they need to be careful of. But Goku gets taken down. That means a revival is crucial in this situation. But yes, Quantum Rage, they do have the numbers advantage. For JD, it's a 1v3 situation. Now make it 1v2 because the player is going to eliminate Goku. 1v2 still doable. There is still hope for JD, but he's a little short on the healings. He has in fact got no healings, no resources, no throwables at all.
Oh, he doesn't have. And I liked these movements he made. A really valiant effort, but did not see it through, as there you have it. Quantum Rage at a very important moment have secured this chicken dinner, now at the 3rd spot. And Team Magnus is losing ground again. And this 8 finishes elimination game might kind of solidify their position over here, considering Magnus did not fare off really well, and the battle is getting so much more intense. I mean, even for T20 QWERTY, they did manage to recover some points, but with just 1 game remaining, Shadow, I think it's kind of sealed to who are going to be the next champions of PMPL Pakistan.
Well, certainly it's been sealed. We already know which teams are definitely moving forward in the SA Championship, and we all know they are still going to be on the top with this kind of a performance and with the last game remaining. But still, I want to see where Team BABLU and Reggie side are, because they're still contesting for that 6th spot. I think it's Team BABLU still on the 6th.
I mean, that we'll only get to know once the overall standings come out. And Team BABLU, they were faring off really well at a point, getting a lot of finishes for themselves, until they got to meet their makers and got obliterated. Still, Pika did some good healing battle out there, earning a few position points for his team. But T20 QWERTY, I mean, for them, I kind of feel a little bad, because in the position that they were in, and eventually looking out for H2E, but it was JD that did come out through. But right now, we're going to be pushing for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere. Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, some exciting news our way, of course. We'll be announcing that shortly. But what a game for Quantum Rage, having won this one and yeah, moving on ahead. But the way things have been going on over here, Shadow, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens next, because the battle for the top is getting so much more exciting. But that being said, taking a look at the MVP of this game, Virus. Well, 6 eliminations, and TUF had been so good, especially this game onwards. I mean, but this game particularly, you know, dealing with Team Magnus early on and then just going on and on and on, and it seemed like they never wanted to stop, but eventually had been put down under. But still, in terms of points collected, really nice.
Certainly, TUF, they have been pretty consistent. So many times they came on the second position in the maps and the games, and they have been consistent in terms of the points they have been gathering for themselves. In fact, along with Virus, we also need to focus on Breakup from the side of R3D getting 4 elimination, and Spark of Quantum Rage with 5 elims, and JD definitely from the side of H2E. Not too many elimination, but good damage that he was dishing out.
Oh yeah, I mean, really some good amount of damage being dished out over here. But as we go on, as we move on forward, the match ranking in front of us, Quantum Rage 23 points, TUF with 19, T20 QWERTY with 16, and H2E again tied up with T20 QWERTY 16 points again. H2E really are making some huge strides over here in those final moments, but for now, T20 QWERTY, Voltrux, well, from where they stand, and God Fury getting knocked out like that. A lot of beautiful knocks we did get to see, and this was Regicide just obliterating. It did not bother them much, but now Quantum Rage, you know, this was one of those other teams, you know, played brilliantly well towards that final moments of the game. Avis, they were to the mercy of the circle also, and they made all that right decisions. Look at that, very convincing chicken dinner, very clinical as well. 8 finishes, really good to go.
Well, certainly 8 finishes, 873 damage, but in terms of damage, it is only TUF that is having a very high tower, 1770 damage they have been dishing out, along with R3D. R3D was also picking up so many fights, but 7 elimination points only they have been able to capitalize on, but still a good performance in the second last game. R3D trying to show impactful performance, but TUF, can they find themselves in the top spot? Well, maybe not, but still a very good performance in terms of the points they have accumulated.
Oh yeah, pretty good, in fact, indeed. But you know, as we move on and talk about what really happened in this game, it was kind of a lot of you know, trifectas being formed up. But looking at the matches played, just 16. There's an announcement, however, that's due. Is the fact that the first game of Miramar has been disbarred and is going to be played again. So Team Magnus getting that chicken dinner over there, it doesn't count, and that is such a huge blow to Team Magnus, because now it could literally cost them their spot for the top 6 over here. And well, whatever can go wrong is definitely going wrong today. It is all getting exciting and entertaining. Well, to maintain fairness to all the other teams, such a decision has been taken. But for now, you know, with the way things have gone, let's see what goes on. And well, 15 position, 52 Esports, R3D, 3x, 55 H2E still fighting their way in. Wow.
Well, they are certainly trying to fight their way into the top 6 spot. But talking about the schedule, let's have a recap. 52 Esports, well, they got the win in the very first map of Miramar over there in Sanhok. It was R3D, then Team BABLU got the victory for themselves. And in the previous Sanhok, it was Quantum Rage coming in the top with 23 points. Now we have an Erangel, and after that, we have a Miramar also.
Yep, a Miramar also. And kind of has been disregarded. So the next matchup is not going to be the final game for the evening. And well, I mean, it's again conflicting opinions, but Team Magnus feels bad for them, especially when they had to work so hard. And that's going to be such a devastating blow. And I can really relate with the players at this point. I mean, But then again, Quraysh did fare off well in that game, so have to make sure that whatever happened in that game has to be rewritten. So time for the other teams to really try and get their spot into the top 6, because now it's again a little bit out in the open.
But certainly, I'm worried about Magnus, because in that particular game, Team Magnus took a jump of 4 points in the overall ranking, and that is definitely going to affect their position in the leaderboard over there. So Team Magnus, the pressure is definitely mounting on them. They have to deliver a good performance, because if I am correct, they got 17 finishes also.
Yeah, I mean...
Was it the game? Oh, no, I think that was Erangel. Yeah, that
yesterday.
Was
today was, I think, around 14 or 15. And it's such a huge blow. And, I mean, at this point, what do I say? Because, I really getting a little bit spiteful towards certain teams, and rightfully deserve to get banned and disqualified. Hopefully. I mean, at this spot... it's kind of destroying that neutrality of this tournament, just trying to harm the integrity. I do not understand why certain teams, or rather a particular team, tends to resort to such. And yeah, I mean, that's a sad story. But for all you guys, it's much more action up ahead, and much more drama being built up over here, because now we have 2 games. Things are going to actually end up in Miramar, not Erangel anymore. But before things get started off, what are your predictions for Erangel, Shadow?
I will go with Team BABLU this time.
Team BABLU? And
or maybe no.
You have 2-3
BABLU.
Teams to choose. You can choose Magnus also.
Yeah, I want to go with Magnus, because they definitely have the pressure. They got so many points in that particular Miramar, 16 finishes, 15 placement points. So Magnus, they need to have that win again this time.
Okay, for Magnus it is then. And for me, I think I also want to go with Magnus, because my heart really goes out for them. Being stripped off those almost 28, 29 valuable points, that is going to feel hurting for sure. And I really hope they make a comeback. I mean, personally, I really want them to win. And Erangel is one of their strong suits. And, it's really difficult for a player to recover from such hardships. But it's all right. It's a part and parcel of the game. We have to live with it. But the zone, I mean, I'm kind of interested, or rather curious, because now, even talking about the top spot, I don't think I8's going to be contested much. Because, let's be honest, I mean, I8, they've been, pretty much ahead from the rest of the pack, but this gives enough time at least for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th position team to fight things out. And let's see what really happens.
Well, only time will tell what's going to happen in the map of Erangel over there, because Magnus, yes, the pressure is mounting on them. In match number 13, there was a big victory that they got for them, but now the bottom teams, they have also started showcasing an aggressive performance without caring about the elimination or the points they accumulate, because it's already nothing much can be done for them, because they're already sitting on the bottom, like teams like 52 Esports. If again 52 Esports is trying to contest Pochinki, do you think Magnus should go in Pochinki, or they should go for a secondary drop right now?
I mean, at this point, Pochinki is still viable. I mean, I don't think anybody has been contesting, and Team Magnus is the least of concerns for for the other teams, because it's more about, well, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. I mean, a few of the other teams might go after them, but maybe there might be chances. Yes, you in fact, right, I just kind of lost my chain of thought over there. But yeah, I think teams can try and topple down Team Magnus, and that's going to be a difficult task, but I don't think Magnus would want to change Pochinki, and that has always been their home ground, and nobody has contested them so far throughout the entire league. I'd be rather surprised, but maybe 52 Esports still being in contention. We really can't rule, the chances of it happening, right?
Certainly, 52 tried to do so in Sanhok. Once in Erangel also they tried to do so when Magnus went for the complete western shoreline drop location somewhere in Erangel. So yes, there is a possibility, and I am very sure even the players of Team Magnus are also thinking the same thing, whether to go for Pochinki or to go for some secondary drop location and try to play it a little safe, because right now every single point is very crucial for the players of Team Magnus.
It is indeed very, very crucial. And well, here we are on route to the next game. In fact, the penultimate game of this tournament. So Sanhok military base towards shooting range. Let's see what really happens. The map kind of getting dissected into two halves, and I8 dropping off at military base. And let's see what the other teams are up to.
Well, let's see what the other teams are up to, and I8 is definitely going to their home ground, that is military base, where they always find the residency, and a good gameplay also comes from this side. Whenever they drop in, which is every single time, they drop in towards the military base side, but this time Team Grounders again going towards the side of Primos, Freestyle going towards the side of Quarry, but my eyes are on Magnus where they are headed, and 52 Esports as well. Looks like 52 is also dropping in Pochinki. Magnus, smart move, smart decision from the side of Magnus not to drop in Pochinki, and now they're heading somewhere else towards the western side, because 52 Esports, they were up for a drop location contestation, but now they are going to be disappointed because there is no Magnus in Pochinki, and we have a southern circle as well.
Oh yeah, we certainly do have a southern circle over here, and well, if things weren't really going I8's way, the gods have granted them another zone, and the Grounders, well, they will be heading towards Primos pretty much. Team Star deciding to drop off at just on the western side of farm, and Regicide, well, they will be heading down towards that southern side. T20 QWERTY dropping off right at shelter. Regicide, and in fact R3D, 3X, North Esports right beside each other. Quantum Rage around Yasnaya Poliana, Team BABLU, TUF, H2E, all near to each other.
Well, they are certainly near to each other. 3X again going for the unconventional split, which they have one player in ruins, one player towards a little island on the Rozek side, to Tyrant somewhere else. But Magnus, well, they are heading for a very early rotation towards the southern island, because majority of the teams right now, they think that the circle is going to pan out on the military base island itself, and Finisher is leading the charge. But Team Star also this time, they are going for the secondary drop location, that is farm, and looks like Magnus, they have the plus of 52 Esports on their tails.
Yep, they certainly do, and well, I mean, this is going to really be exciting to see what's going to happen, because, well, you are a fortune teller, Shadow.
No.
I mean, from jinxing people, are you into voodoo magic or anything dark really lately? Because whatever you're saying either kind of jinxes people or turns true. Because yeah, I think 52 Esports, they know they've got the right chance to kind of break their dreams for Team Magnus, and just send them to that southern island. Team Magnus will have to tuck their tails and run, and they've been doing this constantly since the start of the Grand Finals.
My heart right now is going out for the players of Team Magnus. I really want Magnus to prove themselves again this time, that they can reign in supreme and they can deliver the same performance again, because if not, maybe the chance of qualifying for the SC Championship will get ruined. But right now, 52 looks like they have to face the players of Team I8 also, because Team I8, two of the players are placed perfectly on those hills area that they can for the players of 52 and stop them in their tracks, and maybe help the players of Team Magnus unknowingly. But also Team Star is also going for an early rotation this time. But Team Star, they have to deal with the players of North Esports, who are trying to come from the northern side.
Let's see what happens. I mean, every team is just trying to take that southern shift. And let's see what happens. North Esports, Star right beside each other. And all right, everyone sort of taking it to the waters. I really hope I8 go out for fishing, because they sure are going to get a lot of finishes.
Well, they certainly are. But look at the position of Nocto. He's completely on the southern side of the southern island, holding onto the shorelines, coastline over there, because Team Regicide, they need those points. Let's face it, Team BABLU and Team Regicide, the sword is still hanging on their heads whether they will be able to qualify for the SA Championship or not, along with Magnus as well. But Magnus, well, they have to be careful because North Esports Team Star, they are in close proximity, and Finisher, well, he has found a vehicle, but not too many resources are right now with the players of Team Magnus, because the moment they saw the circle is towards the southern side, they went for the early rotation. But North Esports, well, the players of Team Star can definitely upset the apple cart for them of making it to the southern island.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, everybody wants to go down south. And Roshan, he'll get that finish. And just gets wiped down. And Amer, at this point, well, Sultana, we'll see what happens. At this point, just trying to spot out the players. Gets finished off, maybe. On the verge. Why does he do that?
Oh no. Emmer, can he survive? I don't think so. He has to come out for the oxygen to breathe at least. And there is no cover fire that can come. And Sodana takes Emmer down, and North Esports. Well, this is something they didn't anticipate at all. But Team Star, well, they earned themselves 2 defeat points in North Esports. Well, they were pretty much handicapped. And looks like Maxi is also getting shots from somewhere else, because he was down to 20 HP. Now he has patched himself up, but still he needs to be a bit careful.
He certainly needs to be a little bit more careful. Emma getting finished off. Sultana. Knock knock. 3x Esports. Well, Noki does let him pass. Miracle just turning around. And he gets down. Or not. At least for now. Miracle? How does he escape with that? I don't get it.
By some miracle, I guess. Well, now he has survived, but Team Regicide, they are still going for the bridge camp, but their plans can be ruined because we have the plus of Team I8 also in the close proximity. We have the plus of Magnus also on the No Rupna bridge area. So teams right now, they are going for the bridge block.
Yeah, I mean, well, at this point, let's see what happens inside this bridge block, because Bars at this point. Noki's head is visible. Kratos takes a few shots, but nothing really connects. It's getting so much more intense in those final phases of the game. And Bars. Well, let's see. Kratos almost on the verge of getting taken down. Still stands to fight another day. Tyrant. Well, let's see what happens in this fight. It's kind of getting really interesting. You know, Regicide and 3x. But Miracle just finds an opening on towards Jashad. And Mary. Well, 3x will get that first finish. And Regicide need to back off because they're one of those teams that are in good contestations for that top 6. And they don't want to ruin their chances. But Kratos has other ideas in mind. Just as he gets that opening, gets that finish off. And 3x are looking really good in this situation as Nocto runs away.
Well, 3x, they have earned themselves 3 defeat points and kind of ruined the chances of Team Regicide making it into top 6, because now they are left with only 1 or 2 player who is trying to find a safe compound or safe position in the circle. Yes, he can go in the water and swim and survive for those position points, but that is also a possibility that other team like Grounders or Magnus, when time comes, if they go towards the shorelines, they can spot Nocto done. But right now, Nocto, he's walking in a dangerous territory towards the side of Team Magnus.
Indeed. But let's see what happens in this moment. I mean, Regicide clearly just had things messed up. Otherwise, they kind of really tend to rotate early on, and this time, being a little careless, have to pay a hefty price for that. North Esports, in the meanwhile, let's see what happens. Magnus have made it inside to the southern island, right at the military base, where Team I8 are a little bit on that shorelines. They want to get some fishing done for themselves. And Nocto, he's just running away. No other options for him. But 52 Esports, TUF, and well, we've got a few more teams right out that at the northwestern areas. Quantum Rage, in the meanwhile, still in a little bit of a kerfuffle against Team BABLU at that eastern bridge. It's going to be interesting to see who really comes out of that standing. But Mary, having gotten a knock this time on Walker, but gets traded off.
Well, he certainly gets traded off, and Quantum Rage, right now they're still on the main island going for the very late rotation. They have to face the plus of Team BABLU also, who are right now on the bridge area. We have the plus of 3x Esports, who can create a sandwich situation for the plus of BABLU. So anything can happen. The only team that I can say is in a safe spot could be the plus of Team Stars, somewhere on the shoreline. They can capitalize on those defeat points, or the grounders somewhere to the extreme southern side going for the placement points right now. But Pika still with a vehicle going to the bridge camp. But do they know that 3x Esports is on the other side? I think they do have an idea, as Wolf is looking in the direction of Miracle, and Kratos, well, he's a little far away, and even Tyrant also. The split that is coming from the side of 3x Esports. Let's see if they can execute the plan of bridge block perfectly, or they are going to lose the plus in this.
Let's see. At this given moment. And Team BABLU, how do they cross? I mean, 3x have had a really good start inside this game, and they're enjoying themselves over here. And T20 QWERTY at the southern side. Oh, look at the circle shift. This is I8 written all over it. They're just going to take control over those western hills. If they're having second thoughts, the only reason would be if they're anticipating some other team to be already there. But ideally, whoever takes control of those western hills will be in such commanding position inside the game. In the meanwhile, Freestyle, TUF, H2E, in fact, 52, H2E also, all hunker down at that northwestern area of the map. They will have to get inside. No wonder. But I8, they want some finishes. They do not want to take good position. They have no intention on getting a chicken dinner as of now. They want to end with a dominating fashion, and that is exactly what they're up to.
Certainly they want to do so, and that is why they might pick a fight with the plus of 52. But right now, on our screens, TUF going against FS, and Joker side gets taken down, but the trades are also coming in. But no, FS, they have all the 4 players alive, and Mom too is trying to find a knock onto Saad, who is trying to make it to the safety with that vehicle. But now the vehicle is taken a certain damage, and Zarba finds a knock onto Saad over there, leaving TUF as a 2-man army. Can they make it safely to the southern island? Maybe from the waterways they can try and do so, but Uzm also finds a knock onto 52 Esports player.
Yep. And at this point, 52 Esports, they'll have to see this one coming, right? They were the ones trying to hunt down Team Magnus, but Magnus somehow have made it to safety after so much trouble, after so much turmoil. And now 52 Esports are there on the receiving end of things. They still are safe inside the circle, at least for now. But when it's a team like I8, and when they are at their most ferocious self, doing some decent amount of damage to both Dojo and Jojo out there. One more grenade. Still, it's like it's doing the same amount of damage. And Jojo just gives up, but Dojo does not. And I8, they'll be moving ahead. And Blade, those damage numbers being registered to his name. Jojo, does he have meds also? Seems like not. As Nojo has to do something, please trying to come to his rescue of his teammate. Jojo, I think, just has a few bandages or maybe just energy boosters to work around with. and again gets knocked out.
It hurts. It hurts.
Hurts.
The number of time he has been taken down by the players of Team I8, but still have to give it up to his teammate every single time. He was right there, giving the raise, giving the revival necessary. But now I8, well, they have earned themselves a defeat point, and somewhere else, Edgar is trying to take down the players of Team FS and get the revenge onto the plus as he takes on Vati, and Mom2 also surviving on a sliver of HP. Now Edgar might also be looking for a revival onto the fallen comrade, but he makes a mistake of coming out in the open, and Mom2 just on few HPs eliminates the last player of TUF.
Oh yeah, I mean TUF getting eliminated at that final moment. Regicide. Let's see what they're up to. The Grounders. And Freestyle just getting eliminated outside the play zone at this point. Well, H2E. Oh, spotting out Mom2 over there. Almost securing a knock. Assad gets a beautiful knock. And right now, Wasi just on the low ground as Assad trying to go in for that push. Gets that finish. And Freestyle. They get eliminated. Just with 4 finishes to their names. And H2E with just 2 defeat points. Still enough. At least they're racking up points. With 2 games remaining now, their dreams of maybe having chances of making it to the top 6 and still lingers around. All they need to do is get those chicken dinners. But for now, Pika gets finished off. And this marks the end for Team BABLU. Not really the kind of result that they had hoped for. But it's alright. I mean, they still at least have 1 more game to play. As I8 get inside the circle, trying to take a good position inside the military base. However, let's see if they have been spotted out. Team Magnus this time, at least with all 4 of their players alive. And really rooting out for Team Magnus to win this one. Not the way they would have wanted things to end. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. I8, they have moved back to the military base island. They have a little bit of the ridges and a few hard covers to work around with. But Uzm, well, he has spotted faster over there in the compounds. So Team Magnus, better don't leave the safety of the compounds because the circle is favoring you. But Jigsaw has been taken down from the side of Team Grounders, and now JD is the one that is taking shots from Mr. Black as he hits the tick. Now Mr. Black has to go for the revival, has to bail out his fallen comrade, as TU is going for the confirmation onto the plus of H2E. H2E, let's see what's going to happen to them in this situation because both these teams, they're a few 100 meters away from the safe circle, and H2E not in the best of the best spot right now because all they have is little slope to work around with, and Tarzan is running to revive or to bail out his fallen teammate JD and Siu, and along with his teammates is looking for the confirmation or rather hunting for the other teammate of Team H2E, but one of the players, Assad, is still in the blue.
Oh yeah, he certainly is still in the blue. And right now, well, Nojo just behind that rock. In that cover, Assad, well, let's see what can he do out of this one. But the Grounders have that first aid popped up. And Jigsaw trying to just close it. Nojo still very far. And now it's just a battle of everybody trying to get inside the circle. The Grounders, they're still sort of struggling just a little bit. But we'll get as many loot as possible. Those meds getting really important for them as H2E. JD, the question is, does he get knocked out? Assad does. JD also, the 5th zone, really showing no mercy.
Well, certainly it's not showing mercy to anyone right now. And I8, well, they are trying to make hard cover for themselves with those vehicles. This could be the game of I8, and even it could be the game of Magnus, but Magnus' position has already been given away to the plus of Team I8. From northern side, the team that is trying to move inside the circle is going to be the plus of Team Star. Well, they have the complete control of the northern terrain, but the next fight can erupt towards the southern side where Quati, along with R3D, are trying to move inside the circle, and Gravity finds a beautiful knock and confirmation onto Hawk of R3D Esports. Now R3D, they are trying to make it inside the safety of the circle, but at least they know that 3x Esports is already in the close proximity to them.
Oh yeah, they are in real close proximity to each other, and the grounders getting knocked out. Those sprays coming in from both the directions, and I8 seem to have taken a little bit of the damage. Have one of their players knocked, but I'm pretty sure Magnus aren't going to be pushing like this, especially with IQ watching at their direction. So I8, despite all odds, they wanted to take fights. They took that. They want to get that chicken dinner. They have a good prime position inside the circle, and Drolin trying to spot out Maxi with that spray, and well, barely surviving.
Well, barely surviving on few HP. That is why.
Oh, he's lucky.
He certainly is lucky, but Nocturne's not lucky as he got spotted down by grounders, and Regicide has been eliminated at 9th spot.
Yes, Regicide just getting eliminated at that 9th position. Now, Team I8, it's going to be really, really important. Team Magnus, let's see what they're up to at this given moment. H2E, well, Sen just peppering down a few bullets. Did connect to his heads. Tarzan still somehow alive. JD, oh, he won't be spared. Gets taken down. But I think with 20 seconds remaining, they can get that res back up. But the primary concern is how do they get inside the zone? And H2E, I think they will last at least till now. Their tail might end. Tarzan putting a standoff. Not enough in front of Drolin at least. But Uzim will capitalize. Tries to spot him out, but the stairs really just taking all that damage from Uzim. Drolin somehow lives without a scratch.
Well, he is living, but Team I8, they are relentless on picking this fight with the plus of Team Magnus. But now the circle has been shifted away and is right in the pockets of 3x Mary, the last man of 3x Esports. Let's see how many points he can rank up for himself and his team. But Voltros finds a knock onto Maxi of North Esports, and faster. Well, right now he's shooting in the direction of North I8 Esports as well, but nothing. Not much significant damage has been dished out, but Gravity, can he find a revival because he's out there in the open and his teammates are a little far away? Maybe there is a possibility of him getting a race back, but Blade still fighting against Magnus Esports, but he has to watch his back because there are the players of Team Star as well.
Yep. Let's see. Finisher. Oh. He escapes. Magnus, somehow they're doing this, and even more. Team Magnus somehow. In fact, IQ. Let's see what is he up to. And at this point, I8 Esports, they want to get inside the zone, and they'll be trying for that. Mary, however, might not want to just step out and cause trouble, but Osama. Out of nowhere, just when Magnus wanted to spoil things up for I8, Team Star come out of nowhere and get that finish. But knock, in fact. But Avenger will finally fall as Zen will get that revive up. Nothing much concerning Team Magnus. Still at the peripheries of the circle. Still unthreatened. And Team Magnus, despite all odds, have 4 of their players alive. 5 finishers already to themselves. Trying desperately to make up for all those lost points in Miramar. The chicken dinner that was taken away, as I8 now getting in much closer, still inside the circle, have those vehicles which will eventually come really handy to these players.
Well, certainly their vehicles are going to come handy, but the grenade in the hands of the players of Team Star can ruin the game of I8 Esports. But right now, their own teammate Sultana gets picked off and he has been eliminated. Now Team Star surviving as a 3-member squad, but Uzm finds a beautiful knock onto Drolin out there, but courtesy to his teammate Finisher, he's in close proximity to bail him out in the situation. But Team Magnus, they need to be very careful because Quati is there on the back lines, which they need to be careful of, and certainly the grenades are also coming in, but Walter finds a confirmation also, and Khan with a grenade finds faster as well, and the numbers for Magnus are going down.
Oh yeah, numbers for Magnus are certainly going down over here. And IQ gets that finish up on Zen. And I8 at this very moment. Let's see what can they do. 10 finishes already in such supreme command. And already on their way of becoming the champions of this game. Team Star 2030 in the meanwhile on a fight against Team Star, as finally, you know, we were talking about Team Star being quite invisible in the entire lobby. Have finally seemed to have woken up in the final stages of this tournament, and they've always been the late bloomers and kind of living up to their name, and not in the best ways perhaps, as IQ trying to, well, just prone down, still safe and sound for now. I8 playing very meticulously, taking the circles up carefully, dealing with it, as Star just having that perfect cover inside the zone. This could be their game.
Well, this could definitely be their game, because yes, they have the number. 3 players are still in the lobby. R3D, the last man, is still standing, but 420 boy is going to ruin things for the players of Team Star as he picks off God Fury. Now Hunk, he might be going for the race onto God Fury, but he also needs to be careful. And Osama, well, he's picking up his own fight with the players of Team QWERTY over there by throwing few throwables in their direction. But can he find the perfect projectile? Well, he's certainly going to miss out the perfect projectile, but yes, certain damage has been dished out to 420 boy and as well as Khan. He's crawling his way towards the side of Destroyer, who is being so very silent, not moving a muscle. But Team Star, they're making a lot of noise. Yes, the smokes are being glowed, giving them a little bit of the cover they need in the situation. And I8, well, I8 can also chime in, but look at Khan. He's such in close proximity to Destroyer, and Destroyer, he has no idea. But Voltrux, well, he finds a knock onto Uzm and will get the confirmation also.
Yeah, he certainly will. And I8 are now kind of losing out on numbers. And, well, Team Star taking some damage over here. Khan. Well, let's see. Osama, what is he up to? Team Star, I think they're still in a prime position to get the chicken dinner, unless and until Team T20 QWERTY surprises them. IQ and Blade, 2 lonesome players. They're just getting, sandwiched, right? Like a patty at this moment, but still have a lot of fight remaining as IQ lobs a grenade and will find a knock. Osama, the lonesome player, suddenly IQ just changes the tides of this battle. Beautiful grenade coming up from this lad, as Osama is the final player surviving for Team Star. T20 QWERTY, now with 3 men alive. They have to get inside 30 meters of the circle. Let's see. How can they make this possible?
4 teams, 7 players still remaining. QWERTY having the numbers advantage, still hiding behind those blown up vehicles. On the other side, Team I8, well, they are sticking together. IQ and Blade so close to each other. One single grenade is all required in their direction to take both of them down, and that just certainly they don't want. But Destroyer is still surviving. Now he's going to chime in as he takes Voltrux down, gets a confirmation as well, and gives away his position through those hit markers. That is where QWERTY will capitalize and will eliminate R3D last player. Now 3D still remaining. 420 who are taking the damage of the blue, and Blade and IQ puts him down. An entire team of QWERTY over there. Now it's only about Team Star and Team I8.
Oh yeah. Now Osama and Blade. Well, it is a battle between the two giants. 1v1 situation. Blade does have cover. Switches his to his arm. The best weapon at this point. And I don't think going for a revival would be the wisest of choices, but eventually will not let him try and patch himself up, as Blade wanting to dance around. He is indeed doing. Osama really scared to death right now, not having the best of HPs, but this little decision to try and get the numbers advantage in their favor might be proof fatal, but no, hasn't been flushed out, but still Osama comes out. Now just behind that tail of this aeroplane, and will get taken down as I8 get another one to their belt. Another successful military base circle chicken dinner. And on that overall ranks, it's all gone bonkers. What is above #1? I think it's just 4 hashtags in its shadow.
Certainly, it's 4 hashtags because they are certainly on the top. No second thoughts on that. 15 eliminations, 30 points in their hands. I8 Esports, well, they were raining death and destruction. In this particular one, every single direction, they eliminated the players of Team Magnus, at least few players of Team Magnus, and there are so many other teams also. Well, I8, they definitely deserve to be the champions of Pakistan region.
Oh, truly. Truly. Now this leaves no question, right? They are untouchable. Undisputed, at least at this point, right? I mean, I8, these 4 faces, remember them. They are going to be heading for the SC Championships with a crown on their heads. And, well, this is it. You know, getting to the Global Championships, getting to the SC Championships. They're living the dream. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading for a short little break because right after is going to be the final game of the evening, the map of Miramar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful chicken dinner for Team I8 to seal things off. But let's just, quickly run through things because, so much drama has occurred. And in the final days, we would want to get the final map also started. But now, Blade, 7 eliminations for this lad, clutching it out. I8 and Blade, this duo as well, doing it for Team I8. I mean, it all started off with a military base and it was an I8 circle. Then eventually we head on where I8 went a little bit towards north around the bridge to get a few more finishes, which they did. And then they come down south again and get a chicken dinner. And just when we were thinking it could be Star or maybe T20 QWERTY, nobody prevails supreme. And there you have it, 7 eliminations for Blade. IQ with 6 also. Voltrux Khan, kudos to them. They tried whatever they could. But now let's head to the match rankings and see how things are over here.
Well, certainly I8 Esports is going to be on the top with 30 points, and then we have Team QWERTY again delivering a good performance, total 18 points on the second spot. Team Star, well, they have started showcasing good performance towards the final stages of the finals, and they have got 17 points for themselves. Magnus, 11 points for themselves, good points. They need those points. R3D Esports, again, the teams from the bottom are also trying to showcase good performance. This time they have 9 points in their hands, but TOF, Ready Side, they're still the bottom. 52 Esports, even Quantum Rage also.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, I think I just feel bad for Team BABLU. And, well, Freestyle also, not a lot of points. 3x, they started off really well, but towards the end sort of fizzled out. Did manage to not get a lot of position points, at least not what they thought of, but still made it beyond the top 8, made it to I think 7th spot this time around. But Regicide also, I mean, this was one of those teams that is gonna be a little bit bothered because the way Regicide have been playing today has been amazing, and they've kind of starting to stage a comeback, making it to the top 6. Now I would love to see how the overall ranking is based, and I8, it all started over here. Like, I loved what Blade had been doing all along, right? Just troubling the players left, right, and getting what he wanted. But it's all right. Let's, even this little fight, Team Magnus and I8 in collaboration with each other just went after the grounders, just shredding them apart. But things had, it was a different story. It was written I8, and even the Almighty has bestowed his blessings on I8, and I think they're just gonna walk off with the trophy. Just give them that already.
Well, certainly they are going to get the trophy for themselves because look at the damage graph also. Every single time Team I8 they have been dishing out a lot of damage, and this time also they were doing so along with some other teams like maybe Goti also having high bars on the damage graph, close to I think they have 2067 damage but 8 finishes.
Yeah, actually 8 finishes, 40, 20, 30, right? I mean, what do I say? I just feels bad for them, right? The way they have been fighting, the way they have been playing, it's all been good for the squad. But I8, I mean, 15 finishes for these lads, ridiculous. And it was their zone. They were aware with every single nook and cranny. They were aware with how to approach these fights. And yeah, to the ones who work the most harder, I think fortune and luck also favors them. And as a result, no doubts whatsoever. But Team Magnus, I mean, 781 points of damage, 5 finishes, especially with the kind of a start they had, which was quite tormenting to them because 52 Esports, one thing for sure, they're not going to let them breathe, right? They're going to do whatever it takes for Magnus to get finished early. And what do you think, Shadow? The final game of Miramar, are 52 Esports dropping off beside La Benedita?
Certainly they are going to do so for sure because 52 they know they are not making into the SC championship, and the way they are playing in the finals right now, everything might be it's Sanhok or Erangel, they hunch for the players of Team Magnus. So Team Magnus better change the drop location in Miramar also.
At this point, I think it's going to be a risky call, but maybe they should. Or maybe they shouldn't, because it's always better to be fighting in a ground where you're prepared rather in uncharted lands, right? You want to change your drop, that changes everything, right? At the timings of your rotation, of getting inside the circle, different teams for which maybe you did not do your homeworks, and it's always better to anticipate a threat, right? What could possibly go wrong for Team Magnus? 52 Esports is gonna come. If they're gonna come, and if they're well versed with places around La Bendita, then they're eventually just gonna fight it out. And I would rather prefer that than trying to change a drop location, because again, you might be safe for those early phases, but eventually while you're trying to rotate in, you're gonna get taken down, and that might mean the same thing. The only difference is you're gonna survive for a little longer, but that extra surviving a little longer does not really earn you a lot of points, because till top 8, if you're not making it to the top 8, you just get barely 1, and 0 is also on the cards.
Well, 0 is something which Team Magnus don't want at all. But 52, well, let's see what they are going to do, because they started the day on a very good note by getting a win for themselves in R3D, Team BABLU, Quantum Rage. I8 also got a win for themselves. Let's see which team is going to get the big victory for themselves in the last game of Miramar.
Oh, and well, I'm really sad about this. Our final prediction of this tournament, Shadow. Go for it.
To go with Magnus again. Although I think I8 will try and get it, but still I want to go with Magnus.
I think I want to go with I8 this time. I mean, why not win a championship with a chicken dinner? Especially with the previous one, I think I don't think there's gonna be any breaks on I8 anymore, right? They're just gonna be going after whoever they want, whatever they want, however they want. So they'll just be dancing through the lobby. I wouldn't be even surprised if they start celebrating inside the game, with all those lovely emotes. And yeah, I think it's well deserved. If I had been I8, I'd be doing that right now, like right from the lobby. I'm pretty sure everybody must be wishing them congratulations. And yes, I8 very deserved winners, and by such huge margin, right? It eventually came down to the fact that they went uncontested. Like Equity tried. There was a battle. There still is a battle for that #2 position. But nobody as good as I8 in handling pressure in the Grand Finals.
Well, certainly, they handled the downfall also. They proved that even if they face a downfall, they can make a strong comeback, which Magnus was trying to do so, and they're certainly doing it right now by grabbing few points. But yes, when it comes to domination, when it comes to the strategic gameplay, it is Team I8 that has been dominating every single time. So they are the deserving ones to represent their country in the GC over there. So let's hope this final game Team I8 do it again?
They certainly hope is the word, and it's a very strong one, in fact. And Team I8, let's see. But you've rooted for Magnus, but Magnus have won the first game of Miramar, and the question is, can they do it again? Because this time it's going to be so much more difficult, especially so many teams just wanting not wanting, in fact, Magnus to be participating in the ESA Championship. This time, however, the overall standings were not shown for all the good reasons, to maintain that little bit of a suspense, to have you into thinking. But you can make your own calculations, just not let us know. Because we want that mystery to remain. Because now what we do have on the line is that top 6 teams, the top 6 teams that make it to the SA Championship, that is going to happen very soon. But talking about things happening very soon, we are live with the final game of the evening, as the flight path trajectory will be right in front of your screens any single moment. And there you go, all the way from that eastern side to El Pozo, the flight path trajectory, as we can see, is going to not be favoring teams like North Esports, I8 as well. But I'm pretty sure it's not going to be much of a hassle for all these teams, because they know where the vehicle spawns are. I mean, it's been almost 4 years of me playing the game, and I do not know. It's embarrassing, right? I don't remember all the vehicle spawns. Thankfully, I'm not a competitive player anymore.
Even I don't remember that. It's been a time that I have played Miramar. In Erangel, maybe I do remember certain position where the vehicles are spawned, but when it comes to Miramar, well, I have no idea. But these players know. They know very well where the vehicles are going to be spawned, and they're going to capitalize on the situation. But I want to see where the team BABLU is headed right now, because this game is crucial for the players of team BABLU as well. Usually they drop towards the side of Vale Dilmar. Looks like Magnus, well, they are going for their usual drop location. Thankfully there is no 52 Esports, because 52, well, they are going towards the side of La Cobre area, and the circle is also towards the eastern side. Western, I'm sorry.
Yep, to the western circle. And why am I seeing the circle for the first time, Shadow?
Yes, I believe you have been asking for El Pozo circle from a long time.
No, I mean, I was just messing with your heads. I mean, this is one of the most common circles that we have seen in Miramar, right? I mean, every single time. And it's again going towards that eastern side. I'm pretty sure Regicide have directly just heading over there. And I mean, usually they're trying to drop at Monte Nuevo, but one of their players, I think it is Nocto, wants to take control over the hills. And this was a similar situation, similar case, right, of a kind of a replica of that first game that we had, a little bit south this time. However, the first one was more towards that northern side, the one game where TUF was really dominating, had that high ground very early, and they capitalized on it. But team Magnus, in this particular game, eyes will be on them. Team I8 have made it to Los Leones, so have the players of North Esports. Now, Freestyle, well, I'm really keen to see where they stand at this point, because they've not really had the best of games today. Chicken dinner, no. But few, I think just one good game, perhaps. But those early eliminations, that's going to haunt them, because Freestyle is another org that is quite old in this particular region. But for now, Regicide, right at the heart of the circle. And I'll be rather surprised if it kind of goes maybe a little towards the western side. Maybe a little towards El Pozo, maybe. But for now, I mean, no action visible in front of us in all these games. It's the last hurrah. The final game of this tournament, almost a month-long event it took, and today we are gonna have our champions and our 6 teams. So we know who the champions are, but who the 6 teams, the question still remains. But North Esports, right beside I8. Really want to see what's going on over there. But yeah, had a lot of pretty much nothing going on, hence the map feed for quite so much time. But Star and T20 Qwerty, Let's see what happens, because they're kind of close to each other. T20 QWERTY, however, they're sort of another team that still in the race for that top two. And I'm pretty sure with that Erangel performance, they might have, solidified their second position. But, with QWERTY, they are one of those teams, they're not going to be happy with the fact that hashtag 2 is where they are. The only silver lining is, yes, they've made it to the SA Championship. Now, the goal should be to kind of go into the SA Championship and try to secure enough circuit points and qualify for the GC.
Well, certainly that is the main target, to qualify for the GC over there. Let's see if they can certainly do so or not, because the circle right now, it is in the favor of, yes, Regicide, even the players of Team H2E, who are somewhere towards the side of El Pozo, but looks like FS, they are looking for a knock onto the players of Team Magnus over there, and Faster is all by himself in a buggy. Well, Malik is certainly shooting in the direction, but Malik also do realize that he's out there in the open. He first needs to find a hard cover for himself. In this process, well, a sigh of relief for the player of Team Magnus over there, because now he has moved back to the safety of that concrete area, and even his teammates will also be able to regroup and provide him the necessary support that he's looking out for right now. Foster on Drolin, still being cautious and careful, trying to spot the players of Team FS over there, but they also need to move inside the circle also. In the meantime, let's see what's going to happen towards the side of Los Leones, because we have the players of Team I8 and North Esports, and in close proximity. Up until now, they have never went against each other. They have somehow survived in harmony towards Los Leones, but in Pecado, we have Grounders as well. And talking about El Hazard, we have the players of R3D. And talking about other Team Star, towards the northern side, they are in a 2v2 split. Let's see if the split is going to work in their favor or not, because they have 52 esports also towards little western side, and southern side we have the players of Team QWERTY also. But talking about TUF, still in Chumasera, we have the players of Team BABLU. And H2 is still in El Pozo. 3x is already trying to close in the distance towards the side of H2E. Well, we have Regicide in a split situation as well. Well, this game is crucial for the players of Team Regicide. We didn't see where exactly they are sitting in the overall ranking right now, but Team BABLU and Team Regicide, every single game mattered to them, because they were in such close contestation to the top 6 spot. So, can they be the one to qualify in the SA Championship or not? Because last time we saw the players of Team BABLU were the one who were already on the 6th spot, and they had a good performance in the previous game also as compared to Regicide. So let's find out what's going to happen to Regicide or Team BABLU. Right now, Team Grounders, well, they are also looking for a safe compound. In fact, they have found a safe compound for themselves. In the last Miramar, it was Mr. Black who showcased a good performance. In fact, managed to knock down multiple players of the opponent team, which I believe it was Team Star. And yes, it is 3x Esports in close proximity to the players of Team QWERTY over there. Chance of a third party or multiple fights erupting in that area is very high.
Certainly very high. And at this point, Regicide spotting out Shapatar will be firing bullets at his direction. Did he just blow up his vehicle? Yes, indeed. And Shapatar has to find some means of escape, but some progressions have, of course, been made. The Grounders, like we can see, Regicide and Grounders very close to each other. But this time, like we had said, right, like we had anticipated the circle to go a little down south from where it was in that first game of Miramar, which we had in the evening. 3x still taking good control of that higher ground. And now, Faster spotting out players in the nearby vicinities. Magnus, at least for now, they've got all 4 of their players alive and safe and kicking. But the big question is, how do they get inside the circle, especially I8 around them and them being shot at from different directions. In fact, Magnus can actually get sandwiched because FS are right on their tails, and if they're oblivious about the fact, they're in for quite some bashing.
Well, certainly they are, and Team Magnus, they certainly don't want to pick up fight when they're not even inside the safety net of the circle. I8, well, they can certainly gatekeep the players of Team Magnus because they are somewhere on the periphery, few meters away from the safe circle. But from the northern side, the 2 teams that are making those rotations are the players of Team 52, also along with H2E. There is a possibility of those 2 teams locking horns against each other, but now majority of the teams are still waiting for the next circle, as Mom 2 with an M16 is going to find a knock onto Zen during the rotation.
They certainly will, and Freestyle. Oh, in fact, look, it's above. Faster. He's been spotted out, but Faster's in turn just takes that rotation, has some good auditory senses as he gets that knock on towards Wasi, and the plans of Freestyle to spoil Magnus's party seem to have gotten foiled, but no, Zen has been taken down, and right now they have to be on a retreat. I think it is Drolin's role to try and get that res back up, but it's going to be so difficult with the players of Freestyle so closed, as Buff would want to lob a grenade and has spotted out Faster. This is going to make its mark, maybe does not, but for now, Magnus finisher. Let's see what is he up to. He's got 2 players of Team Freestyle just looming around him. Wasi still helpless, just crawling as Faster has been knocked out. Is he going to get that rest back up? Because Baf is certainly coming to aid his fallen comrade as finisher. He's trying, lobbing a grenade, trying to do as much as possible over here. Bandages on. Oh, almost got knocked out, but Malik did not want to hesitate, and this is beautiful. Good trade-offs coming in from Freestyle. It's still the second circle, so it's not going to bother, but definitely it's going to bother the players of Team Magnus, as now Drolin, he's got to tuck his tails and run, and whatever could go wrong has gotten wrong for Team Magnus. Life.
This is something Magnus didn't anticipate at all, or this was not the start they were hoping for themselves in this very particular game of Miramar. But I think they're still in the safe spot. They are qualifying for the SA Championship. But talking about Freestyle, they need those points, and right now they are going up against the plus of Team I8 fighting in the blue, and 3x Esports from the height advantage. They have certain information onto the players of Team H2E, I believe. It is Team 52 Esports on the low ground, and the circle is also going to favor the players of Team 3x Esports 52, as it has taken a certain western shift.
Oh, it has indeed. 52 Esports. Well, they'll be trying to get in. They'll try to get inside the circle. Of course, have that central spot for themselves. Quantum Rage right behind them, and T20 Regicide and BABLU really in close proximities to each other. As Anubis getting knocked out, or maybe not. I really thought that he might get taken down, but 3x again enjoying that king of the hill situation that they have for themselves. But 52 Esports still around the center of the circle, and I wanted the circle to go a little west. It did this time around the southern side. I'll take this with open arms. Now TUF again in a really good spot, because not only they have a high ground, they have that southern area to themselves, and they can really restrict the entry of Regicide. But in the meanwhile, Miracle trying to spot out Assad will land a flurry of bullets on him. Had that been a crouched spray, maybe could have been a little more precise.
Well, certainly, but right now the position has been given away. So 3x Esports, they need to be a bit careful, but I don't think they need to be a bit careful because they are, like you said, they are the king of the hills. Yes, there are teams in the close proximity, but they are on the low ground. There is no chance, even if the other teams finds a knock onto the plus of 3x Esports, they can capitalize and get a finish point as well. But Manu Beast, right now, he's a little far away from his teammates, and he will have a certain trouble to regroup with his teammates, but somewhere else the plus of team Regicide are falling down, all courtesy to the plus of team TUF, and they have managed to get the defeat point as well, leaving Regicide as a three-man army. Hawk from that angle is still looking for an opening onto the plus of 3x Esports.
Let's see. 3x. What can they do? I mean, the point is, the next circle maybe might take a certain shift, and that's where they have to move. Still have the high ground, nothing much to worry about. But R3D, 4 players are still alive, and right beside H2E and 3x. Quantum Rage have taken on that western borders, and I don't think the circle's gonna go there. H2A had tried to take such a step once, and they had been slapped back right at their faces. So this time H2E not deciding to take such maneuvers, still around the centers. North Esports also having the central area to themselves, so do the players of 52 as well.
Well, 52, like you said, they are in the epicenter, a very good spot, and looks like the next circle is also going to favor the plus of team 52 Esports. Well, we will find out now, and looks like it is not Esports, but just as I said, that Gravity, I'm sorry, it is Quati 420 boy that finds a knock onto the plus of North Esports with the bold action. Can he find a confirmation also? Only time will tell. On the southern side, we have the players of TUF and even the players of Team Grounders. But Grounders, well, they are in a split position. They need to regroup because TUF, well, they have the hard compounds. They have a better position. But Team IA, well, they are going up against the players of Team FS and takes on multiple players, or maybe the entire team with a grenade.
Have they just been eliminated? Oh, my goodness. Usam just driving around, and this had to be anticipated from I8, right? Bomb 2, last resort, last fight. Again, FS get eliminated, and I8, they're on a rampage already. 7 eliminations for the champions, and en route to getting another chicken, maybe. If they do this, I wanna see I8 getting a 20 eliminations bomb and win this trophy. That's the best way, right? But Assad, did that grenade just ricochet? But regardless, whatever it is, he's gonna get flushed out and might burn to crisp. But that not happen as Mary just goes jumping in, gets that knock, and Dread seems helpless, cannot provide cover fire. As JD has also been taken down in the far of fray, as I8 continue their onslaught, and the next victims are gonna be Team Star.
Well, certainly Team Star right now, they are in a little bit of the trouble, but talking about H2E, Red is the last man standing, and JD, well, there is no hope for him to get a raise or a revival in this situation, but Team Star, Osama has already been taken down in the open, so that means Osama is also not hoping for a revival anytime soon, but Sultana is trying to dish out damage onto the plus of Team I8 and maybe take down one of the player, but certainly he's not succeeding in doing so, because I8, they have certain bridges to work around with. They have those vehicles, and they're already closing the distance through those vehicles. They want to rush into the compounds of Team Star and maybe try and eliminate them, as IQ is still providing the necessary cover fire required from the backlines, but Sultana's grenade will take Blade down.
Yeah, but is that gonna deter them? No. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye is what I8 are up to. As Ghost gets that finish off, Blade, I'm pretty sure he's gonna get himself back up in no time. Team I8 still having the mercy of the zone. The next shift is gonna be really interesting to see where it goes, but now 3x fighting it out against H2E. The final prayer, Dread, has been finished off, and this also marks the end for H2E. Not the best of runs, and their dreams of maybe making it into the top 6 might have been shattered, as Uzam has gotten that Grenadier title as well in this game. The way he's been landing those grenades, and feels like he's just playing around with those teams. And what a time for Uzum to really, come out shining. The IGL finally getting all that glory he deserves. But right now, right in front of 52 Esports, like Quantum Rage, how are they going to fight back? That's going to be really interesting to see.
It is certainly going to be interesting because 52, two of the players are still on their knees, and Quantum Rage, they are showing on their doorstep. A grenade has been launched, but it is not enough. But Senior gets taken down by Nojo's UFP over there. Tanatan with the AUG is going to retaliate, and he's going to find one knock. And from the backlines, other player of Team 52 Esports is trying to come in, but he has also been dealt with by Tanatan. And with that, 52 Esports gets eliminated at 10th spot. Quantum Rage, well, they have earned themselves 5 defeat points, and Senior, well, there is no trouble for him. He's going to get an easy revival. He'll be back in the game, but now they have grabbed the attention of the players of Team TUF as well.
Oh yeah, I mean TUF at this point, finally the circle has gone a little away from them, so they have to get themselves inside the zone, but have to be a little cautious because right beside Edgar we have the team of Quantum Rage, and we know they're also fighting out for that #2 position, and if they get some good points they might do better. But now T20 QWERTY, Gravity and 420 Boy still have the mercy of the circle in a really good spot. At least they do not really want to come out of their hiding spots, because if they do, might get shot from elsewhere. So really smart decision just to stick it out a little bit. They know the pressure is on, the #2 fight is still open, could be anybody's game, and QWERTY do not want to let it go, do not want to let it slip by.
Well, they certainly don't want to do so because they want to end things on a very good note, just like the players of Team I8. But right now, Regicide, they are in the crosshairs of Mr. Black, and Noki gets taken down right in the open. This was not the position which Regicide wanted to be in, but now Mr. Black looking for knock onto a shot as well of Team Regicide, and Regicide, they are in a whole lot of trouble. Or is it the opposite? Because Mr. Black, I see he's all by himself, but he manages to take down a shot from those mini shots, but they still have to deal with the last player of Team Regicide.
Oh, Mr. Black just getting sprayed on over. But Regicide, they have their own troubles, but Goose finally falling down, so has Blade. And I8 ends their run with 12 eliminations. Oh, at the 8th spot, still does not bother them though. They just go out with their heads held high, just to a little quicker to get that trophy. But either ways, ladies and gentlemen, things are getting really heated up. Quantum Rage hitting the doors of the players of North Esports, as North Esports having that King of the Hills area for themselves to play around with. Those grenades just being lobbed over, those vehicle sounds just giving the position of Quantum Rage away. But look at Virus. How cheeky is this lad?
Well, he certainly is, but right now North Esports, being the king of the hills, are trying to capitalize on the position by lobbing throwables in the side of Senior and along with that Sigma mid. But yes, they have received certain damage, but not enough to take them down. So that means Quantum Rage, well, they are still surviving, and Saad from the side of TUF is looking for a flank angle, but he do realize that he needs to regroup with his own teammate as well, because the numbers always come handy. And right now Quantum Ray is still on the low ground, still holding on to the periphery of the circle. North Esports, they have the entirety of the circle under their control, and from the north side we have the plus of R3D as well. Now the next circle is going to decide the fate of so many teams right now, as now there is a stalemate situation in the game.
Oh yeah, stalemate going on, but Virus is aware of what's happening in front of him. We know a caliber of this player. In fact, a shot tried to get inside the circle. Hawk spots him out. The Hawkeyes really coming into play, as Baz would want to get that revive. But regardless, Anubis, he needs a res of his own. And R3D also have to get inside the circle. Still some time remains, so nothing much to worry about. But T20 QWERTY right below them. It's going to be interesting to see how R3D are going to approach this one. And wanted to start off with dealing with the grounders, but they have been taken down from elsewhere. It is shots coming from up above. Who could be the one taking them down? It's North Esports.
Well, looks like it is North Esports. Even they have the players of team Quoty also in the close proximity. So R3D right now they're becoming the patty in the sandwich as they are getting shots from multiple direction. But in the meantime, Khan eliminates the last player of team Grounders, that is CU, and now we have 17 players still remaining, and majority of the teams are still fighting against that hill area where North Esports are on the top. Quantum Rage still trying to find an opening, but it is Anu Bees that is going to take Roshan down, and in fact he's going to take Avenger OP also down. That means Emmer is the last man standing. He's going to go for the race. It can be the opportunity for the players of team Quantum Rage to chime in and capitalize on those defeat points.
Oh yeah, a perfect opportunity for Quantum Rage, and they've made it to the top 6, and we talk about their consistency, and they have delivered yet again. Stay away from the fights early on, and towards the end spare nobody is what their mantra has been. And yesterday they did manage to get a chicken dinner. Can they do it today? But the circle has shifted to where Regicide are, interestingly, and now North Esports, well, are they going to leave the luxury of that high ground that they have? TUF also in a very strong position. They missed out on the first Miramar chicken dinner, which was just cut off. Maybe have a chance to redo their wrongs this time around. Still have their players breathing alive, at least for now. Let's see. All 3 of them. Thor's taken down, but it's all right. But look at 420 boy. Oh, Destroyer. He's got a Molotov from nowhere, and North Esports are dishing out so much damage. Walker getting taken down. There's no chance that he can potentially get a revive. As Hawk, he's got to fight his way inside the circle as Avenger seeks some cover. 420 boy getting taken down, courtesy to Destroyer over here. Gravity getting that trade-off as fight has ensued all over the place, and North Esports still silent, still just waiting, all coiled up, ready to strike.
Well, certainly North Esports, they were on the verge of elimination, but now they have gotten those rays back, and they are looking very strong. But Quantum Rage, Sigma Male jumps from the top and takes down the last player of North Esports. No, one of the player of North Esports, Rotten down, gets a confirmation as well. Now North Esports, they are surviving as a 2-man army, but now Quantum Rage, they have to deal with the players of TUF. Tanatan from the height advantage is trying to take a shot down. Let's see if he can do so. But on the other side, Quoty also, well, Gravity has been taken down, leaving Khan all by himself on a sliver of HP, and Reggie's side can be that ugly thorn for Khan to eliminate the entirety or eradicate the entire team of Team Quoty. But right now, Avenger OP, he's burning into the flames. He needs to heal up really fast because R3D, they are closing the distance, and we have Tanatan also right up on the hill.
Oh yeah, we still do. Quantum Rage, they're enjoying the spot. Avenger finally getting taken down as Quantum Rage with 3 players, 8 eliminations already for this team. In fact, if they can take a chicken dinner, things might completely go tipsy and turvy. As T20 Quirty, they have been eliminated at the 5th spot, and now their 2nd spot is up for grabs maybe. Quantum Rage, can they get the chicken dinner? If they do, then that's going to change everything. But Anubis is not going to let them go away. Just like that, lobs a grenade, connects it. Senior has to come into aid for his teammate as Sigma Male. He needs to provide cover fire. But amidst all, TUF all silent and waiting. They do not want to be a part of this. They want to let Quantum Rage and R3D fight it out. And whoever comes out of that position alive, well, TUF will deal with them. But in the meanwhile, I think Baz must be the happiest, right? Only player surviving, has the mercy of the circle, literally has to let all of these teams fight it out amongst each other.
Well, certainly he's trying to do so because Team Reggie said they need those points, and they're certainly trying to grab those placement points by letting other 3 teams fight among each other and maybe strike when the opportunity comes. But right now, Senior with that M416 is looking for the plus of TUF, and can they find the connection because the blue is certainly closing in, and that is the moment when Quantum Rage, they have to come down from the top uphill, and Tanatan, well, from that EUG finds perfect knock onto Edgar, and with that, Joker sir taking the hefty damage from the blue also gets eliminated, and now we have 3 teams and Quantum Rage 11 defeat points already in their favor and getting more on the plus of R3D as well.
Oh yeah, Quantum Rage, they're on fire and there's no stopping them. Now in a 1v3 situation, the final player, Baz, getting spotted out, and Quantum Rage get this chicken dinner. Whoa, with some massive amounts of points accumulated. Have they made it? And there you go. again hidden. And I think it's all on purpose. They do not want to show where they end up at. But 29 points is what they have accumulated. Have Quantum Rage spoiled T20's party? That we will find out. I mean, both these teams have still made it to the SA Championship, but it is still that prize pool difference, that prize money difference. And have Quantum Rage done enough damage? Have they inflicted enough to make I8 lament at this point, Shadow? I mean, I'm still spellbound with what just happened over here. I mean, the difference is what I'm talking about, is of $2,000. And $2,000 mean a lot. And anything can possibly happen. But we're going to find it all out. But after this short little break. Well, the flurry of emotions running, coursing our veins, in fact, marks the end of the final match. And what a win for Quantum Rage out there, being so patient and towards the end, just mowing everybody down, shredding their opponents, absolute domination. But the question remains, Shadow, have they made it? #2. Have they gotten their hands on that $9,000? That is the question that still looms on our head. And T20 QWERTY, have they made enough points? Because no wonder T20 QWERTY still had decent amount of finish points. Still finished 5th, if I'm not wrong, with 6 finishes. So they still did rack up quite some points and were consistent. Quantum Rage in this final game have really stepped up. What do you think?
There is a possibility, there is a huge possibility, because I8, well, they didn't get a win for themselves. They were taken out pretty early in the game. Yes, they have good defeat points to back them up, but the point difference between QWERTY and I8 was not so huge that it couldn't be covered. So maybe with this victory and the consistent performance, there is a chance of QWERTY toppling over I8.
Well, I mean, there certainly is a chance of No, that's not happening. That's definitely not happening. I mean, Quantum Rage on T20 QWERTY, I might believe that, but no. I think I8 are still untouched. 12 eliminations, I think, is what they got for themselves in that game, and 13 points is what they secured. There's no chance on earth that QWERTY could have made it. I mean, if they do, that's going to be nothing short of a miracle, for sure. But it was quite an interesting turn of events today, right? I mean, it was bitter, it was better, we do not know. I mean, but whatever it was eventful, is all I can say. I mean, the way these teams just battle it out, showing great and determination. It was a long day, even for our Shadow. I mean, we had almost around, I guess, 9 games today, and we made it through, and it was so much fun. I still have all that energy running in for maybe a few more games already. But yeah, I think we're just gonna have our winners announced in a short while. But what a tournament has it been, right? Especially with the kind of teams that really outperformed themselves, especially the ones like Magnus. Then we have Quantum Rage, T20 QWERTY. Yes, they also lived up to it. Then there were a few teams that came in with a rich past, rich history, but could not do much. I mean, I'm talking about 52 Esports, because being the defending champions, kind of at the bottom half of the table, not really where they wanted to expect, but it's all learning lessons they're going to be taking. This is my age-old dialogue. with every single tournament, you become learners and not losers. So if you kind of walk around with that mantra, maybe the next split, right? Maybe the next split when we witness the 23 spring split of PMPL, that is where we see all these teams, some fresh new faces. And that is all we got. We got, I think, Quati to be our MVP. I think it's going to be announced, but it's still fingers crossed. But champions are going to be declared, Shadow. And any guesses?
I8. I think it's going to be I8. There is no second thought, but let's find out. And it is certainly going to be I8 Esports that is becoming the champions of Pakistan PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall 2022.
Yes, absolutely. No give up attitude. No messing with this team when they are at their best. Even at their worst, it takes a lot mentally and physically to get away from that slump. And they did. And in what fashion? Quite dominatingly have managed to become the champions of the Pakistan Pro League this time around. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is a crown on each of their heads. We have 4 conquerors of PMPL Pakistan region, and it is going to be I8. But well, $10,000 to them. And where do they head on from here? SA Championship, Global Championship, everything waiting for them. They've got so much more to achieve. And I'm just, one wish that I have always been having to see them perform in the biggest stage. That is the GC. And to excel, to raise the Pakistani flag up high. And that has been their motto. And I8, in fact, IQ being a latest addition to this team. Host, one of those players, he's a latest addition also. Relatively new, right? And has also lived up to his name, being one of the most lethal flaggers. But Uzum and Blade also, what Blade and IQ did in this map of Erangel was surreal just to watch. And Uzum being an IGL, leading this team from the front, and Trenda, a mentor, a guide, always supporting them, always backing them up. And this is a band of brothers, and they are your champions. And applauses can we have I8 all over the chat.
Well, certainly they deserve all the glory and the fame they deserve. They deserve it, and they have earned it. Yes, we questioned their downfall in the final week of the league stage, where they were not showcasing good performance, but they replied to all this question in style in the finals by being the consistent and dominating one in every single game. I8 every single game they had good defeat points in their favor, multiple chicken dinners. I think they have the maximum wins in their hands as well. So yes, I8, well, they deserved it.
This was a roller coaster ride for I8, starting off with a banger, then just went down a little to the very brink of where they could have possibly gone. But this is what champions are made of, right? No matter how hard you fall, what matters is how harder you make that comeback. And they have proven that, and this is what it takes to be a champion, a true champion indeed. And I8, they successfully have managed to, have themselves at the pinnacle of Pakistan Esports in PUBG Mobile. But right now, again, huge shout out to the players, huge shout out to all the fans who have believed in them. Even Ghost, when he came up for his interview, did quite publicly announce, it had been the fans, despite the downfall, every single one of them, thousands in numbers, just, supporting, showing love, saying they believe in them. This is the positivity that's just not needed in the world of esports, but needed throughout the entire world to make that bigger change. And we live, we thrive, and we grow is what we have learned. Our long journey of a month finally almost coming to an end, but we're still not done with all the announcements, right? We still have to see who the top 6 teams are going to be and who are the ones that are gonna have their hearts broken. Team BABLU, they were in contestation for that top 6 spot, might have lost that one out, might have made it. Let's find out who are the top 6 teams as we have the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of you. I think we're going to be starting off from the top 6, and Team BABLU have missed out. Well, Regicide, they've made it in, and Bars making sure surviving for so long did get those crucial points that they needed. Magnus Esports have made it through, but T20 QWERTY still strong to that hashtag 2 position. Quantum Rage getting that chicken dinner clearly changes nothing, but still, what a play And what a performance from all these teams. TUF in those final few moments have really stepped up today. They were amazing. Magnus Esports, despite the fact that they were stripped of their first win in Miramar, not the position where they would have wanted to end, but still that SA Championship slot is kind of the silver lining. But Regicide, a team that we kind of had them disregarded, made a comeback in the final day and made sure they are the ones to represent also the Pakistani colours in the SA Championship. But have to feel bad for Team BABLU and Freestyle. They tried, but sometimes it just isn't enough.
Certainly, Team BABLU tried in the very last day by getting a win for themselves. Every single game they were trying to topple over Regicide, but in the very last game it was all about Regicide Bars going for those position points, being the lonesome survivor. But 52 Esports, 3x Esports, R3D, they are in the bottom, but still the teams who are in the bottom or the later half of the page, they have also showcased some very impressive performance from their side in few of the games.
Oh yeah, I mean, few of these teams really stepped it up, right? Everyone getting a chicken dinner for themselves. 3x, R3D, 52. Of course, North and H2E failed to, but still valiant efforts for them to make it to the top 16 this time around the Grand Finals. I mean, this is the final overall standings. Everybody just crossing over that 100 marker, but feels bad, you know, for the defending champions 52 Esports to end where they did. And they're going to take their lessons. I mean, for some teams, it was really easy to adapt to those player changes and come out supreme. I mean, one of the best examples will, of course, be i8 losing out on crypto when a lot of people started losing faith. IQ just comes in and, gets i8 the championship. And it takes a team. A player can win you matches, but a team will win you championships. And they played indeed like that. Every single player a star in their own accolade. And I mean, the way things have gone, such a memorable PMPL this time. We had one of the most exciting editions, but towards the end we expected just a little bit more competition, but it's all right. I mean, T20 QWERTY did try to give i8 a run for their money, and it eventually did boil down to that. But towards the end, that till the top 6 spot, I mean, gotta feel bad for Team BABLU, honestly.
Yes, Team BABLU, they tried their best, but still the competition was very close. It was not so easy to be in the top 6 when the best teams of the country are fighting amongst each other. We only have 6 slots, so some teams have to be on the 7th, and this time it is Team BABLU, but still valiant efforts from the side of Team.
You know what? Shadow, I think it's time for us to hear it from the champions themselves. Let's just go to the quick interview and find out what i8 have to say about their victory.
हार करके मूवमेंट डाल दी थी 2-3 मैचेस पहले ही कंफर्म हो चुका था i8 जो है वो जीत रही है. तो कैसा लग रहा है आपको ये टूर्नामेंट जीतने के बाद? और एक और चीज़ मैं एक और सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा इसी के साथ, वो ये कि फाइनल से पहले मोराल बहुत डाउन हो चुका था. किस तरह से आपने अपनी टीम को जो है वो, क्या वो पेप टॉक थी, किस तरह से आपने उनको बुलाया, समझाया और फिर से उनको जो है वो इतना पुरजोश बनाया कि वो डोमिनेट करने लग गए?
पहली बात तो बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब आज से ज़्यादा खुशी हो रही है क्योंकि हमारे नाम हम काफ़ी क्लोज जाते थे PMPL और PMNC, लेकिन टाइटल नहीं जीत पाते थे. इस बार हमें मतलब टाइटल मिल गया. और दूसरी आपके सवाल का जवाब अगर पूछते ना भी मैं अपने स्टोरी पे दे देता. 2 बहुत बड़े रीजंस है. मतलब मेन टीम का तो हक है ही, मतलब वो मेहनत करते ही करते हैं, लेकिन एक चंडा वो हर गलती बताता है बंदे का और उस पे वर्क करता है. और दूसरी अर्नव हमारा वो मैनेजर, वो जो 3 दिन हमने 3rd वीक के बाद खेला था ना, अर्नव डेली बेसिस पे हमारे लिए PMGC स्क्रिम्स अरेंज करता था. और PMGC स्क्रिम्स के बाद इधर खेलना ही पड़ा तो कुछ नहीं लगता, बहुत आसान लगता है. अर्नव और
उस चीज ने आपको बहुत हेल्प किया
आता है जी. हमने 3 दिन PMGC लॉबीज खेले थे ना, तो उसके बाद ये काफ़ी आसान लग रहा था हमें.
जबरदस्त. ये एक मेरे ख्याल से
ये आपने अपना वो जो कहते हैं ना मैजिशियन नेवर रिवील्स द सीक्रेट, आपने अपना सीक्रेट रिवील कर दिया. बट ऑब्वियसली इस सीक्रेट को रिवील करके इसको यूटिलाइज भी वही कर पाएंगे जिनके पास i8 जैसे गन्स किलो और हर रोज ब्लेड और हर रोज से वो गोस्ट जैसे प्लेयर्स से पैदा होते हैं.
ना मिले हमारा क्रेडिट, मतलब कोच और मैनेजर को भी उतना ही मिले.
बिल्कुल
सिर्फ प्लेयर्स की बात नहीं है।
चलिए पहले तो आज तो आप लोगों ने करनी है पार्टी, लेकिन मुझे बताइए क्या रिएक्शन था, वो कौन सा ऐसा पॉइंट था जहां पर आपको पहले से पता लग गया था कि यार अब जीत रहे हैं तो हम ही जीत रहे हैं? बस ये आखिरी सवाल का जवाब दे दीजिए।
लाइक हमने जब मैग्नस को मारा था और ब्लेड वालों ने स्टार को मारा था तो हमने कहा बस अब जीत चुके हैं, अब आखिरी गेम में जरा टपाटप देते हैं।
मेरा एक सवाल है कि गोस्ट कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है अब टीम के लिए? एक टाइम था जब गोस्ट परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे थे और बहुत सारी बैकलैश मिल रही थी, तो गोस्ट कितने इम्पोर्टेंट है और आईक्यू ने किस तरह से जलन किया अपने आप को टीम के अंदर?
गोस्ट काफ़ी मतलब इम्पोर्टेंट है। गोस्ट मैं ये करता हूँ ना, मैं खुद फ्री मैन रह के गोस्ट वगैरह को जो जिम्मेदार वो देता हूँ ताकि मतलब मुझे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्पेस मिल सके, और ये चीज़ें मतलब गोस्ट और आईक्यू मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। आईक्यू भाई आईक्यू तो मैं क्या ही बोलूँ, बहुत अच्छा। एक्सपीरियंस में थोड़ा सा कम है, लेकिन बहुत आगे जाना है उसने, बहुत लेवल का प्लेयर है। और जितना वो मेहनत करता है ना, गेम से पहले 12 बजे से 4 बजे तक 6 बजे तक प्रैक्टिस करता था और 6 के बाद गेम्स।
जबरदस्त,
बहुत मेहनती लड़का है।
सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बिल्कुल उज़ैर, कंग्रेचुलेशन आपके लिए और आपके स्पेशली आप दोनों भाइयों के लिए और पूरी टीम के लिए एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट डे है। लेकिन इससे भी ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है अगला स्टेज जो आपने खेलना है, पबजी मोबाइल ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप। साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप के बारे में बात नहीं करूंगा बिकॉज आई फील लाइक वो आपके लिए एक स्क्रिमेज ही है, 4 दिन का स्क्रिम ही है। बट पीएमजीसी के लिए आपकी क्या तैयारी है और इस दफ़ा क्या उम्मीद है, कितनी तैयारी की है आपने पीएमजीसी टीम्स के अगेंस्ट? और जो स्क्रिमेज की आप बात कर रहे थे, पीएमजीसी स्क्रिम्स आपने खेली, उसको खेलकर आपको क्या लगता है कि I8 तैयारी वाइज कहां पर रैंक करती है?
टॉप 3 तक आ जाएगी?
ये तो नहीं कह सकता। लाइक पीएसकेएल में पहले दिन हमने बहुत मार खाई थी, फिर दूसरे दिन हमने मारा था, फिर तीसरे दिन हमने मारा था, ऐसे मतलब इम्प्रूव कर रहे थे हम लोग। लेकिन पहले दिन जो हमारे साथ हो रहा था ना, वो मैं नहीं कह सकता, इतना गंदा भाई, बहुत अच्छा है। मतलब वही से हमारा ये विन मतलब कंफर्म हुआ था कि हमने वो स्क्रिम्स खेली थी। हम 11 बजे लाइक उठते थे सुबह और 7 बजे तक पीएमजीसी स्क्रिम्स खेली।
माशाल्लाह,
उसी चीज की
बहुत मुबारक हो आपको उज़ैर, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो पूरी टीम को तरफ से, जितने व्यूअर्स हैं सबकी तरफ से मैं आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद पेश करूंगा। और ऐसे ही पाकिस्तान के झंडे को लहराते रहिए, क्योंकि हमें आप पर भरोसा है, यकीन है कि ये ऐसी टीम निकली है तो ऑब्वियसली कहीं ना कहीं जितना नाम रोशन किया है, अब वक्त आ चुका है पबजी मोबाइल ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप तक जाने का और वहां पर इस ग्रीन झंडे को लहराने का। सो थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच। आपने अपना कीमती वक्त निकाला, ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगा, ऑब्वियसली आप लोग भी थके हुए होंगे, काफी लंबा आज का दिन रहा है। सो थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने अपना टाइम दिया।
थैंक यू। रेस्ट करें और सब्वे खाएं। लेकिन ख़वातीन और हज़रात, इसी के साथ साथ वापस आएंगे हम और अपने कास्ट डेस्क की तरफ, एंड्री डेस्क की तरफ। और
मुझे इस पूरे इंटरव्यू
I mean, what's the highlight of that interview? Aladdin does not shut up. He does not know when to stop. And I love Aladdin. We all do. But right, that was some really good insights, right? I know for what Uzum said, giving all the credits to his teammates, to his fans, the coaches, to the support staff. And that is what a leader does, right? He leads not by charge, not by force, but by example, taking everyone along with them. But the MVP has to be Gravity. This man, well, he is definitely a man today after he has turned out so devastating, so so lethal. Do not go by this innocent face, because behind that lies an esports player, one of the sharpest, one of the deadliest, and he has proven his mettle to be the best player in the region. Well-deserved MVP by all grounds. But Uzum, oh my goodness, the leader, the IGL of the team, at the second spot. Voltrix also not far behind. It was, most of the I8 faces and the QWERTY faces, but few commendations to players like Virus, to players like Edgar, Joker, all of them that made it to the list. But yes, Shadow, what do you have to tell? I mean, this is your first PMPL Pakistan. What did you take from this region?
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed Pakistan region, and yes, it has become one of my favorite region because of the way teams approach the game. The aggression is never ending. They are always going for the fights. Even instead of other regions, we tend to see so many heal battles, but Pakistan region always gives us that complete experience of the battle royal, going for the firepower and the close combat fights from so many teams, the third parties, everything. Pakistan is definitely one of my favorite regions.
Certainly. I mean, I have always, selected Pakistan region whenever I got the chance just to hop it over. And it was a pleasure being amidst you guys. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, do not forget to follow us on our socials. Show some love. Shadow, it was the first time. Give us some love as well. You know where to hit us at. It is Fixes Cast, no space bar over there. And then it is Robin Shadow 47. So she's got a 47. She's a silent assassin. And do not go by her cute face, as she might just pawn you down in PUBG Mobile. But of course, you can also show love to Blotter. Check him out on his socials as well. Hit Blotter and you know what you'll find. Really shimmering face. If you are into Indian movies, you can understand what I'm trying to say. But it was lovely. It was lovely spending time with all of you guys. But what an amazing day. What an amazing event has it been. Receiving so much of love and grandeur from you guys. I mean, SC Championships, well, I mean, the Pakistani desk, in fact, the Urdu desk had to believe it to be a scrimmage. But I don't think so. 4 days, the competition is going to be on a whole different level. Something that, which even Uzum said. They had been playing the GC scrims, waking up as early as 11 o'clock, grinding till 7 in the night. And it takes a lot of toil, right? Sacrificing a lot, your family, friends, the outer world, even sometimes cannot even eat between your matches. So we know what it takes. And they did say that they had a tough time in the lobby. So, of course, the SC Championships is something that I8 is going to take with utmost seriousness, and I believe they should, because it is always a step. It's step per step, right? Heading into the SC Championships, you've got the best of best. We do have High Voltage being championed, been crowned as the champions of the SA region, where we had such big teams, and it has been a Cinderella story for them. This squad, when you've got teams like I8C, Godel ST, you've got so many other beautiful teams, but it was High Voltage that came out swinging over there. So much new talents also stepping up in the entire SA region. Even Pakistan having a different region of its own. All thanks to PUBG Mobile to give them a recognition, give them a separate PMPL, so that we can have those 6 slots heading into the SA Championship to find out who the best team in South Asia is.
Well, certainly the South Asian Championship is going to be so much interesting. We have to see what Pakistan region is going to bring in the SA Championship, because like you mentioned, there are other teams like High Voltage waiting for them. Other teams also, so I8, well, they are definitely going to give a very tough competition to the teams out there. But the other teams also, they had their ups and the downs, so it will be interesting to see how they are going to adjust to completely new region. The drop location changes, will they be coming in, or will they be sharing the drops with the other teams, and maybe throw them out of their own homeland? So it is going to be so interesting to see such a different dynamic of the game.
Oh yeah, it certainly will be. I mean, we all love cricket, right? We have this, healthy rivalry also. But still, in simple words, if the league stages were a test match, if the grand finals were one day, then the SA Championships are going to be T20. And have I8 got what it takes, and along with them, the other 5 teams to prove out, to come out victorious. We're going to all find that out, but after a couple of days. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all the matches and the tournaments. Time to bid you adieu. This is Fixes along with Shadow signing off. Till then, you guys take care and have an amazing night.